Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning.
Chapter 1. Agrinox. The stink of charred bone clings to the walls like a lover that won't let go. I lie coiled atop my hoard of black stone and half-melted treasures, heat simmering through the ridges of my underbelly. Lava pulses under the floor like a second heartbeat, warming the cavern in slow, rhythmic waves. It's comforting, familiar, eternal, until he arrives. The human reeks before I see him. Sweat-slicked leather. Ash. Something moldy, sour, like a cellar that's never been opened. My eyes remain closed. I can hear every careful step he takes, like a mouse trying not to wake the sleeping god. Fool. You've come far for a death wish, I rumble, the sound rolling like thunder through the stone. Most mortals don't get past the smell. He stops walking. Good. That means he has sense. I heard you were picky, he says. His voice is dry, stretched thin like old paper. That you don't eat anyone who just walks in. I open one eye. He's gaunt, wiry, sharp at the edges. The kind of man who hasn't eaten properly in weeks, but who still looks dangerous. Eyes like broken glass and twice as cutting. You've heard correctly. My tongue slides across the roof of my mouth. So why are you still breathing? He doesn't bow, doesn't grovel, doesn't even flinch. He's too clever for that. Because I'm not here to die, he says. I'm here to make a deal. Deals. Gods, humans love those. They think they're clever, offering scraps for power they barely understand. Speak, I growl, unfurling just enough of my coil to stretch one clawed forelimb across the floor. The obsidian beneath sizzles. But make it worth the breath you waste. He steps forward, those sweats already pooling at his temples. There's a fortress, he says, high in the Emlyn Range, heavily guarded. Dark elf territory. Their magic's old and strong. I need it gone. I arch a brow ridge. You expect me to break 11 wards for you? I expect you to enjoy it. That gets a low chuckle from deep in my throat. Go on. He pulls a scroll from inside his jacket, lets it fall open on the stone like he's unveiling a meal. It's hand-drawn, smudged, practical. He points to the layout. There. That's the heart of it. They won't expect an air assault. They've got ground magics, but nothing that'll stop you. Assuming I care to involve myself in your petty turf wars, I say, tapping the edge of the map with one curved talon. You humans squabble over borders like dogs over bones. Because there are bones, he snaps. There's fire in him. I like that. He breathes out, calming himself. You won't be doing this for free. I have something to offer. My tail twitches. Ah, the price. He steps back, adjusts his collar like it's a crown. A sacrifice. I let the word hang in the air. He nods slowly. Human. Young. Spirited. Untouched. Now we're talking. I rise, a ripple of molten scales against black stone. My wings stretch, scraping the cavern roof with the hiss of flame-kissed leather. The heat pulses hotter now, reflexive. I lower my snout close to him, watching his skin blister near the cheekbones. Intact, I say. His throat bobs. Yes. Unspoiled. He nods again. She screams. I bite. She faints. I flay you instead. He chuckles, tight-lipped. She won't. She's got teeth. I bear my own. So do I. I circle once, casting a cloud of ash from my haunches as I stretch each claw, testing the air. Brimstone coils in my nostrils. The stone hums beneath me. Magic stirs. War calls. I haven't had a reason to stretch these wings in decades, and already the ache of stillness begins to melt away. A fortress. A deal. A meal. I glance back at the little human with his shaking knees and his bold tongue. I accept. He bows, sharp and fast, and doesn't wait for permission before backing toward the exit. I let him go. As I turn toward the deeper fire of the cavern and shake off the dust of my centuries, I can't help but laugh. The irony burns bright. Me, aiding a mortal in one of their pointless little squabbles. Kingdoms rise and fall like candle flames, and all for what? Land? Pride? Petty vengeance. But the thought of fresh human meat makes my mouth water. The wind howls against my wings as I rise above the crag, the updrafts licking at my belly like playful spirits. I can feel the tension in the sky, tight as a bowstring. Far below me, the griffin bucks beneath its rider. Poor beast, saddled with that cursed husk of a man. Rizzo clings to it like a tick, his cloak flapping wildly, face twisted in that damnable grin of his. He's savoring this moment like it's a fine vintage. He should be terrified. I bank left, cutting through a cloud of ash that trails from my own scales. The fortress rises in the distance, perched like a bloated tick on the side of the Emlyn cliffs. Dark elven architecture. Obsidian towers curved like blades, wards etched in ancient sigils that shimmer in the daylight like oil on water. But I can smell the arrogance, the rot. They've grown soft behind those enchanted walls, complacent. I beat my wings once, hard, and the air shudders beneath me. The first volley of arrows comes screaming from their highest tower, trailing silver threadlight, cursed tips meant for wyverns or lesser beasts. I roll through the air with a hissed laugh, their spells sliding harmlessly along my enchanted hide. Mortals, always thinking a sharper stick will save them. Rizzo! I bellow down, voice cracking the sky. You watching? The griffin veers in the air beneath me, and Rizzo cups his hands around his mouth. With bells on, dragon! Then he salutes me with 2 fingers and a crooked smile. I hate that I find it amusing. No more showmanship. I snap my wings close and dive. Head first into the chaos, a streak of flame and fury. The wards flare up just before impact. A brilliant lattice of red and violet magic meant to repel invaders. I open my maw and let out a roar soaked in centuries of hatred. Fire answers me, not just heat. Living flame. It burst from my throat, consuming the barrier in one long, exultant breath. The wards crack like shattered glass, their color bleeding into the stones below. Then I'm through. Screams rise before the smoke does. Elves scramble like ants, armored and graceful, but slow. So damn slow. I land in the middle of their main courtyard, sending out a shockwave that craters the stone beneath my claws. My tail sweeps a formation off the edge like dust on a windowsill. Arrows hit my flanks. Sharp pinpricks I barely feel. A captain charges, sword drawn, eyes lit with bravado. I reward him with a claw through the chest. Blood steams in the cold air. His blade clatters from his fingers and skitters across the stone, landing at the feet of another soldier who pisses himself on sight. I whip my tail and send him into the wall hard enough to paint it. The flames come next. I don't just breathe them. I bask in them. I incinerate watchtowers with a lazy flick of my head, tear through walls like parchment. The elves scream and scatter, but there's nowhere to run. My flames are hungry. They curl through doorways, up stairwells, licking at draperies and long-buried spellbooks until the whole damn keep glows with hellfire. Above, Rizzo circles on his griffin, eyes wide. I can see it even from here, the rush of power lighting up his narrow face. He's watching his enemies fall by the hundreds, and he's giddy, like a child who got to swing the hammer instead of being hammered. And that's the moment I know he's a problem. Not yet. Not today, but soon. Because he enjoys this too much. He's too calm, too clever, watching it all play out like a game he already won. But I've seen that look before. In warlords who thought dragons could be tools. In sorcerers who thought pacts were chains instead of invitations. They all burned. I tear the final tower down with my jaws, biting into stone and sigil alike. It tastes of old magic and fresher blood. The last of the elven resistance tries to hold the gate. One of them, a woman, golden-eyed and bleeding, raises her staff to the heavens and begins a chant. I lunge and silence her mid-syllable. Her scream is cut off by the snap of her spine in my jaws. Suddenly, there's nothing. No more arrows, no more chants, only the hiss of molten rock and the crackling hush of smoldering timber. I look around, chest heaving, scales glowing like banked coals. Elven bodies litter the ground, half buried in rubble or burned black beyond recognition. The air is thick with smoke and blood, the scent so rich it settles in my nostrils like wine. It's beautiful, grotesque, perfect. I stretch my wings and let out a low, throaty exhale. Satisfaction hums through me. Rizzo lands nearby, his griffin shuddering with exhaustion. He dismounts and takes in the carnage, hands on his hips. He whistles low. "You weren't kidding," he says. "You really are the storm." I give him a glance, unimpressed. "And you're not half as clever as you think, human." He smirks. "That depends on whether or not you like your prize." I don't answer, because the battlefield is quiet now. No more screams. Just smoke curling in lazy spirals above the blackened corpses. And beyond the fortress walls, the village stares. They watch the whole thing, their so-called protectors torn limb from limb, their towers leveled by a monster out of myth. Not a word, not a sound, just the silence of the damned, too afraid to scream. I wonder how long that silence will last, and how long Rizzo will stay useful once it's broken. I perch above it all, high on the black stone bluff that crowns the valley like a jagged tooth. Wind tears at the edges of my wings, and smoke curls in my nostrils, thicker than fog, rich with the bite of scorched meat and metal. Beneath me, the village gathers in fits and stumbles, half of them still caked in soot, the rest too dazed to even blink. I see ash settling in their hair like snow. I see blood smeared on skirts and boots. And not a single damn one of them smiles. No celebration, no cheers, not even a whimper of thanks. I narrow my eyes. They form a loose, trembling ring in the scorched field outside the gates, where bodies still smolder in shallow piles. Their protectors, those pretty little dark elves they'd come to trust, maybe even bed, lie in blackened heaps. Good. I burned the bones of that betrayal clean. And now they just stare. Then he steps forward. "Rizzo!" Still dust-covered and grinning like a fox that bit through the henhouse. He lifts his hands like a stage actor waiting for applause. "You're free," he calls out. "We've liberated you." Nothing. Not one clap, not one bowed head. I smirk. Mortals never give you the thanks you expect, especially not when you kill the wrong people in the right way. And then she comes through the crowd, hair a mess of tangled fire, boots stomping over gravel like she owns the earth itself. She's not afraid, not broken, just furious, a walking thunderclap. She marches straight up to Rizzo, shoving people aside with shoulders and elbows like they're nothing more than tall grass. "What the hell did you do?" she shouts. Her voice carries like a blade through still air. It rings off the stone walls, stops the breath in every chest. Even Rizzo blinks. Just once. "We liberated you," he repeats, slower now. She gets in his face. Close enough, I expect she can taste the soot on his tongue. "You butchered our people," she hisses. "The elves you killed. Some of them had families here. They married into our homes. They raised children, our children. And you torched them like garbage." "I killed slavers," Rizzo says, jaw tightening. "Collaborators. They would have sold your daughters to the nearest caravan if it meant saving their own skins." "They saved mine!" she snaps. "More times than you'll ever be worth." The crowd stirs behind her now, whispers, eyes widening, shoulders squaring. She's giving them something they didn't know they needed. A name to their grief, a place to aim their rage. Rizzo sees it too. I see the way his mouth pinches, the way his stance shifts from swagger to control. "What's your name?" he says. "Eris," she spits. "Not that you deserve to know it." I lean forward, the cliff crackling beneath the shift of my weight. The wind rushes over my wings. My eyes narrow to slits. Eris. That name burns. She's wild, not in the way most human girls are, all drama and tremble. No, she stands like a blade that hasn't been sheathed in years, voice sharpened by heat and hatred and loss. She doesn't care who she's talking to, doesn't flinch under threat or power. She's defiance incarnate, teeth bared and spine iron straight. Rizzo's smile dies. "You talk too much," he says, and before she can retort, he grabs her by the arm. Hard, she tries to wrench free. "Get off me!" He pulls her through the crowd with cold purpose. They part around him like reeds in a stream. No one stops him. No one dares. The crowd's gone quiet again, just like after the fires. Silent, helpless. And that makes my blood boil hotter than any spell. He drags her toward the edge of the field, muttering curses under his breath. Her fists beat at his arm, her boots skid in the ash, but he keeps walking. And then I hear it. He says it without flair. Just cold and low, like tossing meat into a cage. "We found our sacrifice!" I don't move, don't breathe. But my talons clench into the rock beneath me, gouging deep, smoking lines through black stone. My wings twitch. I was promised a girl, a willing sacrifice, meek, pretty, tender. But that's not what I'm looking at. This is no ordinary human girl.
Chapter 2. Eris. They strip me in silence. Not a word. Not even from the woman who tugs the braid from my hair and slices it clean with a dull, rust-rimmed blade. My scalp burns. I don't cry. I don't move. They bathe me like a slab of meat, scrubbing away ash and blood until my skin feels raw, slick with oils that smell like violets rotting in the sun. I hate how soft I feel. How clean. "This one's feisty," someone mutters. I don't bother to look. They're not talking to me. No one does. No one dares. The silk they give me isn't clothing. It's a suggestion, a whisper, a slip of blue so thin I can feel every breeze as it snakes over my skin. My thighs, my stomach, even the line of my back, bare, gleaming, perfumed like some temple virgin from a story I never believed. One tug and it'd fall right off. Maybe that's the point. One of the guards, Rizzo's goons, judging by the mismatched armour and missing teeth, leers down at me as he clicks the manacles shut around my wrists. The chains bite, the metal's cold as riverstone, heavy as guilt. I don't flinch. I hold his gaze until he looks away. Coward. "She's ready," he calls, and that's when they start the walk. The villagers don't follow. They watch. From behind closed shutters. From behind eyes too full of fear to blink. Not one of them tries to stop it. Not my Uncle Thomas. Not Aaliyah who used to braid flowers into my hair. Not even Mother. Maybe she's dead. Maybe she's hiding. Or maybe I just don't matter enough anymore. They drag me past the burned fields, past the ruined tower where Mavrin died, his face turned to glass from the heat, past the stream where I used to fish with Emil and tell secrets we swore we'd never repeat. They pull me up the trail like a dog on a leash, the chain cutting deeper with every stumble, every sharp turn of the mountain path. Still, I don't scream. Still, I don't beg. Instead, I sing. It starts soft, just under my breath, but the words pour from my mouth before I can stop them. An old song, my mother's song, one she'd hum when the wind howled against the shutters and we thought the world would blow away. Hush now, little fire, the dark will pass us by. My voice is cracked, too raw from shouting at Rizzo, from crying hours ago when the ashes still fell like snow. But the notes come anyway, shaky at first, then stronger, louder. A lullaby turned dirge. Hold your flame and keep it bright though shadows crowd the sky. The men pulling my chains shift uncomfortably. One of them, blonde and bruised, snorts and spits like he's trying to shake it out of his ears. "What is that?" he grumbles. "It's just a song," another mutters. "Ignore it." But I don't stop. Let them hear it. Let it claw inside their heads and fester. Let it follow them into sleep. Let it haunt. If morning comes, we'll see it through. If morning breaks, I'll come for you. The path steepens. My feet slide on the loose shale, toes already raw from the rocky ascent. The sky overhead is blackening, clouds bruised and boiling, like the mountain itself knows what's coming. They don't hurry. They want to savour this, my suffering, my silence, my song. We crest a ridge, and there it is. The cave, a mouth carved into the mountain's face, as wide as a chapel door and twice as tall. Jagged edges like broken teeth. The air that seeps from it smells like old smoke and heat and something sweet beneath it, like roasting meat. I swallow hard. The men go still. Even they feel it. The weight, the presence, like the whole mountain's breathing slow and deep, waiting for a reason to exhale fire. "Don't stop," one says. "Get her closer." They pull me forward inch by inch. I dig my heels in, not to fight. What's the point? But to feel something. To remember what solid earth feels like before it turns to ash beneath me. The wind changes. I smell him. Not just smoke and sulphur. Him. Like a storm that never breaks. Like stone that remembers being magma. It curls in my lungs and sets my teeth on edge. The dragon is close. Watching. Maybe already licking his damn lips. I sing louder. "Don't cry, my spark. Don't fall apart. Your heart is made of flame." The guards exchange glances. One lets go of the chain like it's burned him. The other steps back. "Is she praying?" the bruised one asks. "No," the first mutters. "She's cursing." They drop the end of my leash. I stand alone now, bare feet on black stone, hair wild around my shoulders, chains weighing my arms down like sins I never committed. And still I sing, because I want him to hear me. I want the dragon to know I am not just meat, I am fire too. "They'll never take your name." I wait. The chains dig into my wrists, cold as regret, and twice as heavy. They've stopped bleeding, but the skin's rubbed raw where the iron rings press bone. The silk clings to my skin, soaked through with sweat and mountain mist. I shift my weight and the links rattle loud in the quiet. Too loud. The sky above is red, not pink, not orange. Red, crimson and deep like spilled blood drying on stone. The moon hangs there, fat and watching, a single eye staring down like it wants to see how this ends. I breathe slow through my nose. The wind doesn't move. There's no bird song, no crickets, no breath from the trees. Just the press of silence so thick it feels like cloth shoved into my ears. I can taste the ash on my tongue. Sulphur curls in the back of my throat, sharp and metallic. Like someone struck a match inside my lungs. I start to hum again. Just a line, soft, not a lullaby this time. Something lower, a chant, almost. keeps my heartbeat even, keeps the fear from taking root in my spine. But it's there, coiling at the base of my skull like a snake ready to strike. Then something shifts. I don't hear it, not at first. I feel it, a vibration in the ground, in the marrow of my bones, like the whole mountain just rolled over in its sleep. The wind stirs, the sulphur grows stronger, and then I hear it. A laugh, low, deep, rolling like thunder somewhere beneath me. It rises through the stone, through the dirt, until it's in my gut, in my chest, shaking loose the breath I was holding. He's here. The shadows in the cave churn, not move, churn, like smoke alive with purpose, like something is parting the dark from the inside out. I can see the glow first, dull red, like coals under thick ash, then eyes. Not two, not human, more. They blink slow, lazily, like he's been waiting for this moment a long time. When he steps out, the mountain seems to bow. He is enormous, not just tall, not just big, massive. Wings like midnight leather stretch out behind him, curling and twitching, as if he's already imagining how they'll wrap around me. His scales are black, but they shimmer red with every movement, like molten rock trying to cool and failing. His horns sweep back in thick curves, and smoke spills from between rows of teeth too large for even my worst dreams. I take a step back, instinct, stupid. The chain pulls taut, and he sees it. "You sing?" he asks. His voice isn't loud, it's deep. The kind of deep that slips between your ribs and settles under your skin. Every syllable drips like lava, slow, thick, inevitable. I want to scream, run, cry. Instead, I lift my chin. I bargain. My voice doesn't tremble. That's all I can cling to. It doesn't tremble. He tilts his head. Smoke curls from his nostrils in long tendrils, like snakes slithering down his snout. Then, he laughs again. Not the same chuckle as before. This one's richer, amused, and somehow hungry. "You do not beg." "Waste of breath," I mutter. "You'd like that too much." I would." He lowers his head, not all the way, just enough that I feel the heat roll off his skin like a furnace cracked open. My eyes water, my legs shake, but I don't look away. He looks me over slowly, like a butcher inspecting a cut of meat. My skin crawls. "Untouched," he says, mostly to himself. "Unspoiled, spirited." "I bite," I say. He grins, rows and rows of teeth, shining like ivory daggers. "Good," he purrs. The chains around my wrists vanish, gone in a blink of red light and sizzling air, leaving behind only burned skin and a weightless ache where they clung. I stare at my wrists in shock. Red rings, black bruises. I flex my fingers. No shackles, no cuffs, no leash. I'm not free, but I am no longer bound. He moves, like shadows changing shape on the cave wall. One moment, he is a god carved from fire and talon, scaled and smouldering. The next, he's human. No, humanoid. Close enough to fool someone drunk and desperate. Far enough from right to set my teeth on edge. He stands tall. Too tall. Shoulders broad enough to block out the cave mouth behind him. Bare-chested, unashamed. Skin like burnished bronze, kissed red from the heat of his own magic. His hair falls loose around his face, thick waves the colour of smouldering coal, streaked with flickers of ember that catch the light when he moves. But it's his eyes that pin me in place. Gold, not hazel, not yellow, gold, liquid and glowing like they were poured from the sun itself. They don't blink the way human eyes do. They watch, sharp, endless, eternal. And right now, they're watching me. "Well, well," he murmurs, and it's worse like this, hearing his voice in a man's mouth, still deep, still velvet over stone, but smoother, like something dangerous pretending to be gentle. Tell me, heiress. My name purrs from his lips like a lover's secret. What else can you do besides sing? My throat's too dry. My heart tries to climb out of my chest. Thud, 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 like a trapped animal. I force myself to breathe, to move, to not run. I can survive, I say, voice flat as stone. That's what I do. His smile widens, sharp. Too many teeth even now. A useful skill. For some of us, it's the only one that matters. That earns me a laugh, loud and rich, echoing off the cave walls like music, the kind that makes your bones feel hollow. He steps closer, not threatening, not really, but every inch he takes feels like it stretches the space between us thinner, tighter. The air gets heavier, warmer. I feel sweat bead between my shoulder blades and trickle down the curve of my spine. His scent rolls over me, sulphur and smoke and something beneath it. Something bright, like the memory of fire on skin, like the promise of danger in a velvet box. I don't move. I won't move. His arm lifts, slow, deliberate. He offers it to me. Not like a prince in some fairy tale, like a test. His fingers are long, elegant, tipped in just a hint of claw. His skin glows faintly beneath the surface, veins pulsing with ember light. Come, he says. Not a command. An invitation. I stare at it, at him. I don't take it. But I don't step back either.
Chapter 3. Agrinox. She walks like she's afraid to breathe too loud. Not like a captive. Not anymore. That's long gone. No. She paces my lair like a wild creature half convinced she's dreaming and doesn't want to wake up just yet. Her bare feet make no sound on the polished obsidian, and every flicker of torchlight dances on her skin like the cave itself wants to worship her. I stay back, seated atop the rise of my throne. If you could call a pile of blackened bones, molten rock, and stolen silks a throne. My arms drape over the edge like a lion at rest. Watching. Always watching. She doesn't know what to make of it. Of me. And I like that. Her fingers trace the edge of an ancient war banner, half burned but still stitched with the silver insignia of the old kings. The silk whispers under her touch. Then she moves to the next shelf. Then the next. Eyes drinking in every shape and shine, every relic, every stolen truth. I hoard more than gold. Much more. Bone-carved flutes from the singing plains. Chalices from the drowned palaces of Vorin. A harp so finely crafted its strings are spun from moon hair, and each note it plays tells a secret. It sits silent now, half buried under a cloak of stardust velvet. But her fingers pause there, just long enough for me to see the chill shiver through her shoulders when they touch the wood. You can play it, I say, voice low. She startles just a flicker, then lifts her chin like she meant to flinch. Does it bite? Only the player, I say with a slow grin. She doesn't touch it again. Not yet. Instead, she finds the orb. A small thing nestled in a glass bowl like it's forgotten. The size of a plum, milky and dull. Until she picks it up. It hums. Just a breath of music. So faint you'd think you imagined it. Then it glows. Pale blue. The color of true starlight. Of power untouched by time. Her eyes widen. Starlight orb, I say. She looks at me. Real? I nod. Caught it myself. Held it in my claws while the sky bled. She doesn't laugh. Doesn't call me a liar. Just looks down at the light in her hands and turns it slowly, watching the glow shift like a living thing. And that's when I offer it. Wine? I lift the decanter from the crystal pedestal beside me. The bottle glows faintly, deep red with a shimmer of something darker at the bottom. She eyes it like it's poison. No, thanks. I arch a brow. Scared? I've seen what men pour in wine cups. I'm no man. She hesitates, and then she shrugs. Still no. I chuckle. Fair. I pour myself a glass instead. The scent hits the air. Berries, iron, something like lightning trapped in liquid. I sip. Watch her. Wait. You could have all this, you know, I murmur. The harp. The orb. The velvet throne. The power to command armies. I could give it to you. She turns back toward me slowly. Why would you? Because you're interesting, I say honestly. Because you didn't beg. Because when you sang, the cave listened. She folds her arms. The thin slip of silk shifts again. I wonder if she notices how my eyes track the movement. And what would I owe you for it? She asks. Everything, I say with a grin. She smiles, just barely. Of course. I set the wine down. You could rule cities, heiress, I say. Not just live in them. Not just survive. You could command kings, break lords, have temples raised in your name. Her eyes flash. Not with greed. With grief. I don't want cities, she says, voice tight. What do you want? She doesn't answer right away. She sets the orb back in its bowl. Let her hands fall to her sides. Turns toward the cave mouth. Toward the long tunnel of dark and heat and sulfur that leads back to the world. I want my home back. That's it. Just 4 words. But they carve something sharp and unfamiliar into my chest. A sensation I haven't felt in gods, centuries, millennia. It's not rage, not hunger, it hurts. I feel something twist in my ancient chest. Sing for me. The words tumble from my mouth before I think them through. They land in the space between us like hot coals, daring her to pick them up. Eris turns, brows raised, lips twitching like she might laugh. You want another performance? I want truth, I say. And your songs carry more of it than most men's tongues ever dared. That makes her blink. Just once. Then she sighs, a breath long and bone deep, and turns back toward the vault. Her hand brushes the air like she's testing it, tasting the sound before it's born. And then she sings. No harp, no echo from temple walls, just her voice, rich and low, winding its way through the cavern like smoke. It's not a lullaby this time, not a prayer. This one is darker, thicker. It snakes around the ribs of the room and presses into the cracks of my hoard like molten gold hunting for weakness. It's her. The sound of Eris, full of bite and sorrow. The kind of melody that knows death by name and dares it to dance. Her voice paints stories, ones I never lived, but suddenly feel. A brother's betrayal, a lover's lie. Fire in the fields and ash on the wind. Her voice makes ghosts out of memories I never had. My breath hitches. I don't breathe often. Don't need to. But now I do. I close my eyes. Let it in. Let her pull me under. The world fades. The walls, the gold, the throne beneath me. All gone. All that remains is sound. Her voice spinning around my spine, licking up my throat like heat rising from the pit. I feel it under my scales. In the marrow of bones long thought dead to wonder. She threads her pain through every note, and for a moment it's mine. And then silence, not the cold kind, the reverent kind. The stillness so thick, even the air holds its breath. I open my eyes. She's watching me, waiting, and laugh. It escapes from my chest like a growl tamed into something softer. Not gentle, never gentle, but warm. You have bewitched me, Eris, I say, voice hoarse. She rolls her eyes. You're a dragon. You don't get bewitched. Oh, but I do, I murmur, leaning forward, close enough to catch the scent of her. Not just the oils they smeared on her like some cheap ritual. No, her. Salt and wild flowers, sweat and starlight. She smells like a secret worth stealing. She holds still. Her chin stays high, but her shoulders twitch. Not from fear, from confusion. Good. I reach out, let my fingers hover near her jaw, not touching, just close enough to feel her warmth leach into me. And that's when she turns away, like a wind shift, like a door slammed in your face. She moves with a suddenness that makes my hand fall uselessly to my side, the ghost of her heat vanishing into air. You want to eat me, remember? The bite in her voice is back. A wall thrown up fast and high. I smile. I may want something else now. She curls up near the fire pool like it belongs to her. That molten lakes claim the bones of kings, the shattered remains of slayers, the armor of paladins dumb enough to think they were destined. I've watched the surface crack open to swallow the screams of the dying more times than I can count, and now it reflects her skin like it's in love with her. Eris lies on a pile of silks, tucked into the curve of obsidian like a kitten in a lion's den. Her arms are folded beneath her cheek, legs drawn in, the hem of that pitiful excuse for a garment riding up her thigh. Her eyes are closed, but not all the way. I can tell. She's listening, always listening, just like I am. I don't sleep. Not when she's here. Not when this feeling's chewing a hole through the inside of me, like acid. I stretch out on the other side of the chamber, half-shadowed beneath the jutting overhang of my treasure mound, head propped on one arm. My wings are tucked tight, my claws drumming absently against a blackened crown that once belonged to some warlord whose name escapes me. I stare into the fire pool. The heat doesn't touch me. I am heat. But something about the way the flames move tonight. It's too familiar. Too soft. I could kill her. Just like that. Snap of my fingers, flick of my claw. Breathe in, breathe out, gone. I've done worse. Done it for less. But I don't. I watch her. I imagine the heat from the pool rising up her spine, curling over her like a lover's breath. I imagine her lips parting, not from fear, not from pain, but pleasure. I imagine the silk sliding down her shoulder and my name in her mouth, whispered like a sin she wants to get caught saying. I growl. Quiet, low, just enough to shake the gold coins under my elbow. This is not what dragons do. We hoard. We consume. We burn. We don't want. Not like this, not to keep. It's the curve of her throat when she tilts her head in defiance. It's the grit in her voice when she tells me no. It's the song still echoing in the marrow of my bones, making me feel like I'm not alone in this wretched eternal existence. I close my eyes. Try to shake it loose. I see her anyway. Not as prey, not as tribute, but beside me, standing tall, strong, wearing the crown I burned off a tyrant's skull a century ago, laughing at me, loving me. I snarl. The sound bounces off the walls and she stirs. Her body shifts in the silks. One eye opens. She looks at me across the fire, across the cave. Her mouth opens, but she doesn't speak, doesn't ask. Smart girl. She just watches me, long enough to make my blood thrum hot again, and then closes her eyes like none of it happened. I turn back toward the fire, breathe deep, let the scent of ash and silk and woman settle over me like a curse. This is dangerous.
Chapter 4. Eris. I dream of fire, not warmth, not comfort. Teeth. Jaws big enough to blot out the sky. Heat peeling the skin from my bones. My screams swallowed whole by a throat lined in obsidian fangs. There's no end to it, this dream. Just falling and fire and the crack of bone under pressure. I wake. No screaming. Just breath. Short, sharp, trembling through my chest like a leaf in the wind. Still in the dragon's lair. The fire pool crackles quietly nearby, its molten surface undisturbed. My skin prickles from the ambient heat, beads of sweat clinging to my neck and underarms. The silks have tangled around my legs again. I kick them off, sitting up with a grunt. He's not looming, but he's watching, always watching. Perched halfway up the slope of his treasure mound, body relaxed like he's half asleep, wings tucked, chin resting on one scaled hand. But his eyes, they're open, slitted gold, still, focused. I stretch, slow and deliberate, just to prove I'm not rattled. He doesn't blink. You sleep like a thunderbird in winter, I mutter, rising to my feet. He doesn't answer. Fine, I don't need permission. The deeper parts of his lair are a labyrinth of bone-white stone and obsidian, curving archways and vaults carved by claw and molten breath. The deeper I go, the more surreal it feels, like stepping into a tomb carved for gods. There's more than gold here. So much more. Tomes stacked in crumbling towers, weapons mounted on the walls, some rusted, others humming with magic I don't recognize. Portraits whose eyes follow me even when I walk fast. A crown made of living fire suspended in a glass box that hisses when I pass. I find the scroll by accident, buried beneath a pile of old shields and velvet bags, half unfurled like it's trying to breathe after centuries of suffocation. My fingers brush the edge and the air shivers. A crackle snaps up my spine, makes the hairs on my arms stand up. Symbols glow across the parchment, ink that wasn't there before. Letters I almost know. Elvish, old Elvish, the kind you don't speak aloud unless you're ready to bargain with something bigger than you. I lean closer, the tips of my fingers tingling. Careful, he growls. I jump, didn't even hear him move. He stands at the edge of the vault, wings half flared behind him, shadow swallowing the light. His eyes catch the glow of the scroll and reflect it back twice as bright. Some of these things bite back. I've been bit before, I say, voice sharper than I intend. I roll up the scroll with slow, steady hands. The magic recedes like breath through clenched teeth. I set it back down gently. He steps closer. Just one pace, just enough to remind me what size means in this place. I meet his gaze. I bite too, I say flatly. He grins, that slow, wicked, fire-in-his-blood kind of grin, like he hopes I mean it. I cross my arms over my chest, tilting my chin up to look at him full on. The flicker of firelight dances across his cheekbones, catching the strange gold in his eyes. His smile hasn't shifted, not really, but something behind it has. He's waiting. Maybe for me to run. Maybe for me to drop to my knees. Maybe to plead, finally, like every other poor soul ever dropped at his feet. He's going to be waiting a while. Why am I still here? I ask. He doesn't blink. Because you've nowhere else to go. Don't lie! His brow arches, only slightly, but I see the shift in his posture. He straightens just a fraction, his wings flicking slightly behind him. Not quite a threat, but definitely a reaction. You think I'm lying? He asks, voice velvet-wrapped steel. I think you've got a dozen reasons to snap me up and none to spare me. My voice tightens with every word. You had your deal. The sacrifice, the blood, the screams, all those people, gone. And now I'm here, breathing your air, poking around your treasures like some stray cat in a lion's den. He takes a step closer. The air grows thick again, rich with smoke, and something deeper, something primal that prickles across my skin. I haven't killed you, he says. Isn't that answer enough? No, I snap. It's not. You don't keep someone alive just for the hell of it. Not you. So tell me what you want. Why am I still alive? His jaw clenches for just a heartbeat. Then he exhales slow, like a forge letting out a low sigh. I don't know. I blink. That's not what I expected. He doesn't look away. If anything, he's more focused now, his gaze drilling through me like he's trying to carve out an answer from my insides. I've consumed empires, Eris. Watched continents split beneath my shadow. I've cracked the skulls of gods and fed on the marrow. I've made monsters kneel and eaten them afterward. His voice doesn't raise, but it gets sharper, like each word is a dagger etched with names I'll never know. I've seen this world crumble and rebuild and fall again. And for the first time in 1,000 years, I find myself watching a single human instead of waiting for her to die. My throat tightens. Not fear this time, not exactly, but something else. Why? I ask. He circles me now, slow, deliberate, every footstep a quiet thud that echoes in my chest more than the cave. Because you haven't flattered me, he says. You haven't grovelled. You haven't sobbed or promised to make me king of the gods. That's a low bar, I murmur. He chuckles, but there's no real humour in it. You interest me, he says. And when you sang, it wasn't just noise. It was defiance. It was pain. You threw your grief at the mountain and dared it to echo back. I can't meet his eyes. Not because I'm afraid. No, I've faced worse. But because part of me wants to believe him. And that might be more dangerous than anything else. Because I haven't tried to flatter you, I repeat. No, he says, voice lower now, almost a whisper. Because you haven't begged. The words hang in the air, heavier than the sulphur and the heat. He stops in front of me. His hand lifts again, not touching, never quite touching, but close. Close enough to feel the shimmer of magic that dances across his skin like heat lightning. His breath ghosts across my collarbone. It doesn't scald this time. It's warm, heavy. There's heat in your words, I say, barely audible. And not the kind that burns, he replies. He's circling me. But I know myself well enough to see what's happening. I'm circling back. We eat in the shadow of the fire pool, its golden light painting everything in molten strokes. There's no ceremony, no plates, no polished silver. Just a smooth slab of obsidian between us and the food, spread out like an offering on satin cloth. I insisted on fruit. He offered boar, roast, meat that still steamed with blood and bone, but I shook my head until he gave in with a snort, like I'd asked him to fetch the moon. He vanished into the dark, muttering about how foolish mortals chew leaves like goats. But when he returned, the fruit was perfect. Pale slices of honey apple, dark, juicy stone fruit that stains my fingertips red. Thin curls of melon, cool against the heat. I eat slowly, letting the sweetness melt over my tongue, savouring the way something simple can still exist in a world where monsters laugh and gods bleed. He watches me eat like it's a performance. I try not to let it get to me, but every now and then I catch the flick of his gaze, the way his eyes follow my hand to my mouth. It's not hunger, not the kind I fear. It's worse. It's interest. So, I say between bites, keeping my voice light, all this treasure. Is it just decoration? He blinks, caught off guard. It's my hoard. I gathered that, I reply. But why? What's the point of keeping things you never use? He tilts his head, wings twitching faintly behind him. They are mine. That doesn't answer the question. He leans back, studying me like I'm some puzzle box that refuses to open. Dragons collect. It's in our nature. Uh-huh. And is loneliness in your nature too? The silence that follows could crush cities. He doesn't move. For a heartbeat, I wonder if I've gone too far. If maybe teasing a creature who can incinerate me for a stray thought is exactly the kind of dumb thing I should have outgrown by now. No, he says. Just that. One word. Quiet. It lingers, heavy as the cavern air. I nod, wiping juice from my chin with the back of my hand. Didn't think so. We sit there for a while, not speaking. The fire pool cracks now and then. Somewhere deeper in the lair, something groans, stone shifting, or maybe the weight of centuries settling. The fruit between us dwindles. He doesn't touch it, of course. He just sits, elbows on his knees, watching me like I've got some answer he hasn't figured out how to ask for yet. You're alone, I say softly, because you want to be. Or because you told yourself long enough that you should be. His jaw tightens, but he doesn't argue. Dragons don't need anyone, he mutters, almost absently. I meet his gaze across the firelight. Yeah, sure, and we both know it's a lie. Later, when I retreat to my corner of the lair, curling up on those silk throws that still smell like dragon musk and scorched dust, I let the quiet wrap around me. I hum a little, not the whole song, just a scrap, a thread of melody no louder than breath. He disappears deeper into the cave, toward the vault I haven't seen, the one behind the carved obsidian arch he never lets me near. But even as his shadow vanishes into the dark, I feel him hesitate. Listening. Later still, when I lie half asleep, eyes closed and thoughts spinning, I know he's back there, somewhere in the black, tucked away among his memories and his gold. And I know he hears it. The song. The sound of me. Am I really in his head?
Chapter 5. Agronox. My dream isn't screaming. It's quiet. Soft but relentless. In it, she's glowing. Just light. Wrapped in gold and firelight, wearing my power like a second skin. Stolen embers drape her shoulders and blaze in her eyes. The world around us folds, molten and bright, humming with something ancient and dangerous. Then I wake. The memory hits me like a hammer shattering obsidian. I'm in my lair. Scales bristle. Heat pulses under my skin. My entire body aches with longing and fury. I sit up, muscles bunching, wings twitching like caged frost. Anger rises first, at myself for dreaming something so human, so foolish. At her, for being the cause. At how fast she's burrowed into the dark of my ancient heart. I rise, heft my massive wings, and step past the piles of gold and relics that still feel hollow without her presence to ground them. I burst out of the tunnel's mouth and vault into the sky. Night clouds shriek beneath me. The scent of ash from the village burns in the air, choking and raw. I fly, far, over ruined fields, blasted walls, rivers scarred from war. I need distance until the ache dulls. Out here, the world is quiet, broken, beautiful. I roar into the wind as if it can rip this longing out of my chest. Instead, it settles deeper. Hours pass. When I finally descend, the cave feels wrong. It's too still. No firelight flickers at the entrance, no echoes of her soft breathing drifting through tunnels. I step inside. The air is cold, sterile. The scent of ash still lingers, but the warmth of her skin is gone. I call out, "Eris!" Nothing answers. I tread deeper, claws scraping stone. Not a single book falls from a shelf. Not one gold coin rattles in its pile. Silence is full, heavy, as if the cave itself is holding its breath. I reach the chamber where she slept. Empty. Silks lie crumpled, stained with the scent of perfumed sweat and warmth. I pick up the edge of her cot and inhale deep. She doesn't belong to me the way possessions belong to me. She belongs to something stronger. I close my eyes, taste the memory of her on my tongue. A soft hum, just a thread, a lullaby. She's not here, I tell myself. Yet the cave sings her. Then I move faster. Panic rises before I can stop it, flaring like fire in my chest, raw and bitter. Then I crush it. I'm a dragon. I don't panic. I burn. I break. I destroy. No one takes from me. Not treasure. Not breath. Not her. The corridors feel narrower as I move, shadows clinging to the edges of my vision. I stalk through the stone like a storm, tail lashing, claws grinding against the floor. I smell for her, listen for breath, heartbeats, the rustle of silk. The firepool chamber is empty, the library undisturbed. Then I feel it, faint, but there. A pulse of magic. A memory stirred. The crystal. I storm toward the vault at the very end, where even time forgets to pass. The air grows colder the deeper I go. Older. Like walking through the spine of a sleeping god. And then I see her, bathed in the soft glow of the memory pool. Her fingers brush the light suspended in the crystal dome, where shifting images dance across curved glass, half-forgotten echoes of Protheka's past. Her face hovers in the glow, soft, wistful, wounded. She watches a vision, her family, I realize, her village. Faces flickering across the crystal like shadows in water. An old woman's laugh, a child chasing a chicken, a man hammering metal under a wooden awning. Her people, her home. The look on her face, twisted in longing, in pain, it cuts deeper than any blade. That, I growl, voice low and hard, is not for you. She doesn't flinch. She doesn't even look at me at first. Just keeps her palm pressed to the glass, the light painting her eyes silver blue. I needed to remember who I am, she says finally. I take a step forward, the floor trembling beneath my weight. And who is that? Her hand drops from the crystal. She turns slowly. The light clings to her like moonlight on snow. Her voice is quiet but steady as a blade drawn in the dark. Someone who doesn't belong in chains. Her eyes meet mine, even golden ones. I advance toward her slowly, deliberately, as though the shadows themselves have slowed my pace, hesitant to disturb what's unfolding between us. Each step echoes in the cavern, a low drum undercut by the faint hiss of molten rock and breathing stone. The crystal memory pool casts ghostly light, illuminating edges of my scales, flickering gold in the grooves of armor that's centuries old. Her silhouette remains framed in that glow, defiant, steady, unafraid. Then make a better bargain, I murmur, my voice heavy with ash and time, even though it sounds like a growl. Convince me you're more useful alive than dead. She doesn't sputter or shrink. She doesn't even blink. Instead, she raises her chin higher, with more dignity than most would have at the edge of a spear. In the wavering light, I see a flash of something I didn't expect. Pride. And it stabs harder than any blade. I already have, she replies, her voice steady and quiet, but ringing sharp as a lance through the hush of my lair. I pause, breath suspended. Her words echo in the chamber like a ripple across stone. Nearby, the crystal pulse still hums, as if confirming her claim. The moment stretches out, thick, electric, and alive. And I feel the weight of every gold coin, every relic, every fragment of all the centuries I've hoarded swirl in the silence. So you think so? I ask at last, voice softer, almost contemplative, but still edged with curiosity and something dangerous. Flames skitter in my chest as I circle her slowly. One step, then another, leaning in close enough that I could feel the tremor of her breath on my lips. Yet I keep my face relaxed as though we're merely discussing the weather instead of the truth of my immortality. She lifts her hand as if prolonging the moment. There's a suspended beat before she extends her fingers, and I feel the air pulse between us. Her skin is barely cool against mine, a stark contrast to the heat that coils in the space between. And then she touches me, right here over what passes for my heart, that ancient knot I thought long hardened. Pain, yes, but not the white-hot tear of injury. Instead, it's a sweet ache, slow and burning, like lighting kindling under rain. It's a reminder I'm not just flesh and fire. I'm something more when she's near. I can't even swallow past the rising heat in my throat. My claws tense against stone. Reflex, I grip her wrist, tight enough to outmatch human strength, enough to split bone if I wanted. But I don't. Instead, I let her hand rest there, feeling the echo of her warmth trail through my darkness. Silence reigns. The only sound is the distant drip of water and the low rumble of heat shifting through stone. She doesn't flinch, doesn't steal away. She just locks her gaze with mine, fierce and radiant. I release her wrist abruptly. Her hand drops to her side. I step back, shoulders braced, breathing hard. My chest aches with a force I'm unaccustomed to, like centuries of solitude are suddenly layered over me, fragile as dust. That ache feels both mine and hers. I spin. My wings unfurl, catching shards of light, stirring the stagnation in the cavern. My talons sink into the rock beneath me. My muzzle rises. I taste ash and longing on my tongue, but hold on to it. Words crash out then, rough and ragged. Soon, I murmur under my breath, but loud enough that the echo craters the silence between us. You'll understand. Uncertainty wraps around the words like smoke. Even I don't know if it's a promise or a threat. My throat tightens at the thought. I turn fully away, hiding the flicker of doubt in my eyes behind my back turn. As I walk further into the shadows, the torchlight dims, and the world narrows to her scent and the memory of her touch. But the echo of her presence remains, embedded in the stone, in the air, in the quiet marrow of my bones. And something deep in me knows, this changes everything. This is dangerous. Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too.
Chapter 6. Heiress. I wake shivering, as though the cave itself is exhaling cold ash through my bones. The silks are a whisper over my skin, damp with the residue of dreams, smoke and heat and whispered warnings. Outside, the lair's heat soaks into me like a pulse waking up ancient wounds. Morning light, filtered through cracks in obsidian, glints faintly across the flicker of the fire pool. Its dance doesn't touch me, but warms the silk against my neck, reminding me I'm still mad enough to stay. Leverage. I stitch the word into every breath I take. If I'm going to survive this, I need something more than a story. I need a key. Dinner happens as soot-laced hunger rumbles in my belly. He summons food. Again I ask for fruit. The sharp pop of red grapes under my teeth echoes louder than arrowheads. I spread slices of pear across the table and breathe in the cool sweetness as the juices flood into my mouth. Mint leaves, dark and fresh, dissolve in the corners of my lips, bright relief against the stench of sulphur that hangs in the air. He watches, doesn't move a finger toward the food, just watches, gold eyes glowing as though they're trying to read the curves of my spine instead of the text behind them. Why help Mike Rizzo? I ask. My voice is soft, trying to sound curious, not demanding, but I feel the walls strain under the weight of the question. Steel flash thoughts pass behind his eyes, like embers igniting across dry tinder. Because I wanted to. I pause, heart thudding. That line, sharp and raw, drills into a crevice in my chest. I tilt a pear slice from my lap into my mouth and let the juice flood my senses again. It's warmer than the air around me. He's not attending, but everything about his posture, leaning back, turning his head, says he heard me. How very blunt of you, I say. He sounds amused. I'd rather be blunt than polite in a world that whispers only lies. All the information I've gathered rests in the back of my throat. I let it soften. He's predictable. Patterns carved deeper than obsidian lines. I've traced them already. The length of his silences, the growl before dawn. He loves stories, hoards secrets like the way mortals hoard gold and dark elves. Worse. I pay attention to my surroundings today, to the vault. When the meal is over, I slip away. My bare feet scuff softly on stone that's smooth from centuries of dragon presence. I weave through towers of relics, goblets shaped like wolf jaws, scrolls bound in bone linen, and a helm that seems to absorb light, not reflect it. I trail my hands across metal cast with impossible runes, rough against my palms, etched with scars of battle and sorcery I only half understand. I come to a weathered harp, laced with starlight filigree, and trace the strings. The faint hum ticks under my fingertips like sound waiting to be born again. And I wonder how many have strummed these notes before me and asked the same questions. My heartbeat drags toward dread as I wander deeper into the vault. Then I pause before a wall, whole and glassy, with handles carved from bone and gold. Horn and ivory whirl in shapes that tell stories I can't read but feel. Victory, betrayal, grief that rivals deserts. I reach out and press my fingers into the carvings, cold and aching, like touching memory. I wonder if these handles ever held a mortal's hand, trembling with hope or fear or both. It's then he appears behind me. I start, heart in my throat, breath caught in a swing of stone. Curious, he remarks, voice low and thoughtful, not mocking. I don't turn. I don't answer. Silence stretches until it cracks again. Tell me something, he says. Why did you ask that question earlier? About the villagers? I don't move a muscle. I'm asking. I turn then. His silhouette looms, tall and dark. He smells like smoke and timeless hunger. You don't just gather relics to decorate, I say. The words are smooth, but the truth behind them burns. You collect them to stay tethered to something no one can take. But I bought a tether once, gave it away and lost it. He waits. I want to know if you're anything like me. He doesn't answer. His gaze studies me like I'm a map carved from nightmares and memories. Not prey, but puzzle. Slowly he nods. Am I going home someday? I demand. He doesn't smile. I should hope so, he says finally. But the answer ignites something in me I didn't expect. Hope. Twist of betrayal and desire. I smell rain outside, he murmurs, motioning toward the mouth of the cave. I taste rain in my mouth before I realise. There's thunder. Rolling low like something ancient digging its claws into the earth. I breathe in that scent. Damp moss and petrichor. Promise and peril. I look back at him. With that smell, I say, you're going to test me tonight, aren't you? He studies me in the flicker of torchlight and leans back with a tight, amused curve of his lips. Of course. Night is coming, and I need leverage. Even the stone feels different now. It quivers with the echo of legends, shuddering when I step too close, as if aware of how tiny and fragile I am under its weight. My skin itches with the sense that I've wandered too far into a world built for gods and monsters. I wrap my arms around myself, pressing the silken cloth into my chest to steady the tremor I can't quite trust. Across the firelight he stands, massive silhouette folded into the shadows, wings draped like regret, the hum of ancient power humming in his bones. I let my courage gather. How do you sleep at night? My voice feels small, brittle, but it echoes between us. He tilts his head so slowly it's like watching a planet shift. His reply comes flat, fearless, because they deserved to die. There's a lull in the flames' crackle, like the world is catching its breath. I swallow, sensing the corners of this question could leave me flat, but I press on. Did you enjoy it? He doesn't flinch, only his exhale makes the flame stutter. Of course. The words rumble from the depths of him. The admission drapes over us like a funeral shroud. Then his voice softens, fractures into something haunted. But not all deserved it. My heart catches in a sudden, panicked flip. The world seems steep and endless from the pit of my chest. My voice drags free. Like who? He turns away first, wings stirring as dust lifts from torchlight. I take a step toward him, drawn by that rare crack in his armour. Like who? He breathes in cold lungfuls of lava-scented air. The heat comes in waves off him, pushing against the cave's dark corners. His voice is dusk and regret. A dark elf, young, barely a blade against those bastards. He died protecting a human child. The fire flickers along his scales. I watch the gold in his eyes dim, like candlelight fighting the wind. My throat muscles knot. So, I say, voice tiny, you feel something. Remorse. A flicker passes across him, like guilt etched behind a dark mask. He doesn't lower himself to concede, not fully. I feel fire, he murmurs, back turned. The words break into the silence, red hot and dangerous. Sometimes it burns inward. I didn't know dragons could understand regret. Heat blooms in my chest. Not fear, not desire, but something harder to name. Compassion, terror, all of it folded tight into the curve of this revelation. The cave seems to lean closer, listening. I pull a slow breath. The scent of roasted pears lingers still, sweet with ruin. The mint's last whisper is on my tongue. I can't say I understand your fire, I say softly, but I know what it is to be broken so badly that everything inside burns. He makes a noise at the back of his throat. Acknowledgement, sympathy. We stand there, two souls cut by blades no mortal could claim. Then the cave breathes, drip, crackle, hush. He moves in a way that bruises the dark. Something tinkles at his belt as he rocks onto his haunches. His hand appears, glowing faintly around something small. I blink. He holds out a ring. It nestles in his claws, humming with a pulse I can feel in my own bones. Warm, then sharp, like lightning coiling upward. Wear this, he says, voice steady. It will keep others away. His words hover between us, rich with magic. I stare at the ring. Jewels bloom like frozen tears in pale moonlight. It's elegant, terrifying. From hurting me? I ask, as twisted relief curls inside me. He leans closer, and I taste iron on his breath, the scent of centuries bound in promise. From taking what's mine. His gaze, uncharted and raw, catches mine. The promise isn't just protection, it's ownership. And maybe something more. My fingers shake as they close around the ring. The hum grows so loud, I think it might drown out my heart. He steps back into the shadows, silent as shifting stone. I press the ring to my lips. Later, when the flame pool's embers glow spent and the caverns fall silent, I slip away. I find myself drawn to the heat vent, the one I drifted toward last night, tangled in silks and smoke, thinking sleep might absolve the ache in my bones. Now, I stretch out on the hot stone, the heat seeping deep into every muscle, easing the tremor of my breath. The ring warms against my fingers. I roll it between my thumb and forefinger, the hums beneath its surface pulsing slow against my skin. Orange and gold light pools inside me, seas of power softened by silver promise. I trace the pattern of the gemstone cutouts, tiny wings etched into the metal by hands long gone. I could run. My stomach clenches at the thought. I remember the feel of the wind beneath my arms when I fled the gallows pits, the wet weight of my boots in cold earth as I raced away from burning brimstone bone. I could still kill him. Stark memory. The flash of flame across sharp scales, the twist of heat in his belly when he roared, too close to thunder. I could raise my sword and watch the silks go silent. I could plunge it deep, shatter scales and dreams in one movement. But what gnaws at me most isn't fear. It's the realization that I might not want to anymore. That thought unsettles me worse than blood. I draw in a breath, inhaling the scent of baked stone and the faint pulse of dragon magic. My chest aches with it. Hope, longing, confusion. I close my eyes, and I dream. I don't dream of running. I don't dream of escape. I dream of wings. Not the weightless kind of birds. Night sky-wide, shadow-splitting wings. I see myself lifted by them. Feel the hum beneath my palms. The power in my bones stretching, unfurling. I cross my fingers through the ring. When I open my eyes again, the ring gleams like a heartbeat in the dark. Maybe I'm not running away anymore. I'm learning to fly.
Chapter 7. Agranox. I smell them before I see them. Damp fur, scorched straw, human sweat so raw it stings my nostrils. I'm perched on a ledge carved deep into the mountain, one that overlooks the valley and the shattered remains of the village she calls home. My body is coiled in darkness, flowing black heat beneath the stone ceiling. The world is calm. Too calm. Until the sound of soft voices breaks the silence. "Eris!" comes a cry, thin and trembling. The voices multiply. Footsteps, ragged and desperate, sobbing, hopeful, frightened. I tilt my head. Below, at the edge of my lair, a ragtag line of humans stumbles forward, eyes wide with fear, arms trembling, clutching each other like driftwood. The first among them, a woman with silver-streaked hair I recognize, her mother. Behind her stands a man who's limped through half the continent to reach safety, her father. Each of them is ghosts made flesh, drawn by some tether fear couldn't break. I study them from the shadows, breath still. The air clings to my scales, smoky and tense. "Eris!" The name fractures the wind. It slices through my core. I expected silence. I expected her to remain distant, focused on survival. The logic makes sense. She was free to ignore them. But my assumptions collapse at the sight of her parents poised in terror. More voices join in. A child's voice, giddy with fright. A man begging. But the wind steals the words before they land in my ears. I watch, hidden, as she appears at the cavern's mouth. Soot-streaked and wet-eyed, her silhouette is a fractured candle fighting to hold its flame. She stands mid-step for a heartbeat, hesitation carved into every tense line of her body. "Witness this once," I murmur into the dark, voice brittle. "Dragons don't watch. We wait. We claim." Something in me wants to pull her back, to roar that she must not go, to reclaim the ache in my chest as reason. But then she runs, across stone toward desperate arms, her voice unchained. "Mother! Father!" Her feet skid and slip, silvering with ash. Her voice trembles. The sound booms off walls, rough as wind through ridges. The air between us shards like a broken mirror. I step forward, knee-deep in shadow that shivers along with my pulse. And I let her go. She reaches them, and at that moment the entire cavern tilts. The fire pool's glow quakes. My wings hum against the walls, restless. The taste of ash and regret and longing. Her father grabs her. Her mother falls to trembling knees. Among them, a child hides under skirts and watches her sacredness come home. The human group huddles, fatigued but elated. She is alive, she answered. I step back into deeper dark and exhale heat without regret. A soft rumble in my chest sounds like grief or triumph. Sometimes I can't tell which. I don't move to follow them, because the fissure between us is still too wide. Tonight, I don't insist she remain. Sometimes letting go is the only way to keep what matters. I vanish into the shadows. I shouldn't care. And yet here I am, watching from the gloom, coiled in stone shadow and smoke, my belly cold despite the fire roiling deep inside. She's out there, wrapped in trembling arms and tear-wet kisses, her voice tangled in laughter and sobs. Her mother presses her face into Eris's neck, murmuring something too low for even my ears to catch. Her father, gaunt and lined with grief, cups her cheeks in both hands, reverent as if she's spun of myth and miracle, and I do not belong in that moment. I step forward anyway. The air changes when I do. Tension ripples outward like dropped stones in still water. Her mother clutches her tighter, shielding her as if I'm death incarnate. The father steps forward, limping with defiance, rusted spear clutched in his brittle fists. He raises it. The point glints dull bronze in the firelight. I tilt my head, amused and just a little insulted. You threaten me with that? My voice cracks across the cliffside, smoke curling from between my teeth. I should burn you where you stand. The spear waver. His eyes don't. I don't unleash flame. The threat hangs, impotent and hollow, stretched thin by something I hate, something dangerously close to restraint. That's when she speaks. Her voice slices clean through the heat. Don't. Just one word, soft but heavy. She steps between us, palms up. Her body is a line in the sand, and I, creature of cataclysm, fire and fury, I pause at that line. They saved me once, she adds, more gently now, looking not at them but at me. Once. That word, once, carries more weight than any insult. It wraps its fingers around my heart and squeezes. Once. Not always. Just once. And yet it is enough. Her father lowers the spear slowly, mistrust thick in his every breath. Her mother watches me like I'm a storm she thought had passed. I fold my arms across my chest and inhale. Your kind has strange notions of gratitude. We have strong notions of survival, her father answers, voice hoarse. Cute, I murmur. She steps closer to me now, brushing ash from her tunic, eyes steady. They came to help me, despite everything. And now you're helping them. I don't mean for it to sound accusing, but it tastes bitter on my tongue. She doesn't flinch. I'm helping myself. Her honesty cuts sharper than my claws. I glance at the old man's spear, still gripped white knuckle. If he lifts that again, I will respond in kind. I believe you, she says, then glances at her father. But he won't. Will you? He shakes his head slowly. If she says not to, I don't. I huff smoke. The tension breaks like cracked stone. I turn back to the dark, the heat of her family's hatred still clinging to my skin like soot. And yet, I don't leave. Not yet. The old man's voice trembles as he speaks. Lord Kudu, he came riding in on beasts with blades for faces. Took the square. Took people. Said blood will balance blood. His words hit like acid on my tongue. I curl my tail tighter around the stone perch, claws digging into ancient basalt. The scent of fear, sweat, and regret rises off the humans like mist, fouling the air I breathe. Eris stiffens beside me. Who? Her voice slices through the cold mountain wind. Your friends, her mother whispers. Kina. Roan. The miller's boy. They... Why them? Her voice cracks on the end. They fought back when the soldiers came. Her father drops his gaze. Kudu said he'll hang them at dawn. Said if the dragon's favor can't be bought, then let his people watch the price of rebellion. A silence stretches out, brittle as old bone. Eris turns to me slowly, eyes shining like fire-caught quartz. She doesn't beg. She doesn't plead. She looks, and I feel it again. That pulse, that low, rumbling thrum in my chest. It's not rage. Rage, I know. Rage is old and familiar, worn like a second hide. This is older, wilder. Not destruction, but something obscene and golden. Hope. Let's kill a lord, I say, lips curling in a grin that flashes teeth and heat. But she doesn't return it. Not just kill. Her voice is low, fierce, steady. Save. That word hits harder than Kudu's cruelty ever could. Not burn. Not raise. Not punish. Save. I pace away from the group, mind blazing. The wind outside howls around the peak like it knows what's coming. I could say no. I could let the elves spill their pretty vengeance onto the ground and wash their hands in it. It's what they do. But she's still looking at me like I could be more. Like I should be more. I hate that it works. You realize what you're asking? I turn back to her. This isn't a raid. This isn't a tantrum with wings and teeth. This is a war. I'm not asking you to start one. She folds her arms. I'm asking you to stop one. Before it costs more lives. The humans stay silent, smart enough now to sense the heat building in the room. The pool at my back gurgles as magma shifts below the crust. Kudu will come for you after, I warn. He'll bring his army. His mages. His steel-toothed beasts. He'll burn this mountain to ash. Then we'll burn first, she says, stepping closer, before he can. That's the moment it happens. Something inside me twists. Not the old ache, not the hunger, but a shift like plates grinding beneath the earth. I realize I don't want the girl to die. I don't want her friends to die. And I don't want to fly alone anymore, gnawing on old regrets and scorched bones. I've eaten kings, I murmur. Slain gods. Shattered cities so wide their ruins made new nations. She raises a brow. And? I've never saved anyone. Her eyes don't leave mine. Then it's about time you did. I bark out a laugh, harsh and echoing. You're insufferable. You're combustible, she counters. We stand there, her fury and my fire colliding in the cold. I glance past her at the frightened cluster of villagers, still shaking, still watching me like I might rip the mountain apart. Maybe I will. But not tonight. Tonight I will do something else. I lift my arm, beckoning her forward. You'll need to fly. Unless you plan to run all the way to Kudu's gallows. She hesitates. Just a breath. Then nods and steps forward. She places her hand on mine. And in that moment, the lair doesn't feel quite so cold.
Chapter 8. Eris. I curl my fingers around the edge of the ring on my palm and hear it hum, a tiny heartbeat echoing magic, just enough to remind me I'm not alone. Agranox shifts beneath me, massive and alive and somehow more present than the world itself. I've never ridden anything like this, never wanted to until this moment. And now, as we launch into the sky, the ground falls away, and the wind roars in my ears so fierce it steals my breath entirely. The world blurs beneath us, a messy mix of charred fields, jagged rocks, and smouldering ruin. I clutch his scales so tight my fingernails dig into his hide, each ridge rough as grief, each groove slick with heat and memory. The air tastes of smoke and burning pine, sharp and horrible, yet also intoxicating. Half the sense changing your underwear every hour. I whisper into the gale, voice ragged. He grunts. His massive wings beat above me, slow, strong, primeval. Each flap buries us deeper in sky, pulling us toward the horizon where smoke and sunlight clash in molten colour. I wasn't prepared for the real deep dread that hits when I see the gallows before we dip. They stand like twisted sentinels against the dying light. A crude structure of charred wood, ropes stained dark, empty nooses swaying in the wind's taunt. Beneath, the crowd gathers. Villagers I recognise, trembling on splintered earth. I taste bile. Don't! Agranox rumbles softly beneath me, voice vibrating against bone. I grip harder, knuckles whitening. Go lower, I whisper as we dip toward the buildings. We strike first. The sight freezes my heart. Familiar faces from the village, their eyes wide with grief or terror or both. That boy who sold me bread with a crooked grin. The miller's wife, bent beneath ruin, clutching straw-stuffed sacks. All of them there, drawn into this cruel spectacle. I feel the wind behind my ribs, cold and ruthless. I pull myself upright on the dragon's spine, the leather straps cutting into my thighs even through silk. I breathe out, hate, hope, fear, resolution converging in a single ragged breath. Listen, I shout to him. My voice is swallowed by gale, but my words feel crucible hot. We steal them back, tonight. A low rumble shakes beneath us. A formidable plan, he says. But formidability is wet forest moss if you sleep on it. I smirk despite the black stone in my stomach. Then wake me. He dives. Everything expands. Air, sky, vertigo, until we skim low, claws sparking against the cobbles, raising dust and ember. I hold tight, pounding heart drowning in the world blood beneath us. From this height the gallows looks small, but its meaning is vast, crushing. I don't wait for the spark of courage to ignite. I become fire. Land, I command between breaths. Now! His wings fold and we crash down in a rumble of stone and ash. People scream, a wild sound I recognise as fear and also awe. My gut flips at being in his shadow, the dark moving around me, and not just because I'd be toast if I flinched. I flare my arms wide and shout, "Tonight you live!" The words echo off black stone and broken hearts. The crowd hushes, confusion and fear shifting. Somewhere, fear warps into fury. The old miller's son, the one with crooked smile, steps forward, ragged yet fierce. "If you let us die, even tonight, I want you to burn, dragon." I catch his glare. Not at me. At him. My chest swells with pride for my people. Agranox doesn't answer, but he doesn't leave either. His body hums beneath me, like promise or ruin, I can't tell yet. I step off, kneading warmth into my legs. The rope noose and gallows towers loom, two mountains that want me to drown. And for a breath, I stand between wings and wood. I turn to the man with the children. "Can you get them free?" I ask. He nods, trembling. "Then follow me." I climb up, faster than my body wants, and touch the crossbeam. The ropes are old, brittle, smelling of rot and finality. A knock flashes across the earth. Agranox runs his claw beside mine, and I swallow the tremor in my throat with wonder. "Tonight we save," I murmur to the wood and sky. He lowers his head just enough that his breath flutters across my cheek, warm and honest. "And change the world," he murmurs back. And for once, I believe him. We hit the ground like the world itself is giving way. The impact rattles my bones and sends a shockwave through the cobbles, knocking people off their feet. Agranox's roar follows a heartbeat later, deep, tearing, primal, and it rips the air apart. The sound seems to crawl inside my ribs, rattling me from the inside out. Above us, birds explode from the rooftops, scattering in black flurries. The crowd breaks instantly. People scream, run, shove past one another in blind panic. Some drop to their knees and cover their heads. Others freeze entirely, eyes wide as moons. The acrid stink of fear hits me, Sweat and piss and adrenaline. I slide from Agranox's back before he's even settled, boots hitting stone hard enough to sting my heels. The gallows looms just ahead. The wood looks darker up close, almost black from years of weather and blood. The nooses sway like they're impatient. My hand finds the hilt of the dagger I tucked into my belt earlier, stolen from a guard's corpse back at the fortress, and I run. "Get them down!" I shout to no one in particular. My voice cracks with the urgency burning through me. The platform groans under my weight as I take the steps 2 at a time. There are 6 of them up here, wrists bound, hoods over their heads. I slash the first rope clean through, the fibres snapping and curling away from the blade. The boy who drops into my arms is small, his bones sharp beneath my grip, his whole body trembling. When I yank the hood off, the sight almost buckles my knees. My cousin, Rin, 12 years old. His cheeks are wet, his lips chapped, and the moment he sees me, he starts sobbing. Not quiet tears, gut-deep, gasping sobs that hitch in his chest and make him cling to me like he's drowning. "I've got you," I whisper, holding him tight for half a breath before shoving him gently toward the steps. "Go. Run. Don't look back." He hesitates, eyes flicking over my shoulder toward the monster crouched in the square. Agranox. The dragon stands like a living mountain of obsidian and molten gold, his head low, eyes fixed on the guards as if they're already burning. "I said run!" My voice comes out sharper than I mean it, but it works. Rin stumbles down the steps and vanishes into the crowd. I turn back to the others, slashing ropes as fast as my hands can move. My blade catches once on a knot, and my teeth grind. "Hold still," I mutter to the man swaying in front of me. Below, Agranox moves. The air shifts with him, thickening with heat until my lungs feel like they're drinking fire. He doesn't pounce. He doesn't need to. He just looks at them. The dark elves holding their curved blades, the armoured guards gripping halberds, and the line between bravery and stupidity suddenly becomes very clear to all involved. His voice rolls over the square like distant thunder. "Run, or burn." Some do. Their boots clatter against the cobbles as they shove through the scattering crowd. But others, those bound to Kudu, I'm guessing, hesitate too long. The first gout of flame bursts from Agranox's mouth in a wave so bright it blinds me for a heartbeat. The heat slams into my side, raising goose flesh even as sweat runs down my back. The smell of charred leather and scorched flesh hits next, curling into my nose, making my stomach twist. The dark elves caught in it don't even have time to scream properly. The sound cuts off as their bodies collapse into smoking heaps. The executioners, 2 hulking brutes with axes as broad as doors, raise their weapons like they mean to stand their ground. They don't last long enough to regret it. Agranox's claw comes down, splintering the platform boards and crushing both men in a single casual swipe. Their axes tumble to the ground with a clang. One of the prisoners still bound on the beam jerks away from me as the claw comes down, eyes wild. "Don't kill me!" "I'm here to save you, you idiot!" I snap, cutting his bonds. His knees buckle as he stumbles free. I'm working through the last rope when I feel it, that shift in the air. Not heat, not fear. Something colder. Kudu. He's standing at the far edge of the square, motionless amidst the chaos. He wears black and silver armour that gleams even in the haze, his hair white as bleached bone, his face carved from ice. He doesn't run, doesn't flinch, just watches, waiting. My gut clenches. He's tall, taller than any elf I've ever seen, and the way he holds himself is too calm for a man who just saw his soldiers incinerated. That calm is worse than rage. Rage you can predict, calm gets you killed. Agranox notices him too. I can tell from the way his tail lashes the ground, the stone cracking under its weight. His nostrils flare as if tasting Kudu's scent from across the square. I cut the last prisoner loose and shove him toward the steps. My voice is low, sharp. Go. Now. Agrinox doesn't look back at me when he speaks. That one, he says, his tone colder than I've heard it yet, is mine. Kudu tilts his head, and for a second, I think I see the corner of his mouth twitch upward. Not a smile. A promise. I grip the dagger tighter, feeling the sweat slick the hilt. My breath is loud in my ears, almost drowning out the last scattered screams from the retreating crowd. Somewhere behind me, the gallows creaks, a sound like the world holding its breath. The square is almost empty now, just me, Agrinox, the dead, and Kudu. Kudu moves. It's not sudden, not the kind of movement that jolts you, but slow, deliberate, like a predator stepping into a patch of sunlight just so you can get a good look before it kills you. His boots whisper over the cobblestones. The tip of his sword drags, humming like a hive of bees. I swear the air bends around the blade, warping the light. I glance at Agrinox. I know his body well enough now to see the change. His shoulders hitch forward, his neck lowers, the ridge of spines along his back flares slightly. It's the stance of something ready to pounce, to tear and burn until nothing is left but ash. This is not the time, I hiss, low enough I hope only he hears. His golden eyes flick to me, slitted pupils narrowing. Why? Because that's what he wants, I whisper. He wants to fight you, not us, not the villagers, you. Agrinox's lips pull back in something that's halfway between a grin and a snarl. The heat radiating off him intensifies, baking the air until my skin prickles. Then I will give him something to fear. The magic coming off Kudu's sword makes the hairs on my arms stand on end. I can smell it, sharp and metallic, undercut with something like ozone after lightning. Every instinct screams that if that blade touches Agrinox, it won't just cut, it will wound. Please, I say, firmer now. My hand finds one of the plates on his shoulder, warm as sun-baked stone. Not here. Not yet. Kudu stops in the middle of the square, just far enough that I'd have to shout to reach him, but close enough that I can see the faint amusement on his face. He tilts his head, studying us both as though weighing our worth. And then he laughs. It's not loud, not manic. It's quiet, too quiet for the space it fills. The sound threads through the empty square like smoke curling under a door, seeping into places you didn't even know had cracks. I feel it in my teeth, in the base of my skull. Before Agrinox can answer, Kudu lifts his free hand and makes a small, lazy gesture. His whole body unravels, skin, armour, hair, turning into strands of black smoke that coil upward into the wind. The smoke scatters almost instantly, but the voice lingers. Soon. It's not carried by his mouth. It's in the wind itself, brushing my ear, curling along the nape of my neck like an unwelcome touch. I shiver despite the heat still rolling off Agrinox in waves. My stomach twists, cold and hot all at once. Around us the gallows creaks again in the wind. A shutter bangs open on a distant house, flapping like a broken wing. Somewhere in the haze of smoke and scorched air, a dog starts barking and won't stop. Agrinox straightens to his full height, wings flexing once, a slow stretch like he's shaking off the urge to chase. Coward, he rumbles. That, I say, still scanning the square for any trace of movement, wasn't cowardice. That was confidence. He thinks he can win, and he wants to make sure you know it before he comes back. He looks down at me then, the heat in his gaze shifting from the searing kind that burns to something heavier, something weighing. Then we'll make him regret it. My hands are still shaking, though I try not to let it show. We? I repeat. He doesn't answer, not directly, just gives the faintest nod, then turns his head toward the sky as though listening for something far away. The adrenaline is starting to ebb, leaving me aware of the little details again, the tang of ash still clinging to my tongue, the slick feel of sweat cooling on my back, the sound of distant sobbing as the freed villagers find each other. But beneath all that, under the noise and the heat and the fear, there's something else. Something new. I've seen Agranox angry. I've seen him amused. I've even seen him almost gentle. But this is different. There's an edge in him now, sharpened by the way Kudu looked at him, like a challenge has been set, and he'll burn the whole of Protheka before he lets it go unanswered. The problem is, I'm starting to feel the same way. I drag my gaze from the empty space where Kudu stood and meet Agranox's eyes again. So, this war of yours. He tilts his head. Mine? You think I'm not involved now? My voice is sharper than I intend, but the thought of Rin back in chains, of Kudu standing over him, pulls the words straight from my throat. He just stares at me. Then the corner of his mouth curves, not the wicked, taunting smile I've seen so many times, but something slower. Ours, then? That one word shouldn't warm me. It shouldn't. But it does, and I hate that it does. The wind shifts, carrying the last faint trace of that whisper. Soon. It snakes around my thoughts like a promise and a curse. I know now, this wasn't the end of anything. It wasn't even the middle. This was the first real step into something bigger, darker, and far more dangerous than I've ever walked into before. And whether I like it or not, I'm walking into it with a dragon.
Chapter 9. Agranox. The night flies under me like a torn cloak, all ragged edges and smoke-stained stars. Eris rides my neck the way a drowning soul clings to driftwood, both arms locked around me, cheek pressed to the heated scales where jaw meets throat. I feel the tremor in her muscles through my hide. I feel the ring I gave her tick against a plate each time my wings beat. She doesn't speak. I don't pry. The wind does enough talking for both of us, screaming past my horns, tasting of ash and fear and the hot copper tang of fresh death. I angle into the updraft along the ridge and climb. The square below shrinks, black gallows a toy, smoking corpses, nothing more than smudges. My blood should be singing with victory. It isn't. It's thick in my veins, slow, listening. Behind us, the dark elf's laughter hangs like frost that refuses to melt. The echo of soon is a barb I can't spit out. Her grip tightens when a crosswind knocks us sideways. I hum low so she feels the sound through bone and sinew. Easy. I'm not a gentle creature, but I can be steady. When I crest the last shoulder of black rock, my lair opens beneath us, a wound of obsidian and red light. The lava lake breathes in its bowl. The vents whisper. The hoard gleams like a fallen constellation. I fold my wings and drop, the air turning to heat, the heat turning to home. We land in a tumble of sparks and wind. The shock of impact cracks a lip of basalt. Coins hiss and settle. The silk banners shudder in their wire loops. She doesn't let go at first, fingers dug so deep between my plates I feel the bite of nails. I could tell her it's safe now. I don't. I lower my head until my jaw rests on the stone and make myself small enough for her to climb down without sliding. Her feet touch the floor. She stays there, knees bent, palms on my neck, breath coming in hard, ragged draws that pull the scent of sulfur and hot iron deep into her chest. Her hair is a snarl of smoke and starlight. Soot makes a smeared constellation over her cheekbones. The crowd's noise is gone. Only the lair is left. Lava popping, vents sighing, the distant drip of mineral water counting slow time in the black. She doesn't go to her corner. She doesn't move at all. She keeps her hands on me, then lifts them away like they burn, then puts them back as if she can't decide whether she needs the heat or hates it. I shift shape with a slow shiver of magic, scales drawing inward, limbs twisting, the great span of me collapsing into the lean, red-lit outline of the man I wear when I want my mouth to match my words. My skin hums with leftover fire. The air tastes sweeter in a smaller throat. When I straighten, she's watching me with eyes that still carry the gallows shadow. "Say it," I murmur, because I know she's chewing something that will cut her if she swallows it. She doesn't blink. She doesn't take a step back either. "You would have died." The words drop between us and make a sound I don't like. Hollow, truthful. Her mouth shapes another edge before I can dodge the first. "He would have killed you." I roll my shoulders, toss a careless grin over teeth that aren't claws. "He can try." The answer rings, but it doesn't sing. It clangs dull as a bent bell. Her gaze flickers, down my chest, to the place above the heart where her hand pressed earlier in the vault, then back to the air where Kudu's sword had glowed. She hears the falseness same as I do. I turn toward the lava to keep from breaking the lie with something tender. The heat lifts against my face, glass sweet and mineral rich, full of memories of all the things I've burned that stayed dead. My hands curl and uncurl. The sword's hum is still in my bones, a sour silver note. That blade had teeth. Not the kind that tear flesh. The kind that bite the spirit and hold on. "You felt it," she says softly, and I hate how much it sounds like understanding. The vents answer for me at first, a long exhale through hot stone. I tilt my head so the light catches the vein work under my skin. "I felt many things," I say. "The shriek when the first axeman's ribs broke. The silk of your pulse when you climbed on my neck. The fear that poured off those soldiers like oil on water." She waits. She's learned I fill silence when the truth is ugly. "And the sword?" she presses, as relentless as a mountain stream cutting stone one breath at a time. I meet her eyes. The gold in mine throws back the red of the lake, and for a beat we are two furnaces arguing about which burns cleaner. "Old magic," I say, sharp as a winter star and twice as cruel. The deceiver's kind of grin hammered into steel, or the warrior's joy when he finds a throat. The edge sang for me. It would have liked the taste. She swallows, I hear it. "Could it kill you?" There are a dozen answers I can spit that will let her sleep. I hate them all. I don't speak them. My jaw works once, twice. It could make me wish it had. She closes her eyes just long enough for her lashes to cast bars over her cheeks. When she opens them again, they are brighter, angrier, wetter. "Then don't do that again." "You prefer I let him take the boy?" I hear the bite creep into my tone and leash it. I don't want to snarl at her, not with the gallows dust still clinging to her skin. I lower my voice until it's all ember and no spark. "This is what I am." I burn the things that need burning. "You said we save." Her hands tremble, she fists them to stop it. Saving means walking away when a fight is rigged. It means choosing the fight that gets people out alive. We stand inside the war of two definitions, the word save bright between us. The lair knows which one is older. The lair was built for mine. But her mouth shapes the syllables like a spell that changes what fire is for. Something in my chest shifts again. That plate grind I keep pretending is indigestion. I drag a hand back through hair black as banked coal and look anywhere but at the hurt I put in her. My gaze finds the ring instead, the one circling her finger. It glows faintly where it rests against her skin, my magic riding her pulse, marking it as under my ward. The hum in it sinks with the twitch in my jaw, and for a stupid moment, the symmetry satisfies. "You didn't speak on the flight," I say, because the silence is still in my ears like wind. "I thought you'd scream insults into the clouds." Her mouth twitches. It isn't a smile. "I was busy not falling." I noticed I lift my hand a fraction, then let it fall. Touch is dangerous. "You held like you were afraid I'd vanish." "I held like I didn't want to die," she says, then adds quieter. "And like you wouldn't let me." The magma snaps. A breath later, the sound in me does the same. The laugh that would make this easy dies unborn. "I didn't." "Because you're invincible?" she challenges, stepping nearer so her heat and the lake's heat braid. Her hair smells like burnt clover and smoke. Or because you were thinking. Because you asked. The admission makes something old and proud in me snarl, but it loosens the iron bands around my ribs as it goes. On the square. Not here, you said. Not yet. I listened. She watches me with a look that has too many teeth to be gratitude. Good. Keep listening. Her voice drops. Kudu wasn't taunting. He was measuring. You know it. The memory of the elf's eyes is a knife under my ribs, calm, amused, certain. I roll my neck until it pops. He was weighing, I agree, finding the seam in the armor before he swings. I've done the same to kings who thought their crowns were helmets. And did you win because you charged when they wanted you to? She's relentless, little priestess of an altar I never thought I'd kneel at. Or because you made them come to you on your terms? The answer tastes of old victories and quiet patience, two flavors I rarely mix. I grind my teeth and let the truth stand up on its own legs. The latter. Then we plan, she says, like a verdict. We trap. We set the field so we choose who bleeds. We save who can be saved before we light anything. I want to argue because I am built for the simplicity of fire, and because argument is the only shield I've left against the thing that moved in my chest when she said, we. I look past her to the far shelves where relics sleep, starlight orbs, harp with moon hair strings, crowns that remember the shape of skulls. Somewhere in that glitter is a way to close a jaw on a lord who thinks smoke is escape. You would command a dragon, I say, letting a little amusement creep back. Bold. You would fly for a human, she returns, chin lifting. Bolder. The corner of my mouth yields just enough. Fair. For a while we let the lair speak for us. The slow tick of cooling coins, the sigh of a vent, the tiny glassy ping of a gem settling deeper into the hoard. The aftersmell of the square clings to her. Pitch, scorched leather, fear. Under it is her. Salt and song and that stubborn green note that keeps me from stuffing her in a vault and calling the problem solved. Sleep, I tell her at last, and the word is more a rumble than a command. Your body thinks it's still hanging. If you lie down, it will remember ground. I won't sleep, she says, because refusing me is now a habit and because honesty is her vice. She looks at my chest again, where the sword would have kissed if I'd been stupider. And you won't either. No. I drag a knuckle along my sternum as if I can scrape away the memory of that hum. Not tonight. She hesitates, then reaches. Her fingertips brush that same place, light as ash. The touch doesn't burn. It brands in some other way. He almost had you, she whispers. I saw it. I almost let him, I answer, and both of us know how close I came to the beautiful stupidity of glory. I catch her hand before it can fall and turn her palm, the ring's heat kissing my skin. Not next time. Not next time, she echoes, and it sounds like a pact struck over a blade. I release her and step back into the red glow until shadow eats my edges. The mountain breathes around us, old and patient. I listen to it instead of to the churning in my head. The sword song fades to a thread. The word she threw like a chain, save, hangs above the lake and refuses to fall in. She doesn't go to her corner. She sinks down near the vent that warms her bones and keeps her from shaking, eyes still on me as if distance is a trick she won't let me play. I lean against the basalt and watch the ceiling for the first light of dawn through the cracks. The silence between us is louder than 1,000 voices, but it doesn't feel empty. It feels like a room we are both finally in. And underneath it all, in the place I pretend is only fire, the truth keeps muttering. That blade had teeth. The bottle's older than most of the kingdoms I've watched rot away. It's dark glass, dust-furred from centuries of being forgotten in the far reaches of my hoard. I unseal it with a twist of my claw, and the scent rises slow, warm and spiced, a shadow of the summer fields that birthed it, touched with the bite of oak and the iron tang of age. The perfume of it winds up into the vents, sweetening the sulfur-laden air. I pour into 2 goblets beaten from gold I took off a warlord's table, and the wine glows in the firelight like captured sunset. I offer her one, as I have before. This time she doesn't hesitate. Her fingers brush mine when she takes it, a feather-light contact that still manages to pulse up my arm like heat through stone. She tilts the rim to her lips and drinks without ceremony, no courtly pretense. The red stains her mouth, and I wonder what the vintage tastes like on her tongue, whether it's richer for her than it is for me, whether it's the warmth in her chest or in her skin that makes her cheeks flush. I lower myself to the floor near her, close enough to feel the draft of her breath, but not close enough to touch. The fire pool pops and shifts, and the glow paints her skin in shades of amber and shadow. The air between us is alive with things unsaid. She leans her elbow on her knee, the goblet balanced loosely in her hand, and tilts her head toward me. "Tell me about him," she says, quiet but not unsure. She doesn't need to name him. We both know. I swirl the wine, watching the way the light catches the legs as they run down the inner curve of gold. "Kudu," I murmur, and the name has weight in my mouth. He's not a lord because of a crown or a throne. He's a lord because everything in his shadow belongs to him, whether it bleeds or breathes. You've seen his sword. You haven't seen his hands. They're what's left after you've been through the teeth and the claws and the blood. They take what's left, and they keep it. She listens without blinking, the flames dancing in her eyes. "There are 13, I go on, my voice low enough that the stone has to lean in to catch it. 13 who drink from the oldest wells, who take their power from the blood of gods, and things older still. They don't just kill. They bind. They bury. They feed the roots of the world with the marrow of those who stand against them. And that is why Kudu still walks, when most of his kind have turned to dust. The ground itself remembers his name." A muscle shifts in her jaw, but she doesn't interrupt. I take another drink, and the wine sears sweet along my throat. I was born in the age of monsters. I learned fear at the feet of worse than him. But Kudu, he is the echo of an age that refuses to die. And even I feared him. Silence hangs, thick as smoke. Then her hand moves. Not hesitant, not shaking. Deliberate. She places it on mine. Her palm is warm, the calluses on her fingers catching on the ridges of my knuckles. My instinct is to pull away, to curl my claws before her skin gets caught on them, before I forget how to hold something without breaking it. But she doesn't let me. "You don't have to be alone in this," she says. And it's not a question. It's not pity, either. It's iron. Her voice doesn't tremble. Her hand stays where it is. The words knock something loose in me. I turn my head toward her, startled by the certainty there. I am not used to it. Mortals speak to me with awe, with fear, with worship, sometimes with the fool's arrogance of thinking they're my equal. But they don't speak like this. Like they've already decided we're standing in the same place. Her gaze holds mine. "We fight together, remember?" For a moment, the lair itself seems to lean in, the vents breathing slower, the molten pool settling as though listening. Her hand on mine feels heavier than gold, steadier than stone. I can still taste Kudu's sword in my memory, can still feel the pull of that old magic gnawing at the edges of my fire. But now, there's this. Her voice cutting through the echo of it. I let my claws turn, slow, so her fingers slide into the spaces between them instead of perching on top. Not quite holding her hand, but close enough that the heat of her skin seeps through the scales. "Together," I say, the word coming out rough, like it's scraping past old armor to get free. The idea of facing Kudu again doesn't taste entirely like death. It tastes like fire shared.
From the depths of the darkness of Protheka
or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
these monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires,
demons,
dark elves,
gods.
minotaurs, creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks,
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks,
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this Romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 10. Heiress. The space between us shrinks, slow enough that I could stop it if I wanted to. I don't. His eyes are molten gold, watching me like I'm a map he's memorizing, but still wants to trace by touch. The heat coming off him is its own gravity, tugging me closer until my knees brush the edge of his. I lean forward. His breath catches. Not loud, but enough that I hear it over the quiet hiss of the fire pool. The sound ripples through me, winding tight around my ribs. I can smell the wine on him, warm and spiced, mingling with the darker scents that are just him. Smoke clinging to stone, metal after the forge, the faint wild edge of the wind that still curls in from the outside. When our lips meet, it's not the hungry, crushing kind of kiss I'd braced for. It's slower, sharper. There's heat, yes, but not the kind that burns you to ash. This heat settles deep, sparking in places I didn't realize were cold. My eyes fall closed, and for a heartbeat, there's nothing else. No lair, no kudu, no villagers or gallows or blood. Just the steady, unyielding press of his mouth against mine, the low rumble in his chest bleeding through into me like distant thunder. It's not surrender, it's defiance. Against the dark elf lord. Against the fear that's been gnawing at my spine since this all began. Against the quiet voice in my own head that says he's still the dragon who was supposed to eat me. I pull away first, breaking the kiss with a breath I didn't know I'd been holding. His gaze is fixed on me now, like I've just shifted shape into something he doesn't have a name for. Just one, I tell him, my voice steadier than I feel, to remind us what we're fighting for. Something shifts in his expression, not softer exactly, but heavier. He could devour me whole in this moment. I can see it in the way his eyes darken, the slight curl of his lip like he's already tasting the idea. Instead, he leans in just enough that the next words ghost across my cheek, warm as the breath that carries them. It won't be the last. The way he says it isn't a threat. It's a vow, low and certain, thrumming through the air between us like a drawn bowstring. I feel it in my bones, in the pulse that jumps at my throat. We sit there in the charged quiet, not touching, but still feeling like the space around us is alive. The fire pool shifts and spits, casting light that makes the gold in his eyes flare. Somewhere deep in the tunnels, stone settles with a sound like the earth clearing its throat. Even the air seems to agree with him, carrying that promise forward into whatever's coming. And for the first time in a long while, I don't just believe we can win. I want to. For both of us. The morning comes in red gold streaks through the high cracks in the cavern ceiling, light spilling down the walls in molten ribbons. I wake before he does, if he even sleeps, and slip away before those eyes can catch me in their hold again. It's not guilt pushing me to keep my distance. It's the confusion knotting in my chest, heavy and insistent. One kiss should not make my heart stammer like a startled bird every time I think of it. One kiss shouldn't still be on my lips like this. I cross the expanse of the lair to where the boy is curled up beside the treasure piles. He's still asleep, chest rising slow beneath a tangle of blankets and soft cloaks I scavenged from the less jewelled parts of Agranox's hoard. His hair is messy, clumped from smoke and salt, his cheek still hollow from too many days of fear. The sight twists something in me that even the kiss couldn't reach. I kneel beside him, pressing the back of my hand lightly to his forehead. Still warm, but not fevered. I let my fingers sift through his hair, gentle so as not to wake him. "You're safe," I murmur, knowing full well words can't make that true. "For now, you're safe." A soft clink draws my attention. Metal on stone, slow and deliberate. I don't need to turn around to know it's him. He moves differently when he's not trying to be heard. Now he's letting me hear him. I glance over my shoulder, and there he is, leaning against one of the obsidian pillars, arms crossed. His eyes are half-lidded, but they're fixed on me and the boy with the kind of stillness that makes the air feel heavier. He says nothing, just watches. And that's what bothers me. The silence. He can roar loud enough to split the sky, but when he watches like this, it's quieter than any death I've ever seen. "Do you ever stop looming?" I ask, turning back to the boy and pulling one of the cloaks higher over his shoulder. "I'm not looming," he says, voice smooth and low. "I'm observing." I can hear the slight curl of a smirk in the word. I trace a finger over the embroidered edge of the cloak, gold thread worked in looping patterns I don't recognise. The fabric's softer than anything I've touched in years, the kind of thing made for someone who's never had to run. I wonder whose shoulders it once warmed, and if they're dust now under the same earth that holds Kudu's dead. "You watch too much," I say, glancing at him again, like you're waiting for me to make a wrong move. He tilts his head. "Or a right one." The answer steals the words from my mouth for a breath too long. I focus on smoothing the cloak again, pretending I don't feel his gaze on my hands, my face, the way my shoulders tense. The boy stirs, a soft sigh escaping him before he burrows deeper into the nest of cloaks. I sit cross-legged beside him, keeping my voice low. "I'm going to get you home," I tell him. "I don't know how yet, but I will." "You think his home still stands?" Agranox asks from behind me. I glare over my shoulder. "You could try not to crush every scrap of hope in the room." "I'm not crushing it," he says. "I'm making sure you understand the shape of it." Hope without truth is just another lie. The words hit harder than I want to admit. Maybe because part of me knows he's right. Maybe because part of me wants to believe he's wrong. I turn back to the boy, brushing his hair from his face. He shifts again, pressing closer like he knows I'm here, like he trusts I'll keep him safe. And here's the strangest thing. When I look up, Agranox hasn't moved from his place against the pillar, and for all the weight of his presence, I feel safe. Safe with eyes that once promised to end me. Safe with claws that could tear through steel like silk. Safe in a place where danger drips from the walls like molten rock. It's wrong. It's terrifying. And I don't want it to stop. The air changes before I even see the chamber. Down here, deeper than I've gone before, the heat from the fire pools fades to a low, even hum, replaced by a faint coolness that licks along my skin. The tunnels narrow, forcing me to angle my shoulders, the rock slick with some kind of mineral sheen that catches the light in ghostly colours. My fingers trail along the wall for balance, and I follow a faint draft until the stone suddenly opens wide around me. It takes a moment for my eyes to adjust. A forgotten chapel, at least that's what it feels like, lies in ruin before me. The high, arched ceiling is cracked in places where roots have forced their way through over the centuries, trailing down like skeletal fingers. The floor is scattered with the jagged teeth of shattered stained glass, their colours dulled, but still catching flashes of light when I move. Each shard crunches faintly under my boots, the sound echoing too loud in the hushed space. Faded murals stretch across the walls, the paint cracked and flaking but still clear enough for me to make out the shapes. Serpents twined in fire, figures crowned in bone, moons devoured by shadow. I don't know the stories, but the air in here knows them, heavy with a kind of memory that makes the hairs rise on my arms. One wall in particular draws me in. It's carved in deep relief, marked with symbols I've seen only in passing, etched in old ruins, whispered about by traders in guarded tones. The 13. The lines and curves of the sigils seem to pulse faintly in the dim light, as if they're remembering themselves. A shiver slides down my spine, cold despite the ever-present heat of the mountain. This is where dragons were taught to worship, a voice says behind me. I spin so fast my heel skids on a shard of glass. My breath catches until I see him, Agranox, standing in the archway, his height filling the frame, gold eyes glinting in the low light. You startled me, I say, pressing a palm to my chest to slow the sudden thump of my heart. He steps into the chapel, and the glass crunches under his boots like brittle bones. His gaze moves over the ruined murals without much interest, but there's something in the way his eyes linger on the wall of sigils, a tightness at the corner of his mouth that I haven't seen before. Hard not to, he says, a faint chuckle curling through his voice. When you go places you shouldn't. Is anything here off limits? I ask, shifting my weight as I tow one of the glass shards away from my foot. He tilts his head, studying me as though weighing the worth of the answer. Only the things that matter. And what matters to you? He closes the distance between us in slow, unhurried steps. The air thickens with each one, heat pushing back against the chapel's lingering chill. I can hear the faint rasp of his breath, the quiet creak of leather as his gloves flex. When he stops just in front of me, his shadow falls over the sigils, blotting out the faint glimmer of their lines. His voice drops low, but it's not the kind of low meant to intimidate. It's heavier than that. You matter, heiress. The words are simple, but they land like a thrown blade, precise and impossible to ignore. My pulse kicks, and I force myself to hold his gaze, even though every instinct says to look away. I can feel the heat rolling off him, smell the faint trace of smoke that clings to his skin, no matter how far from the fire we are. It's not the suffocating, oppressive heat I feared when I first saw him. It's different now. Familiar in a way I don't know how to name. The sigils on the wall behind me seem to hum in the silence that follows, like they understand something I don't. The words hang between us, heavier than the air in this buried chapel. My heartbeat sounds too loud in my ears, like it's trying to fill the silence. I let my gaze slide away from his, tracing the jagged edge of a broken window frame. The glass is long gone, but pale light slants through the empty space, catching in the dust that drifts lazily down from the cracked ceiling. What happens now? I ask, my voice quieter than I mean it to be. He doesn't answer right away. Instead, he moves past me, his fingertips brushing the wall of sigils. The contact is light, but it's enough to make a faint pulse of warmth stir in the stone. Now, he says, finally turning back to me. Now we wait for him to come again. And we decide how he dies. I swallow, my throat tight. You make it sound simple. It is simple. His mouth curves, but there's no humour in it. Survival is always simple. It's living afterward that gets complicated. I lean my shoulder against the cool stone wall, my eyes following the fractured shapes in the murals. It's not just him I'm afraid of. That gets his attention. His head tilts slightly, those molten eyes narrowing. Then what? I hesitate, my pulse thudding harder. The words feel dangerous, but so does keeping them in. Of losing myself, I say, staring at the shards on the floor instead of him. Of forgetting who I was before all this. Of trusting you. Something sharp flickers across his expression. A fence, maybe, or something more jagged. Trusting me is worse than trusting him. I didn't say that. I murmur. I said I'm afraid. There's a difference. The faintest curl of smoke escapes his nose, almost invisible in the dim light. Why? Because I'm a monster. I lift my eyes to his and force myself not to look away. Because I don't know if I'll see it happening. If I'm just another jewel in your hoard, sitting here, gleaming in the dark until I'm nothing but part of the collection. The shadows deepen in his gaze, and he says nothing, and suddenly, no. The word comes like the snap of a wing in the still air. You are the crack in it. The way he says it, low, certain, makes my chest ache in a way I don't want to examine too closely. For a moment I want to believe him. I want it so badly it feels like a physical pull, an ache right under my ribs. He steps closer, the heat of him pushing against the lingering chill of the chapel. His hand extends toward me, palm up, fingers slightly curled. An invitation. I tell myself I'm only considering it for balance. These glass-strewn floors aren't kind to bare skin if I fall. I tell myself it's only for warmth. This place is colder than the rest of the lair. That's the lie I wrap around myself like a cloak as I place my hand in his. His skin is warm, almost too warm, and his grip is firm without being crushing. For a breath, neither of us moves. I can feel the steady thrum beneath his skin, like the echo of some deeper fire. I tell myself it's nothing, and I know I'm lying.
Chapter 11. Agranox. The sky greets us like an old, dangerous friend, wide open, cold at the edges, smelling of storm. I launch from the ledge with a single sweep of my wings, the air grabbing hold of us in a way that's both brutal and exhilarating. Eris is pressed close against the ridge of my neck, her hands gripping the scale plates there. I can feel the steady beat of her heart through the thin barrier of fabric between us. She doesn't ask where we're going this time. Instead, she leans forward, tilting her head toward the wind, and says, "Let me choose." I could argue, could remind her that I'm the one with the wings, the one who knows these skies. But there's something in her voice, a restless undertow, that makes me say nothing. I tilt my head in a slight nod and feel her shift, her hand brushing against the base of my horns as she points toward the knife edge of black rock ahead. So I follow. The crags close in around us, jagged spines reaching up from the mountains back, each one clawed at by centuries of wind and snow. I bank sharply, riding the updraft that roars between two stone peaks. The air smells of wet granite and the sharp bite of ozone. Ahead, the sky bruises darker, clouds churning thick with the promise of violence. I expect her to point me away, but she doesn't. She leans into me instead, her laughter sudden and bright when the first roll of thunder shakes the air around us. We push into the storm. Rain pelts my scales, hissing where it hits the heat in my chest. The wind claws at us, trying to shove us back, but my wings cut through it in long, unbroken sweeps. Lightning forks across the sky, so close I can taste the metal tang of it. I feel her grip tighten, her legs pressing in against my sides, but not in fear. When the next bolt comes, slamming into the cliffside not 50 lengths from us, she laughs again. The sound curls down into my bones, unfamiliar and dangerous. "You fear nothing," I say over the rush of the wind. Her voice is low, meant only for me, but it cuts through the storm like a blade. "No," she whispers. "I just choose not to run anymore." It hits me harder than the thunder. She doesn't understand yet. This sky, this height, it belongs to predators. Even the wind bows here. But she sits on my back as if the storm itself is a game, as if the only thing worth fearing is surrender. For a long while I let her guide me through the storm's teeth. We skim cliff faces where water runs like molten silver, dive into valleys where trees sway like a green ocean beneath the rain. The scent of pine mixes with the wild electric breath of the clouds. I I feel her laughter in the way her body moves against mine, light but certain, as though she's already decided she belongs here. For the first time in centuries, I let someone else choose the sky I fly through. The wind dies as I fold my wings, the air suddenly still in the bowl of the canyon. The hot spring lies ahead, steam curling upward in ghostly ribbons, carrying the scent of minerals and old stone. Beneath it all is the dry tang of memory, blood long vanished, ash ground into the earth. We land softly, my claws sinking into the damp black soil at the water's edge. This place has not known my shadow in an age, yet it remembers me. I can feel it in the way the air still tastes of fire, the way the rocks seem to hum beneath my weight. Eris slides down from my back, her boots crunching against the gravel. She pushes her damp hair from her face, taking in the jagged walls of the canyon, the wide pool glowing faintly blue from the heat within. She doesn't know where she stands. Not yet. "This was ours," I say, my voice carrying low in the stillness. Her gaze flicks to me. "Ours?" "My kin," I clarify, stepping toward the edge of the water. "We nested here when the mountains still sang with life. Before the dark elves came crawling out of their cursed cities. Before the 13 broke the sky." She crouches by the spring, trailing her fingers through the water. Steam beads along her skin. What happened? I breathe in slowly, tasting the ghosts in the air. Battle happened. Always battle. They hunted us, Eris, our wings, our teeth, our hearts, because they feared what we could be. They were right to fear us. I look past her, past the spring, to the shattered rim of the canyon where once there were 3 proud spires of basalt. We fought here for 7 days. The sky was black with smoke, the ground red with blood. I lost 2 brothers before the second dawn, a sister by the third. By the end, I was the only one still breathing. She says nothing, but the quiet between us is not empty. It's listening. "I survived," I say, my voice turning rougher, the words pulled from a place I don't let others see. But that doesn't mean I lived. Her eyes soften, but she doesn't try to fill the silence with comfort. She simply listens, head tilted, eyes fixed on me, as if what I'm saying matters more than the stones and bones that built this place. The canyon seems smaller now, but I remember it as it was, alive with wings and firelight. I remember my brother's laughter, my sister's sharp tongue, the way the youngest of us would dive into this spring to see how far he could sink before the heat forced him back. That was before the world decided dragons were nothing but trophies. I don't notice her moving closer until her hand slips into mine. Her fingers are small, warm, not timid. She doesn't speak, doesn't try to name what's in her eyes. She just stays there, standing beside me at the edge of the water where my kin burned and fell, and I don't let go. Not this time. The steam curls higher around us, the canyon walls closing out the rest of the world. For a moment, it's not a battlefield. It's just her and me, and the ghosts are quiet enough to let me breathe. The canyon is awash in molten light, the cliffs burning red as the sun bleeds itself out over the horizon. The steam from the spring catches the dying glow, gilding it, and for a moment, it's as if the world remembers how to be beautiful without fire or blood. We sit wrapped in heavy furs I'd carried here earlier, the heat from the spring and her body mingling with my own. Her head rests against my shoulder, the faint scent of her hair, soap, smoke, and something I can't name, curling into my lungs. I can feel the rhythm of her breathing, slow and steady, the kind of rhythm a predator shouldn't want to match but does anyway. "You could still leave," I tell her, my voice low, almost lost to the hiss of the water. "I won't stop you." She doesn't move at first. Then she tilts her head back, looking up at me with that steady gaze that sees more than it should. "You haven't tried to trap me," she says simply. "That's how I know I can stay." The words slip under my scales, lodged somewhere dangerous. I don't answer with words. I turn, just enough to close the space between us. Our mouths meet, not the collision of hunger we've skirted before, but something slower, deeper. Her lips are warm, tasting faintly of the fruit we'd eaten earlier, and the pressure builds until the air between us is nothing but breath and heat. When we break apart, her voice is hoarse, almost ragged. Show me something beautiful. I can't help the smile that pulls at my mouth. Something beautiful. I rise, the fur slipping from my shoulders, the air cooling against my skin. You think you've seen beauty, little flame? You've seen nothing. The ground trembles as I step back, giving myself room. My bones remember the motion before my mind commands it. The deep pull from within, the stretch of muscle and sinew as the change rolls over me. My skin shivers into scales, black as obsidian and veined with molten gold. My limbs lengthen, my chest expands, and the canyon fills with the sound of shifting stone as my wings unfurl, vast and shadow-cut, catching the last light of the sun. The air thickens with the heat radiating from me, the steam whipping away in sudden gusts. My claws dig into the earth, talons scraping stone, and the rumble in my chest builds until it shakes the canyon floor. She stands now, the furs falling away, her face turned up to me. Awe paints her features raw and open, the glow of the sunset casting fire across her skin. Yeah, she breathes, so softly I almost miss it. That'll do. The wind catches in my wings, the smell of her, the sight of her, locking into me as surely as any treasure I've ever hoarded. I could roar, I could take to the air. But instead, I lower my head until one golden eye meets hers, the molten light reflected in both of us. If she asked, I'd burn the whole sky just to keep that look on her face.
Chapter 12. Heiress. The dream is all light and heat, not the ravenous kind that gulps down walls and bones, not the shriek of burning timber, or the crack of rooftops giving way. This fire is alive in a different way, curling against my skin like a cat that's decided I'm worth keeping. It hums in my blood, spilling molten gold through my veins until I feel too full for fear. I don't run, I don't hide. I stand there, bathed in it, breathing in smoke that tastes of cinnamon and summer nights. Somewhere in that glow I hum an old tune, wordless, aimless, and the fire sways with me, slow and certain, like it knows exactly who I am. When I wake, the warmth is still here. The furs are heavy over me, thick with that faint animal scent of musk and sun. Their edges tickle my chin, trapping the heat that rises from the earth itself, the hot spring's breath moving under the ground and into my bones. The air smells of minerals and ash, the faint sweetness of damp stone. I keep still for a moment, afraid that if I move, the warmth will vanish and the cold will creep in. My eyelids feel weighted, the way they do after a fever breaks, but the steady, low sound next to me pulls them open. Agronox is lying on his side, facing me, human-shaped, sleeping. The sight should make my heart trip over itself in fear, but it doesn't, not exactly. His hair, black as coal dust, spills over the fur like ink in water. Even loose, it has that faint shimmer, like embers when you stir them with a poker. The planes of his face are cut sharp enough to wound, cheekbones like blades, the arch of his brow severe, his mouth drawn into the barest suggestion of a frown. But in sleep, the harshness softens. The tension is gone from his jaw. His breathing is deep and steady, like the slow swell of the sea. It's strange, seeing him this way, untouched by rage or the thrill of battle. He's beautiful. In the terrifying way storms are beautiful, when they're far enough away to watch without running. I don't mean to reach for him. My hand moves before I've decided, sliding free of the furs, into the cool air between us. My fingertips hover above his jaw, close enough that I can feel the heat radiating from him. I should stop here. I should remember what he is, what he's done, and tuck my hand back under my own chin. But the dream warmth is still in me, and it tells me to touch. I graze his skin. The heat is shocking at first, fierce and steady, nothing like the shifting flicker of a hearth fire. His stubble is fine and even, like the nap of well-worn velvet. I trace the line of his jaw slowly, feeling where it curves toward the hinge, where strength gathers. My fingers want to map him, to follow the cut of his cheekbone and learn its story. He exhales, a sound low and almost content, and I freeze. His eyes don't open. He doesn't shift away. The fur between us stirs with the breath he lets out, brushing my wrist. There's a faint gold glow under his skin at his temple, pulsing in time with his heartbeat. I don't think he knows he does that. "You're not what I expected," I whisper before I can think better of it. The words are too quiet for the canyon walls to catch, but they're loud in my own ears. He doesn't respond, still wrapped in sleep, but something in his expression shifts, just barely, as if he's hearing something else, somewhere far off. I leave my hand there a little longer, memorizing the warmth, the texture, the steady life under my palm. Part of me wants to pull away before the weight of what I'm doing crashes in. Another part wants to press closer, to see what it would be like to rest my head where my hand is now, to match my breathing to his, and pretend for a night that the world isn't waiting to burn us both. And I don't know what that makes me, I murmur, softer still. The truth is, I'm not sure I want to know. I pull my hand back slowly, tucking it under the furs before I can do something even more foolish. My fingertips are tingling from the contact, and my pulse feels loud enough to wake him. I watch his face a little longer, chasing the lines of it in the half-light, before I let my own eyes close again. The warmth doesn't leave, not from the furs, not from me, not yet. The furs shift beside me, that subtle rustle of weight moving over soft hide. His breathing changes, less the deep, even pull of sleep, more the slow, measured rhythm of someone watching. I keep my eyes closed, lashes resting against my cheeks, and make my own breathing steady, though my pulse thumps against my ribs like it's trying to betray me. "You keep touching me like that." His voice rumbles, low and edged with amusement. "And I might think you want something." Heat rushes to my cheeks, and it's not from the spring's warmth. I roll over, meeting the molten glint in his eyes without blinking. "And if I do?" My voice comes out smoother than I feel, the words tasting dangerous on my tongue. Silence drops between us, thick and heavy. I can hear the distant drip of water against stone, the faint hiss of steam curling from a fissure in the rock. His gaze pins me, as if he's weighing the truth of what I just said against the 1,000 other moments between us. Then, quieter than a dragon should ever sound, he says, "Then say so." I don't hesitate. I don't give him time to mock me or turn this into some power game. I push forward, closing the small space between us, and press my mouth to his. It's not the soft, testing kiss I thought it might be. It's fire meeting flint, heat blooming fast, sparking into something wild. His lips part against mine, and for a heartbeat, we're suspended there, tasting each other, letting the edges blur. His hand finds the back of my neck, fingers tangling in my hair, holding me in place like I might vanish. I tilt my head, deepening it, tasting the faint tang of wine and something older, something molten. He growls low in his throat, the sound vibrating through me, and I push him back until his shoulders meet the furs. My legs slide over his hips, and I'm straddling him before I think about it. I pull away just enough to look down at him, my breath coming fast. I said so. There's a flicker in his eyes, part hunger, part challenge. He doesn't answer with words. His hands find my hips, strong and certain, fingers digging in just enough to make my breath hitch. He pulls me down, closing the space again, and his mouth is on mine, harder this time. His tongue teases, demands, his teeth catch my bottom lip, sharp enough to make me gasp. The sound earns me another growl, this one darker. The fire in the lair responds. I feel the heat intensify, see the shadows leap higher along the cavern walls, as the flames in the vents and fissures swell, fed by something in him, or maybe in us. The glow paints his skin in shifting gold and crimson, making him look less human, more what he truly is, something eternal, dangerous, and wholly mine in this moment. My hands slide over the planes of his chest, feeling the iron-hard muscle beneath the heat. His heart beats steady but strong under my palm, and I realise I'm matching it, my pulse syncing with his like it's been waiting to all along. I trail my fingers upward, along the line of his collarbone, then to his throat, feeling the rumble of another growl there. His eyes half close, but they never leave mine. He shifts beneath me, rolling his hips just enough to make me bite back a sound I don't want to give him yet. His hands move from my hips up my sides, fingers tracing the curves of my ribs, the heat of him bleeding through the thin fabric between us. Every place he touches feels claimed, not in chains, but in fire. When he breaks the kiss, it's not because the heat's burned out, it's because he needs to look at me and I can feel it. His gaze is searing, searching, like he's trying to burn my shape into memory. I hold his stare, breathing hard, my hair falling loose around my face.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. The heat between us lingers long after the fire in the vents has quieted. My skin still hums, every nerve lit from the inside out, and the air tastes faintly of smoke, and him, sharp, metallic, with something darker threading through it, like the first breath before a storm breaks. I curl against him, my cheek pressed to the hard plane of his chest. The rise and fall is slow, steady, but there's a coiled energy under the surface, like he's holding something in check even now. We don't speak. The silence isn't awkward. It's heavy, yes, but not with shame. More like the weight of something that doesn't have a name yet. My fingers trace idle lines over his skin, the faint ridges of old scars beneath the warmth. He doesn't flinch, doesn't stop me. His arm stays draped over me, loose but unyielding, as if letting me go is an option he hasn't considered. The glow from the fissures casts the cavern in molten gold, shadows stretching long over the firs. Somewhere deeper in the lair, I hear the distant drip of water hitting stone, echoing softly, like the world is trying not to intrude. My breathing slows, matching his, but my thoughts race ahead, tumbling over themselves. I don't know how I got here. From hating him, fearing him, to this. When the words slip out, they're quieter than I mean them to be. I think I hate how much I like you. For a moment, I think he hasn't heard. Then his chest shakes with a low chuckle, not mocking but warm, like the sound is curling through both of us. His lips brush my bare shoulder, the kiss lingering just long enough to make my breath hitch. Good, he murmurs against my skin. It'll make falling in love more exciting. My eyes snap open, my pulse spiking again for a reason that has nothing to do with heat. I tilt my head enough to look at him, but his eyes are half-lidded, his expression unreadable in the flickering light. I can't tell if he's teasing me, if it's another one of his little games, or if the words mean exactly what they sound like. Falling in love. With a dragon. I should laugh, I should roll my eyes, shove him away, remind him and myself that he's still dangerous, that this thing between us is nothing more than survival wrapped in heat. But my mouth doesn't form the words. Instead, I stay where I am, listening to the steady drum of his heartbeat under my ear, wondering if I've already stepped too far to turn back.
Chapter 13. Agrinox. The lava pool hisses and spits in the stillness, thick gouts of molten rock sliding over one another like slow-breathing beasts. The heat curls around me, clinging to my skin, wrapping my lungs in the kind of suffocating warmth only I could ever call comforting. But tonight, even the lava's breath can't drown her out. Her scent still hangs in the air, faint, but there. Wildflowers crushed under boot, smoke caught in hair, the salt of sweat and the sharp, metallic tang of her defiance. I close my eyes, and it's as if she's still here, straddling me with that look that dares me to deny her anything. Gods, that look! I drag a clawed fingertip through the molten surface, carving lazy circles that seal over in seconds, as if the earth itself refuses to hold my mark. Her nails had not been so reluctant. I still feel them raking along my shoulders, digging into my back. Not deep enough to wound me, not truly, but enough to remind me that for all her fragility, she is no timid creature. She took control without asking, without hesitation, as if the idea that a dragon should ever lead was foreign to her. And I let her. That's the part that bites deepest, not her boldness, not her hands or her heat, but that I didn't stop her. I wanted it. I've lain with hundreds before. Centuries' worth of tangled limbs and fleeting moans. Some I remember because they died in the act, others because they begged not to. Not one of them has ever lingered past the cooling of the bedfurs. My pleasures have always burned hot and brief, another coin tossed onto the hoard of my memory, collecting dust. But Eris, she haunts me. I can still hear her voice, low and certain, saying those impossible words. I said so, a mortal ordering me, and me obeying. I should find it laughable. Instead, it claws at me, dragging me under in ways no blade ever could. I stare into the lava, letting its glow paint my hands blood red. She is in my blood now. I feel her in every breath I take, in the quiet between heartbeats. It is maddening, this tether I never agreed to. My kind does not keep mortals. We take them, we use them, we leave them. But she is different, not because she sings, not because she's beautiful, though she is in a way that makes the god statues look clumsy. No, it's because she looks at me and does not see an ending. She sees a beginning, and that terrifies me more than Kudu's cursed blade ever could. Somewhere deeper in the lair, I hear the faint rustle of her moving in the firs. I tell myself I'll stay here, that I need the distance, that this, whatever this is, will consume me if I let it. But my body betrays me, leaning forward, listening for her footsteps. I snarl at myself under my breath. Fool! The sound bounces off the cavern walls, swallowed quickly by the hiss of the lava. But the truth remains as relentless and molten as the pool beside me. Eris is under my skin in my mind, and I don't know if I want her gone. I think I might not survive it if she was. The echo of my footsteps follows me through the hoard. Once that sound was a comfort, a reminder that I walked among the spoils of centuries, each clink of gold a hymn to my own triumph. Now it feels thin, hollow, like the sound is bouncing off emptiness rather than wealth. The gold still gleams. The jeweled goblets still throw shards of colored light across the black walls. My relics of empires long turned to dust remain precisely where I placed them. And yet, none of it holds me the way it once did. I tell myself it's because Eris has cluttered the air of the lair with her scent, her voice, her stubborn insistence on touching things I have left untouched for decades. But the truth is crueler. Without her here, the hoard feels dead. I pass a line of ornate blades, their edges catching the molten glow from a nearby vent, and I stop when I see it. A small, half-buried thing on a low shelf. The broken music box. She'd found it weeks ago, brushed the dust off its silver casing, traced the filigree with her fingertips before setting it down again. I thought she'd forgotten it. I had not. I lift it carefully, the hinge loose, one of the tiny gears rattling inside like a dry bone in a cup. With a thought, I call heat into my palm, not the all-consuming blaze I wield in battle, but a focused, surgical burn. The metal softens, the cracks seal, the warped gear straightens under the persuasion of molten fingers. I etch the filigree anew, sharper than the day it was forged, and with a final whisper of power, the box hums back to life. When I open the lid, a soft, lilting melody spills out, fragile but unbroken. It winds around me in the air, delicate as breath on the back of my neck. I can almost see her swaying to it, eyes closed, a rare, unguarded smile tugging at her mouth. That's when I hear her. Her footsteps are light, but they carry a rhythm I've already learned to know. She steps into the hall, her hair still mussed from sleep, wrapped in one of my black furs. The firelight catches in her eyes, turning them to molten amber for just a moment before they widen. You. Her voice is barely above a whisper. You fixed it. I snap the lid shut and let the music fade before meeting her gaze. You admired it. She steps closer, her bare feet soundless against the gold-strewn floor. I didn't think you noticed. I let my mouth curl into something sharp, something dangerous, even though my chest feels anything but. I notice everything about you. Her breath catches at that, just the smallest break in her control. But instead of closing the space between us, she stops, a single coin's width too far for me to reach without moving. The firelight makes her expression unreadable, shadows hiding half her face. Don't make promises you can't keep, she says finally. Her voice is steady, but I hear the tremor buried deep, like a fault line under stone. I take one step forward, enough for my shadow to swallow her in the flicker of the lava's glow. My smile thins to a blade. I never promise. Neither of us moves. The music box sits between us on a pile of gold, still warm from my magic, the air thick enough to taste. I can hear the whisper of her breath, quick, but not hurried. She smells like the fur she's wrapped in, smoke, pine, and the faintest trace of herself beneath it all. Her gaze flicks to my hands, then to my face. I can feel the question there, but she doesn't ask it. Instead, she turns away first, moving deeper into the hoard as though the conversation is over. But the space she leaves behind feels colder, and I stand there far too long, listening to the music in my head, even after it stopped playing. The lair is quiet except for her voice. It starts low, like embers stirring after a long sleep, warm and slow, curling through the air like smoke. The first notes are almost a whisper, but they find the stone walls, sink into them, and return stronger, echoing until the whole cavern seems to hum with her. I stand in the shadows at the edge of the hoard, unseen, the glow from the lava pools painting my scales in molten gold I haven't earned tonight. Her song grows, winding higher, twisting into something I can feel in my bones. The sound vibrates in my ribs, presses against my chest until it's hard to breathe. Each word, though I can't place the language, has weight, the kind that drags you under willingly. I've faced gods and storms and armies, but none of them ever had the power to make my knees want to bend. The gold around her catches the firelight as she moves, slow and sure, the song drawing her forward. Her bare feet whisper against the coins. She doesn't even glance down, doesn't notice the relics worth kingdoms beneath her toes. Her voice is all the wealth she needs. I should leave. I should let her have this moment alone. But I can't. When the final note fades, the silence feels wrong, too abrupt, too sharp, like the world has been cut in half. My claws curl against the stone. I don't move. Not yet. Then she turns. Her eyes find the dark where I stand as though the shadows mean nothing, as though she's always known exactly where I am. Her lips curve, but it's not a smile. It's sharper, edged with something like truth. You're falling, she says, her voice low but certain. And you hate it. For a moment I let the words hang between us. She's not wrong. I felt it. This slip, this slow surrender, and every part of me that should recoil only digs in deeper. I step forward into the light. The glow from the nearest lava pool catches in my eyes, in the edges of my teeth when I grin. I love it, I admit, the words tasting like smoke and something far sweeter. Her breath stills. I can see the flicker in her gaze, the war between flight and staying. I give her no time to choose. In 2 strides, I'm there. My hands find her, one at her jaw, the other at the curve of her back, pulling her flush against me. My mouth crashes into hers like a storm breaking on the cliffs. No hesitation, no asking. Her lips part under mine, and I taste the echo of her song, rich and wild, and something of her that's all heat and defiance. She answers me in kind, fingers fisting in my hair, dragging me closer, as though she wants to steal my fire for herself. The coins shift under our feet, a soft, constant chime that seems to follow the rhythm of our breathing. This kiss isn't gentle. It's a claim, a challenge, a war neither of us wants to win too quickly. My hunger rises, sharp and dangerous, the kind that could consume us both. But even as it roars, I keep it chained. My claws could cut her skin, my teeth could close on her throat, but I hold back. For her. Her breath breaks against mine, her body pressed so close I can feel the beat of her heart. It's not fear. It's not surrender. It's something far more dangerous. Trust. I break from her lips only long enough to rest my forehead against hers, my breath hot against her mouth. Mine, I growl, low enough that it's more vibration than word. She doesn't flinch, doesn't argue. She doesn't deny it. The lava behind us pops and hisses, the gold shifts again beneath us, and I know, whether she means to or not, she's already marked me as much as I've marked her.
Chapter 14. Heiress. The air outside the lair is cold enough to bite. I step past the mouth of the cavern, pulling the fur tighter around my shoulders. My skin still feels hot from him, like he burned his shape into me with his hands, his mouth, his voice. Every breath is sharp, frosted in the mountain air, and yet under it all my body hums, restless. I need space. I need to think without the weight of his gaze. The ridge falls away beneath my boots, jagged rock dropping into shadow. I walk along the spine of the mountain, the wind tugging at my hair, the smell of sulphur thinning into clean frost. The night sky is huge up here, clear and violent with stars. Somewhere behind me I know he's still watching, even if he doesn't follow. Below, the valley glows with scattered torchlight. The village, my village. From up here it looks small enough to cup in my palm, its rooftops no more than dark shapes against the silver wash of moonlight. My chest aches with something sharp. Home, and yet not. I stand there, watching the lights sway in the wind, and I think about the people who might be moving among them. My mother, does she still sew by candlelight, fingers pricked raw from the needle? My father, does he still keep that same chipped mug by the fire, the one he's had since before I was born? Are they safe tonight? Or are they still looking over their shoulders for dark elves and worse? I think of the boy we saved, the way his arms locked around my neck when I cut him down from the gallows. I wonder if his mother is down there right now, clutching him like she'll never let go again. And then I wonder how many of them still spit my name like a curse, not because of what I've done, but because of who I stand beside now, because of him. I close my eyes, and the memory of his mouth on mine surges up like heat from the lava pools, the weight of his hands on my hips, the sound he made when I didn't pull away. My heart stumbles in my chest, confused and unwilling to settle. Do they still hate the dragon? Do I? The question hits harder than the wind. Hate is easy. Hate is clean. Hate is sharp enough to cut through fear. But what I feel now is messy, warm where it should be cold, heavy where it should be hollow. It's dangerous. My fingers curl into the fur at my throat. The torches below sway and bob, a living constellation of fire. If I squint, I can almost imagine their stars, scattered across the earth instead of the sky. Stars I could walk to, one step at a time. But to go down there now would mean leaving the ridge, leaving the warmth I still carry from the lair, leaving him. I tell myself I'm only here to get air, to remind myself that the world exists beyond the reach of his claws and his hoard. But the truth presses harder with each breath. Even out here, under the cold moon and the sharper stars, I feel him. His presence is carved into my skin like a brand. I turn back toward the lair, the mouth of it black against the fire glow inside. Somewhere beyond that darkness, he's waiting. Not pacing, he's not the pacing type, but there all the same. And for all the questions that churn in me, my feet move toward him anyway. The heat hits me first when I step back into the lair, a wall of warmth that rolls over my skin and seeps deep into my bones after the bite of the mountain wind. The air tastes of ash and something sharper, burnt copper, like the tang of lightning right before a storm breaks. I follow the sound of his voice, low and rough, echoing faintly against the stone. The cavern narrows into one of the side halls, the kind he never bothers to light, with more than a few molten fissures along the walls. They pulse gently, shadows breathing in time with the glow. At the far end, Agranox stands before a great crystal, the size of a warhorse's skull. Its surface shimmers like ice over flame, and inside, faint but sharp, is the image of another dragon's face. Older. Far older. The horns are longer, the ridges of the brow heavier, the gold of his scales dulled into a patina that speaks of centuries weathered without yielding. His eyes, though, his eyes are bright and cold as cut glass. "She is your undoing," the elder rumbles, his voice deep enough to make the crystal's light throb in time with the syllables. Agranox's shoulders are stiff, his wings half flared even in this form, the tension rolling off him like heat from a forge. "That's what makes her mine," he snaps, the words a whip crack in the confined space. The elder's expression doesn't change. If anything, the stillness makes him more dangerous. Then, with a slow blink, he turns his gaze elsewhere, and the crystal's glow fractures. In a blink, the image is gone, leaving only my own reflection in the molten facets. Agranox exhales sharply, and it's only then that I realise I've stepped closer, my shadow stretching into the dying light. His head tilts, catching me in the edge of his gaze. "Friend of yours?" I ask, keeping my tone light, though the air in here feels like it could snap if either of us pushed too hard. "Advisor," he says grimly, turning fully toward me now. His eyes are darker than the lava's glow behind him, the gold dulled under a film of thought. I murmur, leaning a hip against the cool rock wall. "And what did your advisor advise?" "That I should mate with a gold-scale priestess and conquer half the continent." He says it without hesitation, as if it's the kind of thing one might casually discuss over a morning meal. My brows lift. "Sounds romantic." The edge of his mouth almost, twists into a smile, but it dies before it can live. "You're better," he replies simply. No flourish, no seduction. Just a truth laid bare between us, heavy enough that I feel it in my chest. I blink at him, unsure if my first instinct is to laugh or to scoff or to throw something at his head. Instead, I push off the wall and step toward him, my boots scuffing over the uneven stone. "Better how?" I ask, my voice sharper than I mean it to be. "Better because you're not a creature of ceremony," he says, his gaze locking with mine. "Better because you bleed. Because you fight. Because you refuse to kneel even when you should. Better because you make me think of more than fire and ruin. The words hang there, thick as smoke, curling between us until I feel them on my skin. I should say something biting. I should break whatever this is before it becomes harder to tear apart. Instead, I hear myself ask, "And what does your advisor think of that?" His mouth curves, but there's no humour in it, only a baring of teeth. He believes it will be my death. I take another step, closing the distance until the heat coming off him is all I can feel, until I have to tilt my chin up to keep my eyes on his. "And what do you believe?" He studies me like I'm another artifact in his hoard, something to be weighed for worth, for flaws, for beauty. "I believe," he says at last, his voice low and deliberate, "that he's right. And I also believe I don't care. That shouldn't land in my chest the way it does. It shouldn't feel like a vow." "You're terrible at taking advice," I tell him, because I need something to break the moment before I start to believe him too easily. His gaze doesn't waver, only when the advice is worth ignoring. I force myself to glance at the crystal, now cold and dark on its pedestal. "He really thinks you could just take half the continent?" "I could take all of it," Agranok says without a hint of arrogance, just a statement of fact. "But what is a throne worth, except another chain to keep around your own neck?" Number. I have other things to claim. That pulls my attention back to him, though part of me wishes I'd kept my eyes on the floor. His expression is unreadable, but I can feel the weight of his meaning like a hand pressed to the back of my neck. "You talk like everything's already yours," I say quietly. He tilts his head. "Not everything. Not yet." The silence after that isn't awkward. It's dangerous. The kind of silence that says one wrong word could set everything alight. I take a slow breath, tasting the faint metal in the air from the crystal's magic. "Well," I say, stepping back before my heart decides to keep leaning forward, "if you're going to ignore the advice of your elders, you'd better hope you're as good as you think you are." His smile this time is slow, deliberate, the kind of expression that makes me wonder if he's imagining something I'm not ready to picture. "I'm better," he says again, like it's the simplest truth in the world. And the worst part? I believe him. The moment the words leave my mouth, I know there's no going back. "You treat me like a pet," I snap, stepping in close enough that I can smell the faint ember scorch clinging to his skin. "Feed me, keep me warm, let me roam, so long as I'm still inside your invisible leash." His head tilts, gold eyes narrowing. "A pet." His voice is soft in the way storms get quiet right before the lightning hits. "That's what you think this is?" "That's what it feels like!" I fire back. My pulse is a drum in my ears, my hands fisted at my sides. "You say I matter, but you still decide where I can go, what I can touch, what you'll tell me." "That's not freedom, Agranox. That's ownership." He doesn't flinch, doesn't step back. If anything, he moves closer until the heat rolling off him forces the air between us into something tight and thin. "You think you want freedom?" His smile is sharp and humourless. "What you want is the illusion of it, so you can still pretend you're not afraid." I laugh once, sharp enough to cut the air. "Afraid? You think I'm scared of you?" "No," he says, voice dropping low enough that it vibrates in my ribs. "I think you're scared of yourself. Scared to admit you feel something real for me, because the moment you do, you can't hide behind all your righteous indignation. The heat between us is different now, not the kind that burns skin, but the kind that sinks under it, coils low and tight. I can't tell if I want to shove him away or drag him closer." "You are so sure of yourself," I bite out. "I'm sure of you," he counters, stepping forward so I have to step back or let him close the distance entirely. My shoulder blades hit the cold stone wall, the chill bleeding straight through the thin tunic I wear. He's in front of me now, towering, and the shadow of his wings shudders along the wall behind him like something alive. "Stop twisting this," I warn, though my voice isn't as steady as I want it to be. He doesn't. Of course he doesn't. You want to talk about ownership? His hand slams against the wall beside my head, the impact a dull echo in the stone. Fine. Own this. Tell me you feel nothing. Tell me you could walk away right now and never look back. I open my mouth, but nothing comes out. The silence is an answer in itself, and we both know it. His eyes blaze, molten and unyielding, as if he could burn the truth straight out of me if I keep it locked too long. Then he moves. Fast. His hands are up my waist, and before I can gasp, my feet leave the floor. He lifts me like I weigh nothing, pressing me into the cold wall, the stone biting through my clothes, while his heat sears the front of me. My breath catches hard enough to hurt. Say it, he growls, low and dangerous, each word dragging across my skin like claws. His grip is firm but not crushing, holding me there, suspended between the bite of the wall and the blaze of his body. I stare back at him, my heart pounding against my ribs so hard I can feel it in my fingertips. You're not my captor anymore, I say, each syllable deliberate, heavy, and shaking with more truth than I want to admit. His gaze doesn't soften, but something in it shifts, like the crack of ice just before it gives way. Slowly, painfully slowly, he lowers me until my boots touch stone again. He doesn't step back, doesn't let me out of the cage of his arms. No, he says, his voice rougher now, like the words are torn from someplace deeper than his chest. I'm your choice. It hangs there between us, those 3 words, until I realise my nails are digging into my palms and his breath is brushing over my cheek. My lips part, but I can't think of anything to say that won't change everything. And maybe that's the point. We stand like that, locked in something neither of us wants to name, until I finally step sideways out of his space. My body is still humming, every nerve raw and awake. You terrify me, I whisper, more to myself than to him. The look he gives me says the feeling is mutual.
Chapter 15. Agrinox. The wind is cold tonight, sharp enough to bite at the edges of my wings as I cut through it. I don't care. I want the sting. I want the distraction. The lair is too close, too warm, too full of her scent. The sky above Protheka bleeds red, the color of a dying sun filtered through the far-off smoke of burning mountains. It smells faintly of sulfur even from here, a ghost of old wars of what my kind once ruled and what we lost. My eyes track the fractured horizon until I find what I'm looking for. A lone tower jutting from the earth like a jagged fang, all that remains of a fortress long since swallowed by time and ruin. I bank low and land on the cracked stones with a shudder of impact, my claws gouging the rock. The place is half collapsed, its upper chambers long fallen into rubble, the rest leaning like it might surrender to gravity any day. I know it well. I stained these stones with blood centuries ago. It was here that I ended Kuvarath, the dark elf general, who thought he could collar dragons like cattle. He had a voice like poisoned honey, an army that marched without fear, and a taste for our scales as trophies. He had cages waiting for us, built of black steel and bound with spells so vile, they left the air tasting like rotting meat. I remember the day I tore his throat out. The spray was. The ghosts come slowly as they always do. You can't see them with mortal eyes, but I feel them. Cold drifts of air brushing over my scales, voices curling like smoke into my ears. I close my eyes and let them speak. Run. The word slithers through my mind in tones I recognize. Old allies, fallen kin, the ones I failed to save. She will ruin you. Let her go. Their whispers are like claws down my spine, tugging at instincts older than language. I can almost see them, dragons without flesh, half-formed shapes of gold and crimson light, circling just beyond the edges of vision. You cannot keep her. You cannot keep yourself. I snort smoke and bare my teeth at the empty air. You sound like cowards, I growl. My voice echoes in the hollow of the ruined tower, bouncing back at me warped and low. The cold deepens. She is not yours. That earns a laugh from me, low and bitter. Too late for that. The wind shifts, rattling through the broken battlements. A piece of stone crumbles from somewhere high above, striking the ground with a dull thud. I stalk toward the center of what's left of the tower's hall, my talons scratching over the ancient flagstones. My mind is full of her. Eris with her stubborn chin lifted, her eyes sparking when she dares me to argue. The way she smells after rain, the sound of her voice when she sings. I hate it. I crave it. She's in my blood now, I murmur to no one. Burn me if you must, but you won't burn her out. The ghost hiss at that, retreating like smoke pulled into a draft. The cold fades, replaced by the steady throb of heat deep in my chest. It is not battle fire. It is something worse. Something I cannot fight with teeth or claws. I spread my wings and look to the sky again. The red haze hasn't lifted. If anything, it's thicker now, the air heavy with the promise of storms. Far away, lightning flickers over the mountains, so faint I might almost imagine it. Run. The echo lingers, softer now. More a memory than a command. I leap from the stones, my wings catching the air with a snap. The ruined tower falls away beneath me, shrinking into nothing more than a jagged shadow among the countless scars of this land. My flight is faster now, harder, the wind tearing at my face. I think of returning to the lair. I think of her seeing me like this, blood hot and storm heavy. I think of her leaving. The thought lands like a spear in my ribs, sharp enough to make me roar into the empty night. The sound rolls over the land in waves, scattering whatever creatures still dared to move in the dark. I want the world to hear me. I want it to know that I am not running. Not from her. Not from this. By the time I see the faint glimmer of the lair's mouth ahead, my muscles ache from the force of my flight. I descend in a slow spiral, claws gripping the black stone just outside the entrance. The wind carries the faintest trace of her scent to me. Warm skin, the herbs she favors, a note of something that is only hers. I step inside. The heat of the lair wraps around me, alive and breathing. Somewhere deep in the cavern I hear her. Not words, just movement. A faint shift of fabric, a breath that doesn't belong to the rock. The ghosts are gone. The tower is far behind me. But their warning still coils in my skull like a snake. Run. The stench hits me before the sight does. Charcoal oil, that bitter metallic tang of dark elf steel, and the faint, acrid trace of their spell ink. I slow my approach, wings pulling tight against my sides as I perch above the lair's mouth, eyes narrowing into slits. The night beyond is still, but the rock itself feels wrong, as though it's listening. I hear them. 2 heartbeats, quick and light, muffled beneath the rhythm of the wind. They're clumsy for spies, too focused on peering into my home to notice the shadow of my form blotting out the stars above. The first one dies without a scream. I don't waste breath on words. I simply let my will slip past my teeth. Fire leaps from nothing, a bright, liquid bolt of heat that strikes his back and turns flesh to ash before his body hits the ground. The air fills with the stink of burned leather and cooked bone. The second one freezes for half a heartbeat. I see the way his hand twitches toward his sword, then falters. His gaze jerks toward the place where his companion just ceased to exist. I could kill him. Should kill him. Instead, I bare my teeth and tilt my head, a slow, deliberate invitation to run. He does. Good. Let him carry the smell of his fear back to Kudu. Let him choke on it when he tries to speak. Let him tell his master that the dragon is not hiding in his hole. When his footfalls vanish into the wind, I drop from my perch and land heavy enough to make the ground quake. The lair's entrance yawns before me, warm air curling out to meet me, carrying her scent. I step inside, shaking the last traces of night chill from my wings before folding them tight. She's there, waiting. Eris leans against the stone wall, arms crossed, firelight brushing her face in copper and shadow. Her eyes find me the way they always do, like she's been listening for me, measuring the sound of my approach against all the others she's heard. There's no fear in her gaze, no relief either. Just something unreadable, sharp enough to make me pause. What did you do? Her voice isn't a demand. It's quieter than that. But I hear the edge beneath it. I keep walking until I'm close enough to smell the faint herbs on her skin. Declared war, I say simply. Her brow furrows. I thought we already had. We hadn't made it personal yet. I let the corner of my mouth curl into something that isn't quite a smile. Her weight shifts forward just slightly, enough that the furs at her shoulders catch the light and flare gold. And now? Now, I say, my voice low and certain. They know I'm coming for them. She studies me, head tilted, as if she's searching for the part of me that's human enough to explain myself. You could have let them go. Both of them. I did let one go. My tone sharpens, the memory of that fleeing heartbeat still in my ears. Dead men carry no warnings. The living, they spread fear faster than fire. Her mouth presses into a line. Fear doesn't rebuild villages. It doesn't feed the people they'll hurt while they're planning for you. They were already going to hurt them, I counter, stepping closer until the heat of me presses against her skin. The only difference now is they'll think about me while they do it. She doesn't flinch, but she doesn't look away either. You're not making this easy. I'm not here to make it easy. My gaze drops, just for a heartbeat, to the line of her throat, the quick flicker of her pulse. I'm here to make sure Kudu stops breathing before you do. The silence that falls between us is thick, the kind that could hold or shatter depending on which one of us moves first. She's still watching me with that same unreadable expression, but there's something behind it now. A glint, small and dangerous, like the point of a blade hidden under silk. What if killing him isn't enough? She asks finally. Then I'll burn what's left of his name from the stones of Protheka, I say without hesitation. And I'll keep burning until no one remembers he existed. Her lips twitch. Not a smile, not exactly. But her gaze softens by the smallest degree. You really don't know how to fight small battles, do you? I'm not built for them. I tilt my head slightly, studying the shadows dancing in her eyes. Neither are you. Something flickers across her face then, too quick for me to name it. She steps back, putting the firelight between us, and the air shifts. Cooler, sharper. You should rest, she says. I don't need rest. That makes one of us. She turns away, the furs at her shoulders catching the light again, her steps steady toward the deeper chambers. I watch her go, the echo of her words and the lingering heat of her nearness tightening something in my chest. The spies are gone, their ashes cooling outside my lair. But the war isn't out there. Not entirely. It's here in the space between her voice and mine. I'm not sure which battlefield will kill me first. The firelight dances over her face, but her eyes don't blink. She doesn't yell. She doesn't pace. She just stands there, still, steady, cutting through me with that too quiet gaze that always makes me feel like she's seeing the part of me I keep buried deepest. She speaks. Her voice is soft, but there's nothing gentle in it. Do you want to burn it all down? The question hangs between us like smoke, thick, clinging, impossible to ignore. I take a slow breath, feeling the heat of the lava pool at my back, the scent of ash still clinging to my skin from the spy I reduced to nothing minutes ago. I know the answer before my mouth moves. I want to protect you, I say. My voice comes out lower than I expect, the words scraping my throat like they don't want to be spoken aloud, even if it means losing myself. She studies me like she's weighing the truth of it, her expression unreadable. Then, without hesitation, she steps forward. The sound of her boots on stone is soft, but it feels loud in the silence between us. When her palm presses against my bare chest, the heat of her hand meets the heat of me, and I swear it's more dangerous than any blade. Her fingers splay slightly, tracing the rise and fall of my breath like she's mapping something that matters. "Don't lose yourself," she says quietly. "Find something worth keeping." The words land heavier than any accusation, and I realize then, it's not a plea for me to be less. It's not a warning to tame the fire. She's asking me to be more. I feel my jaw tighten. "You think there's something worth keeping?" She meets my eyes without flinching. "I wouldn't still be here if I didn't." The admission burns, because it's too close to the truth I've been avoiding. I could tell her she's wrong, that I'm nothing but the sum of every city I've reduced to cinders, every scream I've swallowed. But I can't make myself say it, not when her hand is still on me like that. Her scent wraps around me, smoke and cold air and something faintly sweet, like the herb she uses when tending that boy we saved. I want to pull her closer, bury my face in her hair, breathe her in until I can't remember what air without her smells like. Instead, I force my voice into something steady. "You're telling me to be more when every part of me is built to destroy. Then build something instead." Her thumb brushes my skin, just once. "You can still burn, Agrinox, just choose why." The words dig into me deeper than claws, because no one's ever asked me to choose before. Power was always my right, my birth, my curse. It was never a thing I was supposed to direct. I glance toward the mouth of the lair, where the wind howls faintly through the stone, carrying the faintest trace of distant torches. And if what I choose makes the rest of the world burn anyway, then it burns, she says simply. But maybe not all of it. Her hand leaves my chest, and the absence is almost painful. She steps back, but not far enough to break the pull between us. "You can't keep telling me you're willing to lose yourself for me. That's not what I want. That's not why I'm still here." I tilt my head, studying her face in the flickering light. "Then why are you still here?" She smirks faintly, just enough to cut through the tension. "Because I want to see what happens when a dragon decides to be more than a monster." It's a dangerous thing she's asking for. Dangerous for her, and even more dangerous for me. Because I fought gods, crushed armies, gutted beasts whose names the world has forgotten. But I've never had to be anything else before. I take a step closer, closing the small distance she'd made. "You might not like what you find." "I might love it," she counters. Her words hit me like a spark to dry tinder, and I can feel the fire curling in my chest again, different from the fire I've carried for centuries. This one feels new, hungry in a way I can't quite name. I lean down, my voice rough in her ear. "Careful. I might start believing you." "Good," she says, her breath warm against my jaw. "Believe me?" I just look at her. Really look. At the stubborn tilt of her chin, the firelight catching in her eyes, the steady rhythm of her breathing. And I know, with a clarity that rattles me, that she's right. She's not asking me to protect her by becoming smaller. She's asking me to fight harder, burn brighter, aim sharper, and maybe she's the only thing in this world that could make me want to. I don't touch her. Not yet. Instead, I let my voice drop low enough that only she could hear it over the rumble of the lava. Then stay close, Eris. Because if I do this, if I try to be more, you're the reason. Her lips curve into something softer than a smile, but more dangerous than a threat. That's the plan. I think I've just been claimed. Not as a prize, not as a weapon, but as something worth keeping.
This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter.
Chapter 16. Eris. The first day, my hands shake, not from fear, though maybe there's a little of that lurking at the edges, but from the sheer weight of what I'm holding. The tablet in my palms is old, so old the stone feels brittle, like the wrong grip could turn it to dust. Its surface is etched with symbols that swirl and knot together like vines, curling into shapes my mind doesn't yet understand. Agranox crouches beside me, his voice low and warm as he traces a claw along one groove. This, he says, is not a word. It's a command. The language of the first Magi was woven from intent as much as sound. You don't speak it. You wield it. I repeat the shape in my head, my tongue twitching with the strange syllables he's feeding me. It's heavy in my mouth, like trying to speak with a mouthful of molten metal. Again, he instructs. I try. The sound that comes out feels wrong. Off-key somehow, like I'm plucking a lute string too tight. His mouth curves into that infuriating, almost smile. Better. But you're not telling it what to do. You're asking politely. And magic like this doesn't listen to the polite. Sounds familiar, I mutter under my breath. He catches it, of course. I do listen, he says. Just not to everyone. It's our rhythm now, this constant back and forth. The barbs, the dry smirks, the way his voice dips low when he's amused, or higher, almost sharp, when I've actually impressed him. The ring on my finger thrums faintly as he sets the tablet aside and produces something else. A thin, curved disc of beaten gold, etched all the way through with more of the curling script. Focus on the ring, he tells me. Feel the magic there. It's not sleeping, it's waiting. I close my eyes. The inside of the lair smells of stone and smoke, of heated metal, and the faintest trace of the oils he uses to polish some of his rarer treasures. Beneath all of that, I can feel it. The faint hum inside the band, like a cat purring against my skin. Good, he says, though I haven't spoken. Now twist it. Twist it? Not with your hand. With your will. Imagine it turning, tightening. Not to bind, but to brace. I picture it in my mind, a spiral tightening inward, gathering speed. The hum turns into a vibration, crawling up my arm and blooming across my chest. My eyes snap open in time to see the air in front of me shimmer, ripple, then harden into something pale and translucent, like glass forged from moonlight. I stumble back, my breath catching. I did that. You did that, he says, but it won't last unless you own it. The shimmer flickers, and I force my breath steady, my jaw set. The shield solidifies again. His grin is all teeth now. Better. Now throw it. What? He moves before I can think, flicking his wrist, sending a spark of fire spinning toward me. Instinct takes over. I shove my palm forward, and the moonlight shield bursts outward, smashing into the spark so hard it scatters into harmless embers. I stand there, chest heaving. You could have warned me. I did. That wasn't a warning. That was you trying to set me on fire. If it was, you wouldn't be standing. He steps closer, the heat of him swallowing the space between us. You're not just armor, Eris. You are the blade. I lift my chin, lips curling into something between a smirk and a challenge. Don't tempt me to use it on you. His chuckle is low, rumbling in his chest. Wouldn't be the first time someone tried. And he leans in just enough that his breath brushes my ear. None of them succeeded. My pulse kicks hard, but I shove the feeling down, stepping back into the circle of scattered relics. This isn't just about magic. It's about learning him. His tells. The way his shoulders shift when he's deciding whether to test me or tease me. The way his gaze sharpens when I surprise him, like he's filing the moment away in that ancient mind for later. Over the next days, the training becomes ours. We start with the languages, hard-edged syllables that taste like iron on my tongue, fluid ones that slip like water over my teeth. He corrects me relentlessly, sometimes with a tap of his claw under my chin, sometimes with nothing more than a single weighted look. Then it's the magic in motion, turning the shield into a wall, a dome, a pulse that can knock a man off his feet without spilling a drop of blood. I learn to feel for the edges of the power, the way it shifts and swells depending on my mood. Anger sharpens it, fear fuels it, but control, that's where the strength is. And always, the banter. You hesitate, he says one morning, after I block another one of his sudden fire-laced attacks. I think before I swing, I shoot back. Thinking is good. Thinking too long gets you dead. Then I'll just have to be faster than dead. His grin is sharp. You're learning. It's strange how easily this has settled into a kind of language between us. Not the one carved into the relics, not the one spoken aloud, but something woven into the pauses, the glances, the way we circle each other like we're both waiting for the other to make the next move. It's survival, yes, but it's also something else, something I don't name. Late one evening, after I managed to split the shield into two and deflect fire from opposite sides at once, I catch him watching me with that look. The one that's not quite pride, not quite hunger, but both in equal measure. What? I ask, brushing soot from my sleeve. Nothing, he says, though the corner of his mouth betrays him. Just wondering how long before you stop needing me to teach you. I arch a brow. Afraid I'll outgrow you? His eyes flash gold in the dim light. Hoping you'll try. And that's it. That's the moment I realise this is our language now. The mockery. The push and pull. The way he'll never say love, and I'll never say trust. But somehow, we've been speaking both all along. The wind from the outer ledge carries voices before I see them. It's strange, how I know the timbre of my mother's call now, as surely as I know the sound of Agranox's wings, the weight of his steps on stone. I hear her first, faint, but urgent. My father's voice follows, lower, roughened with the salt air and years of shouting over the clamour of the docks. I step toward the opening, and there they are again. My parents. This time not alone. Two other villagers cling to the path behind them, shifting from foot to foot, casting nervous glances into the black maw of the lair. Agranox appears at my side without a sound. I glance at him, catching the flick of his golden eyes toward them, measuring, weighing. They came all this way again, I say. They're desperate, he replies, voice like gravel and embers. When we step out into the daylight, my mother breaks into a run. She doesn't slow until her hands are on my face, my hair, my arms, as if checking to make sure I'm still flesh and bone, and not some illusion. My father holds back, his gaze fixed warily on the dragon beside me, but when I meet his eyes, there's relief there. Relief, and something darker. What is it? I ask. My mother swallows. It's Lord Kudu. The name tastes of iron and ash in my mind. What's he done now? One of the other villagers, Joran, I think, steps forward, his voice trembling. He's hiring half-orc mercenaries. Dozens, maybe hundreds. says he needs them to keep the humans in line after the betrayal at the fortress. He blames us for the loss. My stomach knots. That's not... I know, my mother says quickly, gripping my hand. But he's using it as an excuse. He's killing anyone who talks back, anyone who resists. My father's voice is tight, clipped. And he's not stopping at the village. The rumours say he'll burn the whole coast if it makes his point. I glance at Agranox. His expression is carved from stone, unreadable. I need to go, I say, turning back to my parents. I need to be there. You can't, he says, his voice cutting through the air like the edge of a blade. I round on him. Why not? Because you are not ready. Then make me ready, I fire back. The silence after that is heavy, stretching until my father shifts uncomfortably and my mother bites her lip. Agranox studies me, eyes narrowing just slightly, as though searching for something past the words. He says, "Very well." The next days are a blur. Fire, steel, sorcery. He throws me into it without ceremony, without gentleness. I learn to move before I think, to let instinct guide me. The first time he sends a gout of fire racing toward me without warning, I nearly stumble, nearly. But the ring's magic surges, and my shield flares into life. The heat hits like a wall, shoving me back but not burning. "Faster," he growls. "The world won't wait for you to prepare." We train with blades next. He gives me one barely longer than my forearm, light enough to move quickly, but sharp enough to cut clean through a leather strap. His claws meet my steel again and again, the clash ringing in my bones. He doesn't slow, doesn't pull his strikes. "You're going to kill me before Kudu gets the chance." I snap after he knocks the sword from my hand for the third time in an hour. If you can't stop me, you can't stop him. I grit my teeth, pick up the sword, and come at him again. By the third day, my arms ache so badly I can barely lift the blade. My throat is raw from shouting the incantations he drills into me. My legs quiver with each dodge and roll. But something is shifting. My shield forms faster now, stronger. My blade finds the gap in his guard once, just once, and the flash of approval in his eyes is worth the bruises. At night, I collapse onto the furs by the heat vent, muscles burning, lungs still tasting faintly of smoke. He doesn't coddle me, but he doesn't leave me either. Sometimes he sits close enough that I can feel the heat radiating off him, the steady, grounding presence that says without words, "You survived today, you'll survive tomorrow." On the 5th day, he switches tactics. "You're going to fight more than one enemy," he says, leading me into one of the wider chambers. "You need to learn to think 3 steps ahead." How do I do that when you don't give me time to think one? That's the point. I don't have time to argue before the floor around me erupts. Pillars of flame, shards of stone, illusions of shadowy soldiers that move faster than thought. I spin, dodge, call the shield, swing the blade. Sweat blinds me, smoke burns my lungs, my heart hammers so hard it's all I can hear. When it's over, I'm on my knees, blade trembling in my grip. My hair sticks to my face, my hands shake, and he's smiling. "You're not just armour anymore," he says. "You're dangerous." I push to my feet, meeting his gaze. "Good." He tilts his head, that slow, calculating look settling over his features. "Don't tempt me to use you as my weapon." "Don't tempt me to use myself against you," I fire back, and though the words are sharp, there's a flicker in his eyes that isn't anger. Our banter is still there, still our language, but now there's steel beneath it. We're not just circling each other anymore, we're sharpening each other. And if Kudu wants war, I'm almost ready to give it to him. The lair is quiet. I should be asleep. My body is screaming for it after today's training. But something pulls me from the warmth of my furs. I find him at the far side of the cavern, sitting on the edge of a black basalt outcrop, like a statue carved from flame and shadow. The light from the pool below paints his skin in rippling golds and reds, catching on the faint shimmer of scales that fleck his hairline. They glint and fade, like the embers of a fire that refuses to die. Why are you afraid? The question slips out before I can second-guess it. My voice echoes in the cavern, softer than a whisper, but carrying. He doesn't look at me right away. His gaze stays fixed on the molten flow, the slow churn of the earth's blood beneath us. When he finally speaks, his voice is deep and rough, almost reluctant. "You are the strongest thing I've ever known," I say, because it's true, and because I want him to hear it from my lips. That earns me a glance. His eyes catch the light, liquid gold, edged with something that might be fatigue, might be doubt. "Strength," he says slowly, "does not mean invincibility." Something in my chest twists at that, because it is the first time I've heard him admit to anything like vulnerability. I cross the space between us without thinking. My knees hit the cool stone before him, and I lean forward until my forehead rests against his. The heat that radiates from him is almost overwhelming, but it's the steady pulse beneath it that anchors me. "Then I'll be your shield," I whisper. The words are a promise I don't know how to keep yet, but I mean them anyway. When he kisses me, it isn't the clash of tempers we've had before, not the battle for dominance that left us both gasping. It's slow, deliberate, not war, but surrender. His mouth shapes mine with a kind of reverence that makes my throat tighten. My hands find the line of his jaw, rough with faint stubble, warm like sun-soaked stone.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. Chapter 17. Agranox. The fire has burned low, just a sullen bed of embers casting the cavern in a deep, living red. Shadows cling to the walls like watchful things, and the air smells of cooled stone and her skin. Eris is curled against me, knees tucked, one hand resting on my chest as if she's claimed that space as her own. I could move her. I could shift, stretch, rise, and break this strange stillness. But I don't. Her hair is a dark spill across my arm, warm where it touches my skin. I can feel the soft puff of her breath against my ribs, slow and even. Her ring, the one I gave her, presses faintly against me with each rise and fall of her chest. I have lain beside countless bodies over the centuries. Some warm, some cold before I'd even closed my eyes. I've known hunger and release, fleeting connections with no weight to them. But this stillness feels like standing on the edge of a cliff I once swore I would never climb. Not love, but something just as dangerous. I watch her, letting my eyes trace the shape of her features, the stubborn line of her jaw even in sleep, the faint crease between her brows as though she's dreaming something she's not sure she trusts. Her lips are slightly parted, soft in a way that could undo me if I let it. My kin would call me a fool. I can hear their voices as clearly as if they stood here now, mocking, scornful. Humans are fleeting, they'd say. Fragile, fickle. They live like sparks in a storm and vanish just as quickly. Do not waste yourself on one. They would tell me she is a distraction, that she will rot the iron in my bones, that her mortality will make me weak. They would be wrong, because watching her now, I feel no weakness. I feel the low, steady thrum of something primal and certain. It's not about possession, though I want her as surely as I've ever wanted gold or fire. It's about choosing, and the knowledge that somehow She's chosen me back. Her fingers twitch in her sleep, brushing my skin. The sensation is small, barely there, but it sparks through me like lightning striking the marrow. I wonder if she's dreaming of the same thing I am. Storms, battle, the heat of skin against skin in a place where neither of us has to fight to be understood. The fire cracks, a faint pop echoing through the stillness, and she shifts closer. Her knee slides over my thigh, an unconscious claiming. I huff a quiet breath through my nose, amused despite myself. If the elders could see me now, dragon of the black cliffs, breaker of the fortress of ash, curled in a tangle of limbs with a mortal, they'd spit flame until their throats burned raw. They'd remind me of every oath I'd ever sworn to keep myself apart from this kind of entanglement. I wonder if it matters. A part of me, the part forged in the old wars, honed by centuries of blood, knows the truth. She will die long before I do. Even if Kudu doesn't take her, even if no blade or curse strikes her down, time will. It always does. But another part, the one that listens to her laughter, that watches her move through my hoard like it's a map she means to memorize, thinks, then let the time we have be worth something. I feel her stir, not waking fully, just the restless drift between dreams and consciousness. Her hand flexes slightly against my chest. Her breath changes rhythm. For a moment, I think she'll open her eyes and catch me watching. She doesn't. I let my gaze drift away from her to the mouth of the cave, where the night sky is a strip of deep indigo. A few pale stars burn there, distant and cold. I think of the last time I watched the sky with someone at my side. I think of the centuries that have passed since. She shifts again, her hair tickling my jaw, and I decide I don't care what my kin would say. I have survived wars, slaughtered kings, outlived gods. I have burned cities to cinders and buried whole empires in ash. And yet, lying here, I feel the strange pull of something I have never conquered. Something that cannot be taken by fire or steel. Her breath evens out again. My hand, it moves without my bidding, slides to her back, fingers splaying over the curve of her spine. She doesn't wake, but she sighs, the sound small and content. I keep it there, anchored in the space where she meets me. I do not move. Not because I'm afraid of waking her, but because I'm afraid of what might happen if I do. Afraid that the fragile, dangerous thing between us will shift before I am ready to name it. For now, I will let her sleep, and I will keep watch. Not because she needs it, but because I do. Because in the red hush of the dying fire, with her warmth pressed against mine, I realize something I am not ready to speak aloud. I've stopped counting the days since I first let her live. The clang of steel rings sharp in the air, each strike of her blade sending a jolt of satisfaction through me. She's faster than she was even a week ago. More precise. The enchanted edge of the sword hums when she swings it, a sound that threads through the cavern like an old song trying to be remembered. I've heard that hum before. In another lifetime from the hands of someone long turned to dust. The weapon had been buried under the collapsed heart of a ruined elven city, sealed behind wards even I had to unravel with care. It gleamed in the torchlight as though no time had touched it, the runes along its fuller still sharp as the day they were carved. I named it for her. Tessereth. A word from my own tongue, meaning the blade that turns fate. Once, it belonged to a queen who stood alone against a horde of my kind. She fought until her last breath, defending the walls of her people's last refuge. I killed her, because she left me no choice. But I never forgot her courage. And when I placed Tessereth in Eris's hands, I felt the strange whisper of that queen's fire passing to her. The sword fits her grip as if it had been forged for her alone. She moves with it now, not fighting against its weight, but flowing with it. A cut, a pivot, a spin. Her cloak flares behind her as her feet find the rhythm we've built together. She ducks under my reach, slashing upward. The strike stopped only because I catch the flat of her blade in my palm. It suits you, I tell her, pushing back with just enough force to make her plant her feet. Her eyes flash with that stubborn heat I've come to crave. I plan to be a queen of my own story. A laugh curls low in my chest, the sound rumbling in the space between us. Then I shall be your dragon. She tilts her head at me, a small smirk tugging at her mouth. My dragon? Bold claim. I let go of her sword, stepping back to give her room. Not a claim. A promise. She rolls her shoulders, bringing Tesserath up into a guard stance again. And what exactly does a dragon do for his queen? I circle her, the echo of my boots on stone matching the measured beat of her breathing. He destroys her enemies, guards her treasure, burns the world if it tries to take her. My gaze catches hers and holds it. And he makes certain she never fights alone. Her knuckles whiten slightly on the hilt. You're mixing poetry with threats again. Only because they are the same thing. She lunges and I sidestep, letting the point of Tesserath skim just past my ribs. She's learning control. There was a time not long ago she would have thrown her whole body into that thrust and left herself open. Now she draws back instantly, guarding her flank. The blade hums again, the runes flickering faint gold in the firelight. Her hair sticks to her cheek with sweat, the heat of exertion painting her skin. She looks alive in a way that would make lesser men bow without knowing why. I feint a strike and she catches it on the crossguard, twisting until the edge of her weapon presses lightly to my throat. Dead, she says, a little breathless. I don't move. The cool bite of the steel against my skin is nothing compared to the fire in her gaze. Not yet. She lowers the sword slowly, but her eyes stay on mine. You're letting me win. If I were, you wouldn't feel it in your arms right now. She flexes her fingers slightly, probably without realizing it, as the muscles in her forearms still twitch from the strength it took to push me back. I step closer, not close enough to touch, but enough that the heat of me brushes her skin. Tesserath has chosen you. Her brow furrows. Blades don't choose. I shake my head. Not for humans, perhaps. But that sword was forged in dragonfire. It has tasted battle, victory, loss. It knows the difference between a hand that will wield it and a hand that will waste it. She glances at the runes, tracing them with her thumb as if she might feel the truth in my words through the metal. And if it decides I'm not worthy, then it will leave you, I say simply, the way I will not. Her lips part slightly, but whatever she means to say dies on her tongue. Instead, she turns and swings again, faster this time, sharper. Her strikes are no longer wild flourishes, but precise, deliberate cuts. I let her work, only intercepting when I see an opening she's missed, pushing her to adjust. She grits her teeth, corrects, and tries again. The sound of metal on metal is a steady drumbeat between us, punctuated by the faint hiss of our breathing. She's still learning. She drops her shoulder too much in a certain parry, lets her elbow flare when she's tired. But the improvement is undeniable. Each mistake is smaller, shorter-lived. When she finally lowers the blade, chest heaving, I take it from her hands and set it aside. You're faster, I tell her, stronger, and deadlier every time you pick it up. Her eyes narrow, not in doubt, but in something close to pride. Then keep pushing me. I intend to. I gaze on her, the firelight flickering across her damp skin, the blade gleaming faintly beside us. She looks at me the way she looked at Tesserath the first time, like she hasn't decided yet if I'm a weapon or a shield. Maybe I'm both. She wipes her sleeve across her forehead and lets out a short laugh. Queen of my own story, she repeats, almost to herself. Yes, I murmur, my voice low, certain. And I will be your dragon. This time she doesn't smirk. She just holds my gaze, and I feel the hum of something between us that's older than any sword, any war, any oath. Something that might just change fate itself. We work side by side for days, the lair shifting under our hands until it becomes something new, something dangerous in ways even I hadn't dared before. Stone groans as I push an ancient column into place, my claws scraping grooves into the rock to anchor it. One wrong pull, and that same column will come down hard enough to crush a dozen soldiers at once. Eris stands on the ledge above me, hair tied back, holding a spool of ruined wire that glints faintly in the dim light. She threads it through a carved channel, tying it off with a knot she's learned from me. A knot that will hold until someone steps where they shouldn't. "Pull that tighter," I call up. "If it's loose, they'll see it." Her voice drifts down, amused. "And if it's too tight, you'll set it off just by breathing near it." I breathe fire. That's the point. She leans over, smirking. "Fine. Tighter it is, oh mighty death trap engineer." I grunt, but the corner of my mouth betrays me, twitching upward. It's been too long since anyone could spar with me without flinching. We move deeper into the tunnels, past chambers I once guarded jealously. They'll be guarded still, but now with more than stone doors and snarling threats. She's insistent on misdirection, passageways that look open, but curve back to dead ends, false chambers filled with bait treasure, narrow gaps that force intruders to funnel into kill zones. Her mind is quick, sharp as Tessereth's edge. I can almost see the paths forming in her head before she speaks them aloud. At one choke point, we stop before a natural basin in the rock, its surface catching the faint red glow from the deeper fires. I place my hand above it, whisper an old word, and the water blooms into flame. Not normal flame, but the shimmering blue-white of enchanted burn. It hisses without smoke, giving off a heat that bites the skin without scorching. "Step into that, and they'll burn from the inside," I say. Eris eyes it, her expression unreadable. "Cruel." I meet her gaze. "Necessary." She doesn't argue. She knows what's coming. We spend the better part of the night rigging a ceiling collapse in the western approach. I wedge huge slabs of stone into position while she carves trigger runes into the supports, the etchings glowing faint gold under her fingers. My kind are meant for this. Digging, shaping, turning the bones of the earth into weapons. But she adapts faster than any human I've ever seen. When we finally step back, our work laid out before us in silent menace, I feel a surge of satisfaction. This place, my home, has become a fortress within a fortress. "This will be the last place Kudu ever sees," I say, the words tasting like iron in my mouth. Eris steps toward me, her eyes bright despite the exhaustion in her frame. She plants a kiss on my cheek, the touch light but sparking hotter than any fire I've called today. "And the first place we win together." It shouldn't be enough to still me, but it is. I look at her, at the sweat on her brow, the faint smear of soot across her jaw, the steady way she meets my gaze. She has no idea how dangerous it is to say things like that to me. Or maybe she does, and she says them anyway. "Together," I echo, my voice low. I feel it. Not the shallow thrill of a kill well struck. Not the cold satisfaction of a hoard grown larger. Hope. It's small, stubborn, but it's there, curling up in my chest like a coal that refuses to go out. We leave the traps behind for the night, walking back toward the heart of the lair. She hums under her breath as she goes, the sound soft enough I almost think I've imagined it. I don't tell her that I'm already imagining what it will feel like when Kudu's forces pour into these halls and find only fire and ruin waiting, or that I'm imagining something else too. What it will be like when the dust clears and she's still here beside me. Hope is dangerous, but then again, so am I.
Chapter 18. Eris. The news comes with the morning wind, hot, dry, and carrying the scent of dust and steel. One of our watchers, an old man from the village with eyes like a hawk and a limp that never slows him, comes running down the ridge, breathless. "They're coming," he gasps. "More than I've ever seen. Black banners, and God's help us. They've got siege wagons. The words settle in my stomach like a stone. I force myself to walk to the ridge and look. The horizon is moving. Not just a line of soldiers, but a tide. Thousands, maybe more, marching in perfect rhythm, their armour glinting like oil in the sun. Even from here, I can see the bone-white tusks of the half-orc mercenaries, the spider-emblazoned helms of Kudu's personal guard. The air itself feels heavier, the way it does right before a storm that never breaks. Agranox comes to stand beside me, silent for a moment. His shadow swallows mine, wings half extended, as though even his body refuses to stand small. I should be ready for this. We've trained until my arms ached, and my voice was gone from reciting spells. We've carved the lair into a labyrinth of death traps and hidden choke points. We've planned, prepared, hardened ourselves. But seeing them, seeing him, even if it's just a dark figure on a war beast at the head of the army, my throat is tight before I even speak. We're not gods. The words slip out before I can stop them, quiet, not meant to surrender. Just truth, mortal truth. Agranox moves behind me, his warmth pressing into my back, his arms winding around my waist like he's claiming me in front of the horizon itself. His breath brushes my ear when he answers, "Then we'll burn them like we are." His tone is so certain, so absolute, that it should make me scoff. Instead, I just nod. And that's the worst part. I believe him. I keep my eyes fixed on the army until my vision blurs, the shapes turning into nothing but shadow and heat haze. "You think we can stop them?" I ask, voice low. "I think we can make them wish they'd never left their holes," he murmurs, his grip tightening just slightly. "And if we don't stop them, we'll take so many with us they'll choke on the memory." "That's not comfort," I say, but I don't pull away. "I wasn't trying to comfort you." I turn my head just enough to look at him. His eyes are molten gold, fixed on the enemy like he's already imagining the flames. "You're serious?" "Always." I let out a slow breath, forcing the panic back down. The fear isn't weakness. It's proof I know exactly what's at stake. "Then we don't waste time." He grins, sharp and wolfish. "Now you sound like me." We spend the rest of the day in motion. Every villager still loyal to us is stationed at the traps we set. The enchanted flame pools are stoked to a searing white blue, the runes carved deeper so they'll burn longer. I walk every passage we've rigged, memorizing them like scripture. At one point, I stop in the western tunnel, my hand resting on the carved trigger rune I etched days ago. My heart hammers as I imagine it, stone falling, crushing armour and bone, the sound of screaming swallowed by the rumble. I hate that it doesn't make me recoil. I hate that part of me is eager. Agranox finds me there. "Thinking about it?" I don't look at him, thinking about all of it. "Good. You should." I turn then, eyes narrowing. "You want me to be like you." He steps closer until I have to tilt my chin to keep looking at him. "No, I want you to survive. If that means you become more like me, so be it." "And if I do survive?" His gaze flickers down to my mouth before meeting my eyes again. "Then you decide what you want to be." The air between us is hot and heavy, not with desire, not now, but with something sharper. Resolve, maybe, or the weight of knowing there's no going back from this night. By dusk, the enemy has drawn closer, their torches visible now, even in the fading light. Drums thrum in the distance, slow and steady, like a heartbeat that doesn't belong to anything human. I stand at the mouth of the lair, watching them. My sword, Tessereth, rests in my hand, the hilt warm from where I've gripped it too long. Agranox is a shadow at my side, vast even in his human form, his presence a constant pressure against the panic clawing at me. "Tomorrow," he says, voice low. "Tomorrow," I echo, and then, because I have to say it before the world catches fire, If we fall. We won't. If we do, I press on, ignoring his interruption. I want you to know I would have chosen this anyway. Good. Because I would have chosen you. The drums keep beating, the torches keep burning, and I know sleep won't come tonight, not for either of us. The war table is nothing more than a wide slab of blackened stone, its surface scratched from decades of battles planned and lost here. But under our hands, it becomes something else. A living map, every mark and rune a choice that might save a life or end one. The cavern is crowded tonight. My parents stand near the far wall, their faces lit by the flicker of the lava vents, shadows cutting harsh lines over the exhaustion etched there. Villagers huddle close, some leaning on crude spears, others clutching nothing but the clothes on their backs. Survivors of Kudu's cruelty, thin, hollow-eyed, but breathing. Some of you will fight, I say, letting my voice carry over the low murmur of the crowd. Some of you will run. Both matter. I motion to the carved escape tunnels marked on the stone, Agranox's dragon runes glowing faintly in molten gold. These passages will take you to the ridges beyond the canyon. They're marked here, here, and here. You'll see the runes etched in the rock. Follow them and you'll live. A young man with a jagged scar down his cheek raises his hand. And the ones who stay? The bait. I meet his gaze without flinching. You'll be closest to the traps. Draw them in, force them to split their numbers. You won't be alone. We'll be watching every step. Agranox stands behind me, silent but radiating that heavy, oppressive presence that makes people listen even when they want to run. When he finally speaks, it's in that deep, molten voice that cuts through stone. If Kudu reaches this lair, I will face him myself. It's said like a fact, not a boast, not even a threat, just truth. I feel the heat rise in my chest before my body moves. My dagger is in my hand before I think about it, the blade slamming down into the stone table with a sharp crack that echoes through the chamber. No, I snap. Heads turn. The villagers freeze. Agranox's golden eyes lock on mine, and the silence between us stretches taut. We do this together, I say, low but steady. He doesn't flinch, but his jaw tightens. Eris! No, I cut in, leaning forward, my palms pressed to the stone. I don't care if you're older than the mountains or stronger than the sea. He's not just your fight anymore. You think I've spent all this time training, bleeding, learning your language and your magic just to stand back and watch? His gaze sharpens like he's trying to burn through me with nothing but his eyes. If I die fighting beside you, not hiding in a tunnel while you tear yourself apart. The words hang in the air, heavy as the heat from the lava pools. Behind us, someone shifts. I can hear my father murmur something to my mother, but I don't dare break eye contact with him. Agranox steps closer, the heat rolling off him enough to make my skin prickle. You are not. I am. I interrupt again, my voice rising this time. I am your ally. Your partner. And if you can't see that, then maybe you've been lying to yourself about what we are. The crowd is stone still now. The lava vents hiss like they're holding their breath. After what feels like an eternity, he exhales, slow, like smoke from a dying ember. You would risk everything. I don't hesitate. I already have. His eyes close for half a heartbeat, and when they open again, there's something in them I can't name. Not quite surrender, not quite approval, but something that makes my pulse quicken. Together then, he says quietly. The air shifts. The tension eases just enough for people to start moving again. Volunteers stepping forward to mark their assignments, my parents conferring with the elders about the tunnels. Agranox leans down, close enough that his breath brushes the shell of my ear. You realize this means I'll be watching you every second. I smirk without looking at him. You already do. He chuckles low in his throat, a sound that sends a shiver down my spine despite the heat. The rest of the night is strategy and sharpening blades. We divide the villagers into units, runners, bait, archers in the cliff hollows. I walk the length of the lair with Agranox, checking every trap, the rune-triggered rockfalls, the collapsing bridges over the lava channels, the enchanted flame pools that will ignite with a whisper of draconic speech. Every step, every plan feels like braiding rope in the dark, hoping it'll hold when the drop comes. By the time the others drift to their sleeping corners, it's just the two of us at the table again. The dagger I slammed down earlier still rests there, the hilt cool under my fingers. I glance at him. You were really going to face him alone? Yes, he says simply. And now? His eyes meet mine, and the corner of his mouth tilts, not quite a smile. Now I have to make sure you don't get yourself killed. Good, I say, pulling the dagger free and sliding it into my belt. Then we understand each other. He doesn't reply. But when I turn to leave, his hand brushes mine, just for a second. Enough to say the thing neither of us wants to risk putting into words. Not yet. The cave looks different tonight. It's not the jagged, shadow-choked lair I've come to know. It's something alive. Lanterns hang from stalactites, their light spilling in trembling pools across the rough stone. Candles flicker in the nooks and alcoves, their wax scent mingling with the tang of cooked meat. Crystals pulled from Agranox's hoard cast shifting blues and greens over the walls, refracting like captured lightning. The villagers gather in loose circles, sitting on furs or smooth rock ledges. The air hums with chatter, low at first, then louder as the wine flows, as roasted rabbit and salted fish pass from hand to hand. It's laughter, but the kind that sits on the edge of a knife, thin and nervous, like they're afraid it'll shatter if they breathe too hard. I stand apart at first, leaning against one of the crystal-lit walls, letting the sounds wash over me. My parents are close to the fire pit, my father telling some half-remembered tale that makes the people near him grin despite themselves. Agranox isn't far, standing tall at the edge of the gathering, his golden eyes scanning the crowd like he's counting every heartbeat. Someone calls my name. A young girl, the one who lost her mother to Kudu's soldiers, comes toward me, holding out a battered wooden lyre. The strings look worn, some frayed almost to snapping. She tilts her chin. You sing, don't you? I blink, caught off guard. I sometimes. Do it now, she says, and it's not a request. There's a kind of pleading in her gaze, a need I understand down to my bones. Music isn't just sound, it's memory. It's a spell you cast to keep yourself from breaking apart. I take the lyre. The wood is warm from her hands, smooth in some places, splintered in others. I test the strings. Sharp, uneven. But they'll do. When I step forward, the crowd shifts, eyes turning toward me. My throat tightens, but I don't let it show. I've sung for him before, soft songs meant to soothe or tempt. But this is different. This is for them. For us. The first note is low, a hum that vibrates in my chest before spilling into the open air. Then words follow, old ones, learned from my grandmother. A battle hymn, a song of the hunted who rose, who fought, who won. The melody is raw, almost jagged. My voice rises and falls like the swing of a blade, catching in my throat when the memory of what we've lost scrapes too close. I see faces turn toward the sound, some eyes shining wet in the flicker of crystal light. I don't sing pretty. I sing like the earth is listening. By the last verse, my hands are shaking, the final chord breaking under my fingers. My voice cracks, not from weakness, but from too much feeling pressed into too small a space. The last note hangs, fragile, before vanishing into the stone. Silence. Then Agranox steps forward. He doesn't look at me. He looks at them. When he speaks, it's in a language that rumbles through the walls, curling into the air like smoke. Ancient draconic, not the guttural battle growl I've heard in training, but something deeper, older. The words roll like distant thunder, each one heavy enough to settle in your bones. I don't understand them all, but I feel them. When he switches to our tongue, his voice is molten steel. "No more chains," he says, and the sound carries to every corner of the cavern. "No more flames stolen by tyrants." He sweeps his gaze over the crowd, meeting the eyes of farmers, smiths, hunters, children. "Tomorrow, we fight for all of us." The answering roar shakes the mountain. It's not just him this time, it's them, all of them. A sound that rises and rises until the air feels too thick to breathe. The walls vibrate underfoot, the crystals shiver in their cradles. Even the lava pools seem to churn harder, glowing brighter. I watch his face as they shout. He doesn't smile exactly, but something in him shifts, like the weight he's carried for centuries has shifted just enough to let him stand taller. The sound doesn't fade so much as it changes, into laughter, into clinking cups, into the low murmur of people leaning close to make promises they hope they'll have time to keep. I hand the lyre back to the girl. "You keep it," she says, her grin small but fierce. When I look toward Agranox, he's already watching me. His eyes catch the crystal light, molten gold with flecks of ember red. He crosses the space between us with slow, deliberate steps, stopping just close enough that I can feel the heat rolling off him. "You sang like you were calling the mountain to war," he says. "Maybe I was." He tilts his head, his gaze tracing my face in a way that feels like more than looking. "They'll follow you now." "They'll follow us," I correct. The corner of his mouth curls, not a smile but something sharper. "Tomorrow, we burn Kudu's name from the stone." Tomorrow. The word doesn't feel far away anymore. It feels close enough to touch.
Chapter 19. Agranox. The air tastes wrong before the first light ever touches the peaks. It's not the scent of coming rain or the thin chill of a mountain morning. It's copper and ash, the kind of smell that clings to a battlefield long before the first blade is drawn. I wake to it. My eyes snap open and I know. By the time I step from the lair, the scouts are already running toward me, their faces pale under streaks of dirt and sleeplessness. One bows, panting. Movement in the south passes. Thousands. Orcs in the lead. Dark elves at their rear. Kudu's banners. I don't ask if they're certain. I can hear it now, low at first, a sound too deep for the human ear, but to me it's unmistakable. Drums. Heavy, war-born. The kind meant to drive warriors into frenzy and make their enemies understand the meaning of inevitability. Each beat is a hammer blow through the earth, steady as a second heartbeat. I climb. My claws sink into the old stone as I scale the jagged ridge above the lair's mouth, my wings folding tight to avoid scraping against the rock face. When I reach the top, I perch on a narrow ledge that overlooks the southern valley, and I see them. At first, they're only a shadow moving across the white snow and dark pine, but then the details sharpen. Spears tipped with black steel. Shields daubed in the blood-red sigils of Kudu's warband. Siege beasts, massive tusked creatures dragging towers and rams, snort plumes of steam into the cold air. Behind them, lines of robed figures stride with their heads bowed, staffs glowing faintly with stored magic. They've come prepared. I hear the crunch of boots on stone behind me before she even speaks. "How many?" Eris asks. "Enough to feed me for a season," I say, my gaze never leaving the horizon. She steps to my side, her breath clouding in the thin air. I feel the tension in her body even before she speaks again. "And Kudu?" I narrow my eyes. I don't see him. It's the truth. If he's here, he's not showing himself. The orc drums roll again, louder now, and I feel them in my ribs. The rhythm is slow, almost lazy, as though they think they've already won. That pleases me. I want them confident. I want them blind to the fire that's waiting for them. The wind picks up, bringing with it the stink of their march, sweat, leather, the bitter bite of orc-forged steel, and the faint, acrid whiff of spellcraft. My scales prickle with it. Eris follows my gaze. They brought everything they had. Good. I let the word roll off my tongue like a promise. So did we. Below, the lair hums with quiet preparation. I can hear the faint scrape of metal as the villagers, her people, sharpen blades and check the fit of scavenged armor. The runes I carved into the escape tunnels glow faintly with ward light, pulsing like distant stars. The traps are ready. The flame pools will burn hotter than any mortal fire. Eris crosses her arms, watching me as much as the approaching army. You're enjoying this. I let out a slow breath, smoke curling from my nostrils. This is what I was made for. War isn't my purpose, Eris. It's my nature. She doesn't look away. And what's mine? I turn my head then, meeting her eyes. That's for you to decide. But whatever you choose, I'll make sure you live to see it through. She nods once, sharply, like she's sealing some private vow. The scouts fan out along the ridge, their breath coming in quick bursts. They pass word in clipped whispers, distances, counts, the speed of the march. By my estimation, they'll be at the base of the mountain by nightfall. They'll try to force the choke points, I say. The orcs will take the lead up the pass, thinking their size will intimidate. The elves will hang back to cast from range. The beasts will stay in the center until they think the path is clear enough to drag their siege towers up. That's when we burn them. Eris smirks faintly. You sound almost disappointed. I am, I admit. I hoped they'd be smarter. Smarter enemies make for longer fights. And longer fights mean more chances for one of us to die, she shoots back. I don't argue. Instead, I spread my wings wide against the pale light creeping into the sky. The morning wind roars through the membrane, tugging at the scars in the leathery surface. Below, the movement of the army is a slow tide, each step bringing them closer to their last breath. One of the scouts hesitates at my flank. My lord, he says carefully, there are banners among them I do not know. Black and green, twined spears, I bare my teeth. Half-orc mercenaries. Kudu has bought himself more fodder. Eris frowns. Or better killers. Both, I say simply. But the ground favors us. And the mountain will drink their blood before I do. The army keeps coming. An unbroken chain of bodies and steel that winds through the valley like a living scar. The drums grow louder. My tail lashes against the rock, cracking stone from the ledge to tumble into the mist below. Eris grips the hilt of Tessereth at her hip, the blade's faint golden light catching in the dawn. Then let's make sure they choke on it. I watch her, the way the wind pulls her hair back from her face, the way she doesn't flinch at the sight of thousands marching toward her death. Yes, I say finally, my voice low. Let's. The sky isn't dark from clouds, it's dark from wings. My kin will not join us in this fight. They made that clear long ago, but their shadows still cross the sun as they hunt far above. Perhaps they watch me. Perhaps they judge. I don't care. Kudu is coming. And I am ready. The snow churns under my talons as I drop from the sky, the downdraft from my wings knocking the nearest villagers to their knees. They shield their faces from the wind and grit, but none of them run. Good. Fear is natural. Cowardice is not. I fold my wings in and stalk toward the gathering, each step leaving deep grooves in the frost-packed earth. The scent of oil, steel, and fresh-cut pine from the barricades mixes with the sharp tang of magic that hangs in the air from the runes we've set. Every trap is primed, every tunnel, every hidden choke point, every pit lined with spikes. The mountain is a fortress now, and it will bleed any who dare step foot on it. Eris stands near the center of the crowd, her armor hugging her frame, black leather reinforced with plates scavenged from the corpses of Kudu's dead. Tessereth rests at her hip, the faint gold sheen of its edge catching the pale morning light. Her hair is pulled back, exposing the line of her jaw, the set of her mouth. She looks like a soldier, not a girl who once trembled at the sight of me. The villagers, farmers, hunters, smiths, old warriors drawn from memory into the present, stand in loose ranks behind her. Some hold bows, others spears, some nothing but axes meant for woodcutting but sharpened for flesh. Their eyes follow me, not with worship, not even with hatred, but with the kind of brittle trust born from necessity. I take my place before them, claws curling into the frozen ground. My voice cuts the air like a blade. "This is not a slaughter," I say, letting the words roll slow, deliberate. "It's a statement." A few glance at each other, uncertain. I let my gaze rake over them, forcing them to grasp my meaning. "We do not fight today because we are trapped. We do not fight because we are cornered. We fight because we choose to. Every arrow you loose, every blade you bury, every scream you pull from an enemy's throat, it will carry a message, and that message will burn its way into every corner of this land." I pause, letting the silence hold for a moment. The cold wind snakes through the trees, carrying with it the distant thump of Orcish drums. Eris steps forward, meeting my gaze without hesitation. "Let them hear it loud," she says. Her voice is steady, but I catch the faintest flicker in her eyes. She's not afraid for herself. She's afraid for the people behind her. That's the difference between us. I was bred for war. She is choosing it. I incline my head. They will hear. One of the scouts jogs up, breath steaming in the cold. The forward lines will be in sight within the hour. The rest, not long after. I nod. Positions. The villagers break into motion. Archers melt into the tree line where the slope narrows, the traps buried in snow and stone waiting beneath their boots. The shield-bearers form staggered lines at the lower pass. The elders and children disappear into the tunnels, the faint glow of runes casting light on their retreat. The warriors assigned to bait, those willing to be seen and chased, exchange grim nods before heading toward the path that will draw the enemy toward the fire pools. Eris moves among them like a commander born, clasping shoulders, offering quick words. She doesn't smile. There's no room for false comfort. But she meets every eye. I watch her place a hand on the head of the boy we rescued weeks ago. He looks up at her as though she could turn the tide herself. In some ways, she already has. When she comes back to me, the orc drums are louder, close enough now that I can feel them in my teeth. The air vibrates with their cadence, each beat syncing with the thud of my own heart. "You've flown above armies like this before," she says quietly. "How many survive?" I study her for a moment. "That depends on the army. And this one? I bare my teeth. This one will be remembered only in the way carrion is remembered, by the vultures that pick its bones." She exhales slowly. "Good." Her gauntleted fingers flex over the hilt of Tessereth. We stand together for a long moment, watching the tree line. From this vantage, the forest looks almost peaceful, until you notice the faint ripple between the trunks, the unnatural sway of branches as something massive pushes through. A dark smear begins to bleed through the snow's brightness, the front ranks of Kudu's forces, shields raised, spears angled like a row of teeth. The runes in the nearest tunnel flare once, a signal from the watchers inside. All charges set, all escape routes clear. I lean closer to Eris. When the first ranks hit the choke, you signal the archers. When the beasts reach the slope, I'll give the order for the flame pools. We keep the siege towers from touching stone. Everything else, we break. Her mouth curves, not into a smile, but into something harder, sharper. Break them loud. I huff a low laugh, smoke curling between us, always. The villagers nearest us catch the shift in our posture. They grip weapons tighter. The mountain air feels heavier now, thick with the weight of what's coming. I lift my head, letting my voice carry across every ear within reach. Remember this. Today is not the end. Today is the beginning. When they fall, more will come. Let them. After today, every soldier who hears the name of this mountain will know it as a place where armies choke and burn. A murmur rises among them, low but growing, the sound of resolve hardening. Then Eris steps forward, raising her sword high. "No more chains," she calls. The crowd echoes it. "No more stolen lives. No more fires we didn't set ourselves." The roar that answers her sends a pulse through my bones. The enemy will hear it soon enough. The first blow doesn't come from my claws or my flame. It comes from the mountain itself. The runes buried beneath the snow flare blinding white, their light tearing through the gray dawn like the wrath of an ancient god. A single heartbeat later, the cliffside detonates outward in a cascade of stone and fire. The front lines of Kudu's army vanish in an instant, orc shields, siege beasts, and snarling war priests flung screaming into the abyss below. The sound that follows isn't just an explosion. It's a chorus of panic. Armor clatters. Orcs howl commands in a dozen dialects, their voices breaking as the ground under them shifts again, weakened by the traps we laid. The stink of scorched hide hits me on the wind. "No!" Eris's voice cuts through the chaos from below, sharp and certain. Archers loose in unison. The air turns black with shafts. Half the enemy raises shields too late. Arrows punch through eyes, throats, gaps in plated armor. The others break formation, trying to scatter up the slope. I leap into the air, my wings snapping open with a sound like thunder splitting the sky. The updraft catches me, and I ride it higher, drawing every eye toward the shadow I cast over them. Smoke spills from my jaws, thick and choking, curling down into the enemy ranks. Then I drop. My fire tears through the siege beasts first, their hides no match for dragon flame. They fall shrieking, their riders crushed under their weight. A second pass takes out the war priests. Their magic sputters and dies in their throats as they're reduced to ash. Below, Eris moves like a blade given flesh. She leads the charge from the flanks, cutting down any who slip past the front barricade. I watch her in the chaos, her sword flashing gold with every strike, her black hair a whip of motion against the snow. She's terrifying and beautiful and utterly mine. We are storm incarnate, fire from the sky, steel from the earth. But even storms can be pierced. I feel it before I see it. A hum, low, hungry, wrong. It vibrates in the marrow of my bones, a note older than war. My gaze snaps to the tree line. There between the shadows, a glint of obsidian and silver. An archer, cloaked in void magic, drawing back a bow strung with sinew I recognize from legend. The arrow's head is black glass, etched with runes meant for one thing only, killing my kind. A dragon slayer's weapon. I twist, trying to roll out of the shot, but the magic guides it, bending through the air like it knows my name. Impact. It doesn't punch through like a normal arrow. It sinks, the head burrowing past scale and flesh with a sickening, heatless burn. My left wing jerks violently, the membrane spasming as the void magic severs my control. The wind screams past me as my dive falters. Below, Eris sees it. I can tell by the way she stops mid-strike, her head snapping upward. Agrinox! The ground rushes toward me. I fight for altitude, but the wing won't obey. Fire builds in my chest on instinct, but even the flame feels heavier, dimmer. Pain lances through me again as the arrow pulses. Not just poison, absence. It's leeching my magic, drinking it down into the void etched into its core. I slam into the ground hard enough to crater the snow, the impact rattling my teeth. Orcs surge toward me, thinking they see weakness. They do not live long enough to understand their mistake. Even crippled, I am death. My tail sweeps, crushing bones. My claws rend through steel and flesh alike. But every heartbeat costs me. The arrow stays lodged deep, drinking me dry. Through the blood haze, I see her. Eris cuts through 2 orcs and runs for me, her boots sliding in the churned snow. "Where?" she demands, already scanning for the wound. "Tree line!" I snarl, my voice rough with more than pain. "Void-forged arrow. Take the shooter." Her gaze flicks to the forest. She nods once, fierce and certain. "Don't you dare die while I'm gone." She doesn't wait for my answer. She's already gone, sprinting toward the trees, a handful of villagers peeling off to cover her. I tear another wave of orcs apart, but my fire sputters now, my breath shorter with each release. The magic drain feels like my veins are turning to dust. In the tree line, I catch the flash of Eris's sword as she finds her mark. There's a scream, not of an orc, but something higher pitched, more inhuman. A shadowed shape drops from the branches, its bow snapping in half as it hits the snow. The pull on my magic stops. I rip the arrow free, roaring at the sting as my flesh knits enough to staunch the worst of the bleeding. The void core in the arrowhead is still humming in my claw, hungry for more. But without the archer feeding it, it's just a weapon now. I crush it to powder between my talons. Eris bursts from the tree line, panting, streaked with black blood that's not her own. She meets my gaze from across the chaos. Even from here, I can read the message in her eyes. Still here. I bare my teeth, not in pain this time, but in something darker. Kudu's army wants a war. They have it. By the time this day ends, they'll understand exactly what it means to wake a dragon.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 20. Eris. One heartbeat, he's untouchable. An immortal shadow tearing the sky apart with fire and fury. The next, he's falling. A black streak against the pale winter light, wings locked, his body spiralling down like the gods themselves decided to drag him from the heavens. I hear it before I see it, the sickening whoomp of impact shaking through the ground, rattling my teeth, sending up a storm of snow and stone. Agranox! The name rips from my throat raw, a scream that's half battle cry, half prayer. It's rage-drowning fear, because if I stop to feel the terror, I'll choke on it. I don't think. I don't look for a safe path. I just move. The battlefield is a blur, steel and fire and screaming things. Orcs turn toward me, thinking I'm prey. They're wrong. Tessereth sings in my hand, the blade flashing like captured lightning as I cut through the first, his head snapping back before his body hits the ground. Another lunges, stink of rot and iron filling my nose, but I duck under his swing, drive my dagger up into the seam of his armour, and twist. I'm not graceful. I'm not careful. I am wrath given flesh. Every strike is fueled by the single thought hammering in my skull. Get to him. Blood slicks my gloves. My arms ache from the weight of Tessereth, from the force of every swing. I kick a dying orc out of my path and keep running. I don't know if it's minutes or seconds before I see him. But when I do, gods help me. He's collapsed against the base of the central spire, one wing half furled, the other dragging limp across the churned snow. The cursed arrow is buried deep in his side, black runes crawling along its shaft like veins of shadow. His scales, always so sure, so impenetrable, are dulled around the wound, the gold sheen dimmed to ash. Agranox! I drop to my knees beside him, my sword clattering to the ground. My hands hover over him, shaking. I don't know where to touch without hurting him more. I don't even realize I'm crying until my vision blurs. His eyes, those molten, terrible eyes, find mine. He's still here. Barely. Don't! My voice breaks. I force it steady, lean close enough that my breath fogs the air between us. Don't you dare die! My hands finally settle on him, pressing hard around the wound. Hot blood, too hot, seeps between my fingers. You're not allowed to die. You hear me? His lip curls in something halfway between a grimace and a smirk. Bossy. It's stupid. It's him. I glance at the arrow, bile rising in my throat. The runes on it seem to writhe when I look too long, and the heat beneath my palms isn't heat at all. It's the absence of it. Like the arrow's not just killing him, it's stealing him. I grab the shaft and feel the pulse of wrongness run up my arm. My stomach twists. This is void forged. It's made to kill my kind, he finishes, voice a low rasp. You'll have to... Shut up. My tone is sharper than I mean, but I can't let him finish that sentence. Not here, not like this. You're not giving me last words. I brace one hand against his side, wrap the other around the arrow. On 3. He snorts faintly. 1 will do. I pull. The scream that tears from him isn't human. It's the sound of mountains breaking, of fire being snuffed in the dark. It rips through my bones and makes my vision spark, but I keep pulling until the arrow comes free with a sickening schlunk, void magic snapping in the air like a whip. I fling it into the snow and it hisses like molten rock hitting water. His breath comes in shallow, shaking bursts, but the blood flow slows, the gold creeping back into the scales around the wound. I press my forehead to his, relief so sharp it almost hurts. You're still mine, I whisper. He huffs, the closest thing he can manage to a laugh. Was there ever a choice? I want to kiss him. I want to drag him to his feet and make him fight by my side. I want to scream at him for falling. Instead, I grip his jaw, force his gaze to hold mine. We're not done. Get up. He blinks once and then his claws dig into the snow. The ground shivers under us as he pushes upright, wings flexing in a painful lopsided arc. He towers again, but I can see the cost in every movement. I grab Tessereth from where it fell, blood still slick along the fuller. They wanted a god. I jerk my chin toward the chaos still raging beyond the spire. Let's show them too. His smile is sharp, bloody. Then we end this together. And we move, side by side, the air between us charged, the battlefield ahead ours for the taking. The word tears out of him like it costs him the last of his strength. Run! It's not a request, it's a command, one his kind has been obeyed on battlefields for centuries, but not by me. No. My voice is sharp, final. His head turns toward me, the molten light in his eyes dimmer now, flickering like a dying forge. You have to... I cut him off, my throat raw. No! The word rips from me so loud it feels like it shatters the air between us. There's no time to argue, no time for anything but the sound, heavy and fast, of boots pounding snow. The orcs are coming. I see them through the mist, through the smoke curling from the collapsed siege towers, hulking shadows with cleavers and axes, and eyes like black pits. I force my fingers around Tessereth's hilt. The grip is slick with someone's blood, maybe mine, maybe theirs, maybe his, and the weight of it feels heavier than it ever has. I plant my boots in the churned snow and ash and stand over him. I will not lose you, I tell him without looking down. I'm not saying it for comfort. I'm saying it like an oath, one I'd carve into my own skin if I had to. The first orc roars and charges. I meet him halfway, swinging Tessereth in a high, brutal arc, that cleaves through his guard and bites deep into his shoulder. The shock of impact jolts up my arms, but I wrench the blade free, pivoting just in time to block the next strike. Sparks flare as steel meets steel, the clang ringing in my skull. They keep coming. Every breath is pain, lungs burning from the cold air and the smoke, muscles screaming from the weight of the sword. But it doesn't matter. Pain doesn't matter. Every swing is fire. Anger blazing hotter than the flames licking the horizon. One catches me across the ribs. The blade cuts deep, tearing fabric, flesh, and the stolen mail Agranox had insisted I wear. Hot blood spills down my side, soaking into my leggings. I don't feel it. I don't feel anything but this. The rhythm of it. The way the world narrows to the arc of my blade, the grunt of effort, the crash of bodies hitting the ground. I cut. I parry. I kick one in the knee hard enough to hear the bone crack. Another lunges. I twist, letting his blade glance off mine before driving my pommel into his jaw. Teeth scatter into the snow. He drops. Somewhere behind me, Agranox groans, the sound low and pained, and it makes something inside me go feral. I turn on the next orc like I mean to tear him apart with my bare hands. Tessereth flashing once, twice, leaving nothing standing but a bleeding stump of a man clutching his own throat. There are too many. But I just keep moving. Because if I stop, if I falter for even a heartbeat, they'll be on him. And if they're on him, he dies. I can't let that happen. The snow under my boots is churned into red slush, sticky and slippery. My lungs heave, my vision tunnels. There's a high-pitched ringing in my ears that I can't tell is battle noise or my own body screaming at me to stop. I don't stop. A blade slices across my thigh, hot pain flaring bright before my body shoves it aside, as if it's just another thing to fight through. My hands are numb, the hilt biting into my palms. I don't loosen my grip. They think they can outlast me. They're wrong. I'm not fighting for survival. I'm not fighting for victory. I'm fighting for him. I slam my shoulder into one orc, sending him sprawling into two others, then drive my sword through the gap in another's armour. Hot blood spurts across my cheek. The smell of it is copper and salt and smoke, and it coats the back of my throat until I want to spit. My arms ache so badly now that every swing feels like lifting a boulder. But I keep lifting, keep swinging. If I can hold the line just a little longer, a few seconds more, he might live. I don't know how many I've cut down. I don't know if there are 10 left or 100. All I know is that the space between me and him is still clear, and I will die before I let anything cross it. The world around me is a smear of motion, steel flashing, bodies falling, the stench of blood so thick it coats the inside of my nose. My arms are leaden, every muscle screaming, my breath coming in ragged gasps that taste of smoke and iron. My legs tremble beneath me, threatening to give at any second. I can feel blood, mine, running in hot rivulets down my side and leg, soaking through the shredded leather. My grip on Tessereth slips, the hilt slick, but I force my fingers to tighten again. Not yet. I'm not done. A flash of movement, an axe swinging for my head, and I duck, driving my blade upward in a tight arc that opens the orc from groin to sternum. He collapses in a steaming heap, and I stagger backward, vision blurring at the edges. Eris! The shout cuts through the noise like an arrow. My head snaps toward the sound. Through the chaos I see them, my parents, shoving their way forward, their faces pale and drawn, but their eyes fierce. They reach me just as another wave tries to press through, and together we carve a bloody path back toward where Agranox lies crumpled in the snow. He's so still. The arrow is still lodged deep in his side, its black shaft humming with that strange, awful magic that makes my skin crawl. His breathing is shallow, his lips pulled back from his teeth in a grimace, even unconscious. "Help me get him inside," I shout, my voice breaking with urgency. My father takes one massive arm over his shoulder, my mother grabs the other, and I plant myself at his side to guard them as we drag him toward the cave entrance. Every step is agony, not just from my own wounds, but from the way his dead weight shifts, from the sight of his blood pooling in the snow behind us. Hold on, I whisper, over and over, a mantra I'm not sure is for him or for me. Just hold on, you arrogant, beautiful monster. We make it to the mouth of the cave. The flicker of firelight dances ahead, warm against the freezing air. But just as my mother ducks inside, a shadow falls across the path. Not just a shadow. Him. Kudu. He steps forward like a man who owns the ground he walks on, each motion measured, deliberate. His armour gleams like oil in the weak winter light, every plate etched with curling runes. His hair is bound back, his pale face calm in a way that makes my stomach twist. And he's smiling. It's not the kind of smile that reaches the eyes. It's the smile of someone who knows something you don't. The smile of a predator in no hurry to pounce, because the prey's already cornered. The orcs behind him pull back just far enough to give him space, their formation rippling like a living wall. I shift my stance, sliding in front of Agranox's unmoving form. Tessereth's point lowers toward the snow, but my knuckles whiten around the grip. Kudu tilts his head slightly, studying me like I'm something amusing that's wandered into his path. "Are you done?" he asks, voice smooth as silk over steel. "Playing with fire?" The sneer in his tone makes my teeth grit. He thinks I'm finished. He thinks I've emptied myself, that all that's left is a broken little human girl standing between him and his kill. He's wrong. I straighten my spine despite the shaking in my limbs. I lift my chin. My pulse hammers against the inside of my skull, but my voice is steady when I speak. "No," I say. I let the word hang there for a moment, my breath a visible cloud in the cold air between us. Then I take one deliberate step forward, the tip of Tessereth rising until it points straight at him. I am the fire. Something shifts in his expression. Not surprise exactly, but an acknowledgement, a flicker of interest, like I've just stopped being background noise. Good. Let him see me. Let him remember this moment when I cut that smile off his face. Behind me, I can hear Agranox's faint, rasping breath, can feel the weight of my parents' presence hovering just inside the cave. The wind stings my wounds, carrying with it the distant echoes of battle still raging beyond. But right now, the world narrows to just him and me. And I swear by every god who's ever listened to a prayer in this cursed land, he will burn before I do.
Chapter 21. Agranox. The world is fractured glass, slivers of sound and light cutting into me as I drift between darkness and the searing agony in my side. Pain, heat, her voice fierce and shaking somewhere close, followed by blackness. The sudden absence yanks me upward from the black like a drowning man breaking the surface. My eyes snap open, and the first thing I taste is iron, my own blood thick in the back of my throat. My vision swims, edges blurring, but the shape sharpen enough to show me the battlefield. The clash of steel echoes off the mountainside, mingling with the screams of dying orcs and the crackle of fires eating the snow. But none of it matters because my gaze locks on the center of it all, her. Eris, standing alone in the churned snow, Tessereth in her grip, blade angled toward a man who is more poison than flesh. Kudu. Every instinct in me roars awake. The wound in my side pulses like molten glass has been poured into it, but I try to rise anyway. My claws dig into the rock beneath me, my wings twitching with the urge to launch forward and tear him apart piece by piece. The pain slams me back down, stealing my breath in a white-hot rush. I snarl, frustrated, but a hand clamps hard around my arm, halting me. I turn my head, teeth bared, ready to rip apart whoever dares hold me back. It's him, her father. The man who once looked at me with nothing but hatred, who spoke my name like it was a curse. His grip is iron now, Not from fear, but conviction. "Rest," he growls. "Let her finish this." "She'll die," I rasp. My voice is shredded raw, the words scraping out of my throat like gravel. His gaze doesn't waver. "She knows." The truth in his tone is a blade of its own, cutting deeper than the cursed arrow still buried in my flesh. I want to tell him he's wrong, that I'll burn this world before I watch her fall. But the way she stands out there, Godza, she's not waiting for anyone to save her. Her shoulders are squared, chin high despite the blood soaking her arm. The wind whips her hair across her face, but she doesn't blink, doesn't look away from Kudu. The bastard is circling her like a vulture, slow and deliberate, sword humming with black magic. My chest tightens, not from the pain, not entirely, but from the sight of her so small against him, yet unbroken. "You don't understand," I growl to her father, trying to shove him off. "That's not a duel. He's toying with her." She knows," he repeats, sharper this time, his voice cutting through my panic. "She's your student, isn't she? You trained her. Let her prove it." I want to tell him there's a difference between training and this, between drills in the safety of stone walls and standing in the killing ground with a Lord of the 13. But I can't form the words, because even through the haze of blood loss, even through the pounding in my skull, I can feel it, her heartbeat, the steady, defiant rhythm of it calling to me, through the bond I swore I would never let happen. And she's not afraid. The air between her and Kudu is thick enough to taste, metallic and hot. My nostrils flare. Magic, his kind, is a rot in the air, heavy with sacrifice and the stink of old, buried things. But hers cuts through it, bright and sharp, like lightning before it strikes. I hear her voice in my head, not through magic, not through any spell, just memory. "I am the fire." She says something to him now, too low for me to catch. But Kudu's smirk falters, his weight shifting slightly. His blade hums higher, hungry, but he doesn't strike yet. The tension coils tighter. Every heartbeat is a countdown, and I can't move, can't breathe without tearing the wound in my side wider. My talons dig grooves into the rock, my tail lashing once, twice. Her father is still there, hand firm on my arm. But his eyes aren't on me anymore. They're on his daughter. "She's more like her mother than she knows," he mutters, almost to himself. I glance at him. His expression is caught between fear and pride, the kind of pride that knows it may have to bury its own heart before dawn. Kudu tilts his head, his sword's point lowering slightly, like he's inviting her in, testing her. And she takes the step. Gods damn her, she takes the step. The crowd of orcs shifts, murmuring low, but none interfere. Not yet. This is theater to them, a lord's game. They want to watch the human break. I want to tell them they're about to be disappointed. I can feel it, deep in my bones, even through the blood loss. Eris doesn't step forward to be struck down. She steps forward to strike. And if she falls, if she bleeds out in that snow, I will rip this mountain down on all of them. I will make Kudu's name a curse the wind refuses to carry. But first, I watch. Because if her father is right and I've taught her well, she's about to make him bleed. The air between them is molten, thick with heat, hate, and the kind of silence that only comes before something catastrophic. Eris moves like I taught her, slow, measured, eyes locked on Kudu's hands instead of his smirking mouth. The snow around them churns under their boots, each step calculated, the arc widening, tightening, widening again. Two predators testing the wind for weakness. Kudu's smirk is a knife. He lets the tip of his blade drag against the ice, making a sound like bones grinding. "You think you matter?" His voice slithers through the smoke and ruin of the battlefield, too calm for the carnage surrounding them. "You're a toy for a beast. Something for him to play with before he swallows you whole." Her chin tilts, but her eyes, gods, her eyes, stay fixed on him, unblinking. and you're a footnote. Before the last word finishes leaving her mouth, she moves. A flash of steel, the hiss of Tesserath cutting air, then comes an impact. The blade bites deep into the line just above Kudu's boot. Bone cracks, sinew parts. His foot is no longer attached to him. The crowd of orcs gasps in one collective animal sound, sharp, shocked, almost reverent. Kudu stumbles, disbelief painting his face for the briefest flicker before the pain catches up. His scream rips through the mountains, high and jagged, shredding the air. Blood spatters hot against the snow, steaming as it hits. I can't help it. The corner of my mouth curls, even through the pain clawing my ribs. That's my little flame. Rage overtakes him instantly, swallowing the composure he wore like a crown. His sword lifts high, magic flaring along the edges in sickly black light. His teeth bare. I will... He lunges. Eris doesn't meet him head on. She sidesteps. Clean, crisp, just enough to feel the breath of his blade against her hair. Snow kicks up in the wake of his swing, his momentum carrying him half a step too far. And in that half step, she slides Tesserath home. The blade slips between his ribs like it was forged for this moment, the steel singing as it passes through meat, cartilage, and into the cavity where his blackened heart rots. Her arm doesn't stop. She drives it up, twisting at the last instant, the movement so sharp and practiced, it makes the onlookers flinch. Kudu's mouth opens. Not for a scream. There's no air left in him for that. Just a soundless gape, his eyes wide with something that might have been surprise, might have been the first time in centuries he's felt real fear. She leans in close, her voice low enough that I almost think I imagined it. I told you, she says, and from here I can smell the heat of her breath against his ear. I am the fire. The light dies in his gaze before she even wrenches the blade free. For a moment he's still standing, swaying like a tree with its roots cut. Then the magic in his sword sputters out, the weapon slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. His knees buckle, and Kudu crumples into the snow, the dark stain spreading fast beneath him. The battlefield goes silent. Even the orc drums falter, the rhythm breaking as every pair of eyes turns toward the woman standing over the corpse of a Lord of the 13. Her shoulders are heaving, her knuckles white on Tesserath's hilt. Blood streaks her cheek, her arm, the side of her neck, most of it his. The steam rising from her skin is half battle heat, half the cold meeting her fire. I drag myself upright despite the burn in my side, my vision blackening at the edges. The pain doesn't matter. Not now. I need to see her, to burn this image into me so deep it'll never fade. The crowd shifts uneasily, the scent of their fear thick and satisfying. They've just watched their warlord fall to a human woman who refuses to kneel. Eris doesn't raise her blade in triumph. She doesn't scream her victory. She just stands there, breathing hard, eyes locked on Kudu's corpse as though daring it to move again. She turns her head and finds me. Even from here I see it, the flicker of relief, the barest curve of her mouth before she masks it in that steel-faced calm she's learning to wear so well. I push past her father, ignoring the sharp warning in his voice, and limp forward until I'm close enough to feel the heat still radiating off her. That, I rasp, was mine to kill. Her lips twitch, but her voice is steady. Guess you'll have to settle for watching. The faintest huff of laughter escapes me, though it's cut short by the pain in my ribs. I glance down at Kudu, lifeless and small now in death, and then back to her. You've just made enemies you can't imagine, I tell her quietly. I think, she says, wiping the blade on the hem of her armor before sliding it into the scabbard at her hip. I already had. The orcs begin to retreat, their loyalty unraveling without a leader. The battlefield smells of blood, smoke, and something sharper. Victory. I feel the scales of power shift, and the thought that claws its way up through the haze of pain is simple. We won, but gods help the world for what comes next. The moment Kudu's body hits the snow, the air shifts. It's not relief. No, that would be too clean for this battlefield. It's the sharp, metallic tang of possibility, of predators smelling the space left behind when the alpha's throat has been cut. Through the retreating haze of smoke, a figure steps forward. Slimmer than Kudu, younger, but the same pointed cheekbones, the same cold, pale eyes. His armor is untouched by battle, his black cloak dragging through the snow like a shadow that doesn't belong to him yet. Is he? His voice cracks halfway through the question. He clears it, tries again. He's dead? Eris stands tall in the ruin, her chest heaving, her sword still slick with Kudu's lifeblood. She doesn't hesitate. He died slow. Her voice carries, sharp enough to slice through the hush that's fallen over the battlefield. Orcs shift, muttering. The smell of their unease is as rich to me as any gold vein. The younger elf's eyes dart to the corpse, and I see it, the moment his mind starts tallying his chances. His hands clench at his sides. He's not mourning. He's measuring. You're the most powerful dark elf now, Eris says, her tone almost conversational. Take the title. Go home. A murmur ripples through the ranks behind him. He doesn't answer immediately, just studies her, studies the crowd as though waiting for someone to challenge the idea. No one does, not with Kudu's body cooling in the snow. His lips curve, not in gratitude, but in calculation. I'll need proof. Eris doesn't flinch. She doesn't even blink. She crouches beside Kudu's corpse, one hand in his matted hair, and with a sharp, efficient motion, she takes Tessereth's edge to his neck. The sound is wet, final, a grisly punctuation to the warlord's end. When she straightens, she has his head in her grip by the braid. The steam from the severed flesh curls upward in the cold. Without ceremony, she kicks it toward the younger brother. Take it! It rolls to a stop at his boots, leaving a streak of crimson across the snow. He stares down at it, then bends, lifting it by the hair. He studies his brother's dead eyes, and something shifts in his expression, something darker than grief, but brighter than fear. Without another word, he turns and walks away, Kudu's head swinging at his side. His army follows. No battle cry, no vows of vengeance. Just the quiet retreat of wolves who've decided this kill isn't worth the cost. I watch them go, the tension in my chest loosening, though the pain in my ribs threatens to drag me under again. The air is quieter now, but it's not peace. It's the pause before the next storm. And she turns. Her hair is plastered to her face with sweat and blood. Her armor is scored, dented, and caked in gore, most of it not her own. Her eyes, gods, her eyes burn, not with the frenzy of battle, but with the steady heat of someone who's done what they came to do. She walks toward me, every step heavy, deliberate. I thought I told you not to die, she says, voice cracking only slightly as she closes the distance. And then she's in my arms. She doesn't fall gracefully. There's nothing graceful left in either of us. She simply collapses forward, and I catch her, feeling the tremor in her body, the weight of her, the scent of steel and blood and smoke in her hair. I let out something between a groan and a laugh, the sound torn raw from my throat. Guess I'm not as good at disobeying you as I thought. She huffs a breath that might be a laugh, but it ends on a shiver. My arms tighten around her, and for a moment I forget the field, the corpses, the armies watching us. There's just her heartbeat against my chest, ragged, but alive. The villagers begin to emerge from the tunnels, wide-eyed. Some carry weapons still slick with the blood of the orcs they felled. Others simply stare at Eris like she's something carved from legend. And maybe she is. I lower my head, pressing my mouth to her temple, tasting the salt of her sweat, the faint metallic tang of battle still on her skin. You're shaking, I murmur. I'm breathing, she answers, though her voice wavers. That's enough for now. My claws, still dulled from the fight, brush over the dent in her breastplate, where an axe must have struck. I want to tell her I'll never let her be in this position again, that I'll burn any who dare come near her, But the truth is, she's not mine to shield anymore. She's her own fire. I pull back just enough to meet her eyes. You've changed everything. Her lips twitch, but the exhaustion in her gaze is too heavy for much else. Good, she says softly. It's about time. Somewhere behind us, someone begins to cheer, a tentative, almost uncertain sound. Then another voice joins, and another, until the mountains echo with it. The people aren't cheering for me, they're cheering for her, and for once I don't mind at all.
Chapter 22. Eris. I wake to the low crackle of the hearth and the faint metallic tang of blood, mine and his, still clinging to the air. My body feels like it's been beaten with iron rods, every muscle pulling tight when I try to shift. The weight of the furs is both comfort and prison, heat pressing against my skin until I can't tell if I'm sweating from the fire or from the fact that I'm alive. The ceiling above me is carved stone, uneven from centuries of settling, glinting faintly with mineral flecks. Agranox's bedchamber. The thought crashes over me like cold water. I'm not in the field anymore. I'm not standing over him, screaming for him not to die. I'm breathing, and then I see him. He's sitting in the shadows, a massive silhouette even in human form, elbows resting on his knees. His dark hair is loose around his face, and there's a stiffness to his posture, like if he leans back he might fall apart entirely. His eyes are fixed on me, unblinking, relentless, like if he looks away for even a heartbeat, I might slip through his claws again. "You're awake," he says, and his voice is hoarse, like gravel dragged over steel. I swallow, my throat dry enough to scrape. I reach for him without thinking, fingers trembling as they brush the edge of his hand. "You're real." His gaze flickers, a shadow of something sharp and unspoken in it. I nearly wasn't. I push against the furs, forcing myself upright despite the screaming protest of my ribs and the sharp pull of stitches along my side. The motion sends a ripple of pain through me so deep it steals my breath for a moment. He's there instantly, a hand on my shoulder, not holding me down, just steadying. "Careful," he murmurs. "You were inches from not waking up at all." I meet his eyes, and I see something like fear. Not the kind that makes you run, the kind that makes you cling. I don't know what to do with that. "You're the one who took a dragon slayer's arrow," I whisper, my voice rasping. "And you're worried about me?" His mouth pulls into a thin line. I'm not worried. I'm aware that I nearly lost you, and that I wouldn't have survived that. My chest tightens, not from injury this time. "You're ridiculous," I murmur. Big, terrifying, fire-breathing ridiculous. Something almost like a laugh escapes him, but it's short-lived. He shifts closer, the heat of him wrapping around me more than the furs ever could. His scent, smoke and steel and the faint, clean note of snow, settles into my lungs like a balm. "I watched you," he says quietly, "on that battlefield. I couldn't move, couldn't help, but I watched you hold the line like you'd been born for it." His gaze hardens. "I've fought beside warlords, queens and killers. None of them had what you had in that moment." My throat tightens. "Desperation?" "Fire," he corrects, his hand brushing over mine with the barest graze of his fingers. "And I should know." I can't look away from him. My mind keeps replaying flashes of the fight. Kudu's sneer, the weight of Tessereth in my hands, the spray of blood against the snow. And always, the image of Agranox falling from the sky, smoke trailing behind him. "You scared me," I admit, my voice almost breaking. His brow furrows as if the concept doesn't quite make sense to him. "I scared you?" "Yes," I say, sharper than I mean to. "Because you're not allowed to die. Not after everything. Not after..." I cut myself off, pressing my lips together. But it's too late. He's already leaning in, his gaze fixed on me like I'm the only thing that exists in this cavern. "Not after what?" he asks, voice low, dangerous in a way that makes my pulse jump. I should look away. I don't. "Not after you became real to me." For a heartbeat, there's only the sound of the fire and the faint drip of water in the distance. His eyes, gold-flecked and molten, search mine like he's reading a language only he knows. Then he exhales, slow and heavy, like he's been holding his breath since the first moment he saw me on that battlefield. "I'm real," he says, his hand cupping the side of my face, calloused thumb brushing over my cheekbone. "And so are you." More than anything else I've ever known. The words sink into me, deeper than any wound could. I lean into his touch before I can stop myself. "Don't disappear on me again," I whisper. "Not unless you do," he says, and there's a promise in it. Not flowery, not wrapped in silk, but forged in the same heat that burns in his chest. We stay like that, the space between us a fragile thread I'm afraid to cut. My body aches, my mind races, but under it all there's something steady, like the beat of wings in the dark. I realise then that I'm not afraid anymore, not of him, not of what's coming, not even of what I'm becoming, because he's here, and so am I. The lair feels too big when it's this quiet. No clash of steel, no war drums in the distance, no screams carried on the wind, just the faint drip of mineral water in some far-off cavern and the slow, steady hum of the lava pools breathing heat into the stone. It should feel like peace. It doesn't. I lie still beneath the weight of the firs, staring at the rough ceiling above me. The jagged ridges catch the glow of the hearth and turn it into strange constellations, flickers of orange and gold that don't belong to any sky I've ever known. My muscles ache, not the sharp fire of battle wounds, but the deep, bone-heavy fatigue that sinks in after too much has happened, too fast. Somewhere deeper in the mountain, I can hear villagers moving softly, survivors, my people. They're safe now. Kudu's army is scattered, his power broken, his brother sending word that the dark elves are pulling back to rebuild. The threat, for now, is gone. And still, my chest feels tight. Agranox is beside the bed, but not sitting. He's pacing, his human form throwing a long shadow against the rock wall. Barefoot, bare-chested, his steps are silent except for the soft scrape of skin on stone. He's been doing that for hours, I think, moving like a caged predator that hasn't decided whether the bars are gone or just invisible. I finally break the silence. What happens now? He stops mid-step, his eyes cut toward me, that molten gold catching the light. "You live," he says simply, like it's the most obvious thing in the world. I swallow. "And?" "And you choose," he adds, voice lower now. "You always choose." There's a weight to the words I can't ignore. They're not just about where I sleep tomorrow or whose banner I stand under. They're about him, about us. I push myself up on one elbow, ignoring the ache in my ribs. "And if I choose wrong?" His mouth curls in something between a smile and a warning. "Then you live with it." Same as I would. The heat in my chest twists, sharper now. I remember the battlefield, not in flashes, but in full, suffocating detail. The clang of blades, the stink of blood and sweat, the churned mud under my boots. And over it all, the image of him falling, black smoke trailing behind him like a torn wing. "I thought I lost you," I whisper, the words escaping before I can stop them. He comes closer, slow, measured steps, until he's standing at the edge of the bed. "You nearly did." My throat tightens. "If I had—" "You didn't," he cuts in, firm but not unkind. "And that matters more than anything else." I shake my head, looking down at my hands tangled in the furs. You talk like that, and it sounds like you think I'm done fighting. You could be, he says. His tone isn't mocking. If anything, it's almost gentle. You've earned that right. More than most. I laugh once, bitter and short. And what would you do then? Sleep on your gold until the next war comes knocking? His gaze doesn't waver. If you weren't in it? Maybe. That hits something I'm not ready to name. I stare at him, trying to read the lines of his face in the firelight. Even in human form, he's too much, too sharp, too beautiful in a way that should be dangerous. And yet I've seen that same face softened with blood loss and desperation, looking up at me like I was the only thing anchoring him to life. The silence between us stretches, but it's not empty. It's loaded. You could have told me to run, I say finally. That day, when the arrow hit you. You could have ordered me to save myself. His jaw works just once before he answers. I knew you wouldn't listen. He's right, and that scares me more than the thought of dying ever did. I swing my legs over the edge of the bed. The floor is cold against my bare feet, the kind of cold that bites, grounding me in the present. I don't know if I can just go back to being a villager. He tilts his head. I don't know if you ever were. That earns a faint smile from me. You're saying I was always this stubborn? He steps closer, close enough that I can feel the warmth rolling off his skin. I'm saying you were always more than the world allowed you to be. I just let you see it. I look up at him, searching for the arrogance I used to hear in everything he said. It's still there, but muted, tempered by something rawer, more dangerous. Then you'd better keep doing that, I murmur. His eyes narrow, and for a moment I think he might kiss me. But he doesn't. He just stands there, watching me with the same unblinking intensity he had when I first woke up. Like I'm something rare, something worth guarding, and maybe I am. The quiet presses in again, but this time I let it. Because I know it won't last. Nothing ever does. But for now I let myself breathe. He stands so suddenly the furs at my side stir with the draft of his movement. The sound of his bare feet on stone is quiet, but I can feel it, an almost imperceptible tremor in the ground, the kind you notice only when you're listening too hard. He paces once, twice, the sharp lines of his shadow bending with the firelight. His jaw is tight. His gaze is somewhere far away, though his body is here, tethered to me by something neither of us can quite name. He turns. I wanted to devour the world when I saw you fall. His voice is low, rough, a growl caught halfway between fury and confession. I try for a smile, but it's a fragile thing, stitched together by exhaustion. Instead, you devoured your pride. For a heartbeat, there's nothing, just that stare, molten gold and unreadable. Then the corner of his mouth twitches. The sound he makes isn't quite laughter, more like a reluctant release of breath, but it's warm enough to ease the knot in my chest. He closes the distance between us, every step deliberate. And then, Agranox kneels. The sight steals the air from my lungs. A dragon kneeling isn't something the world prepares you for. Not kings, not warriors, certainly not me. But here he is, lowering himself until his knees touch the rough stone, until he's level with me on the bed, until the firelight wraps around us both. You've broken me, Eris, he says, and the words aren't bitter, they're reverent. And made me something better. I don't realise I've been holding my breath until I exhale. My hands move without thought, reaching for him. My fingers thread through his, warm, calloused, strong, in a way that feels unshakable, even though I know the truth of the wounds still hidden beneath his skin. Then let me put the pieces back together, I whisper. His eyes close, just for a moment, like he's absorbing the weight of it. His hands tighten around mine, not painfully, but with a kind of ferocity that says he won't let go unless I tear myself free. The heat between us isn't the burn of battle or the fever of lust. It's something quieter, heavier, more dangerous. The kind of heat that stays long after the fire has gone out, seeping into the bones. I don't know what I am without the fight, he admits, his voice a raw scrape. But with you, I'm beginning to wonder if I have to find out. I swallow hard. You think there won't be more fights? That's not the world we live in. His lips twitch in something close to a smirk. I'm counting on it. But maybe. His thumb strokes over my knuckles, slow and deliberate. Maybe we don't always have to be the ones to start them. I huff out a soft laugh. That's rich coming from you. He dips his head, and I catch the faintest glint of teeth when he smiles. I said, maybe. For a long moment we just stay like that, his hands cradling mine, my gaze locked on his. The war feels far away, though I know the scars of it are still carved into the world beyond this lair. The villagers will rebuild. The dark elves will regroup. Something else will rise. It always does. But for now, the stillness is ours. I shift, letting my other hand rest lightly on his jaw. His skin is warm beneath my palm, the faintest roughness of stubble scratching against my fingertips. He leans into it. Not much, just enough for me to feel the choice in it. You think I've broken you, I murmur. But maybe you were just waiting for someone to see the cracks. His gaze sharpens, like the thought surprises him. And you think you were the one to see them? I know I was, I say, steady. There's a beat where his eyes search mine, as if he's weighing the truth in my words. Then his grip loosens, just slightly, enough to bring our joined hands up to his chest. I can feel his heartbeat there, slow, strong, grounding. You put your hands on a dragon's heart, he says softly. That's not something we give away. I let my thumb press into the steady rhythm beneath my fingertips. Then it's a good thing I don't intend to give it back. He exhales, long and slow, and I see him ease. Not in the way warriors drop their guard, but in the way someone exhales when they realise they've been holding the same breath for years. His forehead dips until it touches mine, the faint brush of his hair against my skin sending a shiver down my spine. Then, Eris, he murmurs, don't ever stop putting me back together. I close my eyes and lean into him, letting the warmth of his skin and the low, steady hum of his breath fill the quiet between us. Not planning on it.
Chapter 23. Agrinox. The night wraps around us like velvet, heavy and infinite. Her warmth presses against my back as my wings beat the cold air into submission. The wind slips over my scales, sings through my horns, but all I hear is her laughter, quiet, close to my ear. The kind that isn't meant for the world, only for me. We're not running tonight, not hunting, not preparing for another bloody day. We're breathing. The sky over Protheka stretches wide, jeweled with stars so bright they look like they could cut your skin if you touched them. The constellations, older than her people's first fire, glint like they remember me. I wonder if they see her and remember what I was before she came. She shifts against me, her arms tightening just a little around my neck. You always fly this high? Higher, I say, voice rumbling through the wind. But tonight, I want you to see it. See what? You'll know when we're there. We cut across the spine of the northern mountains, past cliffs that drop into shadowed valleys, past rivers frozen into ribbons of glass. The world looks smaller from up here, manageable. I almost believe it could stay that way. When the ridge breaks into a basin cradled by black pines, I tilt my wings and descend. The air grows heavier, scented with pine resin and the sweet damp of moss. My talons touch earth so soft it barely rustles under the weight of me. I shift, bones folding inward, wings tucking until I stand before her in my human form. She looks around, eyes narrowing as they adjust to the dark. The glade is hidden deep enough that the war never touched it, untouched ground, fed by a silver-threaded spring that glimmers in the moonlight. The trees lean inward, as if guarding what's inside. This is... She steps forward, fingers brushing over a flowering vine climbing one of the stones at the glade's center. Beautiful. I let the silence sit for a moment before I say it. Sacred. Her gaze flicks to mine. Sacred how? I walk toward the stone ring, trailing my fingers over the petals she just touched. Here, my kind once came to choose their mate. Her breath catches just slightly, though she hides it well. Mate, she repeats, like she's testing the weight of the word on her tongue. Yes. I stop at the water's edge, watching moonlight ripple over the surface. Not for breeding, not for alliance, for something more binding, more dangerous. She crosses her arms, but I can tell it's a shield, not a barrier. And why bring me here? I turn to face her fully. The starlight catches in her hair, and the faint smudge of gold still dusting her cheek from some old battle. I feel something heavy and certain settle in my chest. Because I would offer you everything, I say. Her lips part slightly. Everything? Everything, I repeat, stepping closer, slow enough she can stop me if she wants. My claws, my fire, my rage, my trust, my hoard, my life. My voice drops lower. My name, and the way dragons only speak it to the one they would die for. She swallows hard, searching my face for a trick, a snare, anything she can fight against. And why here? Because, I say, I wanted to do it right. Her heartbeat quickens. I can hear it. She glances away for a moment, as if the trees might offer her an answer, then looks back at me. Agrinox. This sounds like a vow. It is, I say simply, but not one that chains you. I told you before, you always choose. She lets out a breath that's half a laugh, half something else. You're terrifying when you're gentle, you know that? I take another step closer, close enough now to smell her. Pine from the glade, steel from the sword still strapped at her side, and something warm beneath it all that is only hers. Then I'll be terrifying. But I'll be yours. Her lips curl into the faintest smile, but her eyes, they're soft in a way that feels more dangerous than any blade. And if I said yes? I close the last of the distance between us, my hand brushing her cheek. Then the world would learn what happens when fire finds a reason to burn brighter. She doesn't look away, doesn't back down. Her hand comes up, fingers wrapping around mine where it rests against her face. And if I said no? I let a small, wicked smile curve my mouth. Then I'd keep trying until you said yes. Or until you killed me. That makes her laugh, low, almost disbelieving. You're ridiculous. Maybe. I lean in, my forehead almost touching hers now. But I'm serious. The wind stirs through the glade, carrying the scent of the spring, the flowers, the untouched earth. It feels like the world itself is holding its breath, waiting for her answer. She studies me for a long moment, her thumb brushing over my knuckles in a slow, thoughtful arc. Then she whispers, I'm not saying yes, not yet. I nod once, then I'll wait. Her mouth quirks. You're terrible at waiting. For you, I say. I can learn. And there, in that sacred place, beneath the oldest stars, I know this. Whether her answer comes tomorrow or in 100 years, the vow is already made. I have already given her everything. The glade is still. No wind now. No sound but the silver thread of the spring and the slow, deep rhythm of her breathing. I reach into the fold of my cloak, fingers brushing over something warm. Not from the night air, but from me. From my own soul. When I bring it into the open, it glows faintly in my palm, a molten ember trapped in crystal. The soul stone. Her eyes widen instantly. She knows enough of dragonkind by now to understand what it is, even without my words. But I speak anyway, my voice low, because the truth should be told in no lesser way than this. This, I say, holding it so the moonlight catches inside it, is not something my kind gives. Not to allies, not to lovers, not even to family. She doesn't move, just watches me like she's afraid any sudden shift will shatter the moment. It's part of me, I continue, my throat tight, the words heavier than any war vow. A fragment of my essence, my fire, my life. If you take it, it will bond us. Not by blood, not by chains, by choice. She takes a step forward, her eyes never leaving the light in my hand. And if I don't, then I take it back. I say, though the words taste like ash, and nothing changes, you are still free. Her voice is softer now, but there's steel under it. This isn't just about magic. No. I take a breath, the glow of the stone painting her skin in gold. This is about forever. That word hangs between us, heavier than battle drums, heavier than the roar of 1,000 enemies. Her hands twitch slightly at her sides. I can feel her heartbeat from here, quickening. You don't even know what forever means for me, she says. I'm human. We burn fast, we break, we die. I step closer, close enough that the heat of the stone mingles with the heat of my body. Then let me carry the years you can't. Let me be your shadow when your strength fades. Let me be the fire in your chest when you think it's gone. Her lips part. I can see the war in her eyes. The battle between wanting and fearing what comes after. Eris, I murmur. If you take this, you'll carry part of me. Always. Even if you walk away. Even if I fall. Even if the gods themselves try to tear us apart. The glow of the soul stone swells for a moment, pulsing in rhythm with my own heart. She reaches out, then hesitates, her fingers trembling in the space between us. You're certain? I give her the smallest smile I can manage without my chest breaking open. Dragons don't lie about this. A beat of silence. Then her hand closes over mine. Her fingers are warm, calloused from blade work, steady despite the tremor in them. She looks at me one last time, as if searching for any crack in my resolve. Finding none, she lifts the soul stone from my palm. The moment her skin touches it fully, the light bursts. Not a slow bloom, but a violent flare. Pure gold, brighter than the sun, wrapping around us both in a rush of heat and wind. It steals the breath from my lungs. I can feel her in me now. Not just in the way her voice lingers in my thoughts, or the scent of her clings to my skin, but in the marrow of me, in the molten core of my fire. Her eyes go wide as the magic sears its way into her veins, the glow reflecting in every line of her face. Agrinox, she breathes, her voice breaking on the syllables. I take her by the shoulders, steadying her as the last pulse of light surges through us. Breathe, I tell her. It won't hurt for long. It doesn't hurt, she whispers, her gaze fixed on me like there's nothing else in the world worth seeing. It feels like I've been carrying half a song all my life, and now I've heard the rest. A low laugh escapes me before I can stop it, raw and shaken. That's because you have. The light fades, leaving us standing in the glade, the night around us untouched, but forever changed. I can still feel the thread between us, bright, unbreakable, humming just under my skin. Her hands drop slowly from the stone, now cool in her palm but still thrumming with my fire. So that's it? She asks, her voice still a little unsteady. We're Bound? I tilt my head, my smile sharp but honest. We were bound long before tonight. This just makes it harder for either of us to pretend otherwise. Her laugh is quiet, disbelieving, but there's no fear in it. She tucks the stone against her chest like it's something sacred, which it is, and says, "Then I guess forever starts now." The rain comes soft at first, silver needles falling through the moonlight, threading the glade with a shimmer that catches in her hair. The air smells of wet earth and wildflowers, of something older than war, older than grief. She's standing there with the soul stone still warm against her chest, watching me like I'm something worth believing in. And I, gods help me, I believe her right back. I move to her slowly, not the way I stalk prey or close on an enemy, but as though one wrong move might break the spell holding the world still. Her breath rises when I brush my knuckles along her cheek, tracing the line where rain has made rivulets down her skin. She leans into it, eyes half closed, and I hear the quietest whisper from her lips. Agrinox. The sound of my name from her mouth is enough to undo me. I kiss her. Not the hungry kind that leaves us both desperate for air, but slow, deliberate, tasting her like I'm learning the edges of a prayer. She melts into me, hands curling into the fabric at my back, pulling me closer. The rain dapples our faces, runs over our joined mouths, and I swear I can feel the Soulstone's magic humming between us, fusing breath to breathe. This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort, and as much as we'd love to keep going, the guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
But the passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. Chapter 24. Eris. The flight back is quiet, not because there's nothing to say, but because we don't need to. His hand stays wrapped around mine the whole way, warm and unyielding, even as the wind whips around us. By the time the familiar silhouette of the mountain looms into view, the rain has dried from my hair, leaving only the scent of wet earth clinging to us both. But when we land, it's not the same lair we left. The jagged cliffs around the entrance are no longer empty or desolate. Lanterns glow in hollows carved into the stone, marking new homes where there used to be nothing but ash and echoes. The deeper we walk, the more life spills into the air. Laughter, hammer strikes, the murmur of water in stone basins. Children dart past us in a blur of bare feet and excited shouts, weaving between piles of stone bricks waiting to be set into place. My mother sits cross-legged with a circle of women, her deft fingers pulling coloured threads through a loom as they weave something bright and intricate. My father's voice carries over the clack of wooden swords as he barks instruction to a small group of wide-eyed boys and girls, their stances uneven but eager. Protheka is healing, and it's because we chose to protect it. I walk slowly, letting it all wash over me, the warmth of cook fires drifting from cavern mouths, the creak of rope pulleys as villagers raise wooden beams into place, the faint rhythm of a drum somewhere deeper in the tunnels. Agrinox is silent beside me, his massive presence radiating heat like a forge. The villagers still notice him. How could they not? Some glance up from their work and instinctively bow their heads. Others freeze for a moment, eyes averted, before returning to their tasks, as if pretending they didn't see the dragon in their midst will make him disappear. I stop. My hand tightens around his. He is not a god, I say, loud enough for those nearest to hear. Conversations falter, tools still, faces turn toward me. He's a dragon, and he's ours. There's a beat of silence, like the whole cavern is holding its breath. Then, slowly, movement stirs again. A little girl, hair in two messy braids, dirt streaked across her cheeks, edges forward. Her gaze flickers between me and Agranox's tail, which coils idly behind him like a slow-moving serpent. She reaches out and touches the smooth, scaled tip. Her gasp is sharp, but she doesn't pull away. Another child, a boy barely older than her, walks up clutching something in both hands. A peach, blushing gold and pink, probably one of the last before winter. He holds it up to Agranox like an offering to a shrine. Agranox stares down at them, unreadable as stone. Then he takes the peach, holding it delicately between claws that could crush a man's skull. His grip on my hand tightens, almost imperceptibly, but I feel it. The tension breaks like glass. Laughter bubbles up again, softer this time, and life resumes its rhythm. We move on, but the warmth of that moment stays with me. Night comes quick in the mountains. The work winds down, the cavern lights dimming until only the main fires burn. I find myself drawn to the edge of the lair, where the air is cold and the world spreads out before us in layers of shadow and moonlight. I sit, knees pulled up, cloak wrapped around my shoulders. The horizon is endless, dotted with tiny orange glimmers where distant villages burn their own hearthfires. I don't hear him approach. I feel him, the shift of air, the weight of his presence, before the heavy warmth of another cloak settles over my shoulders. "You miss them," Agranox says, his voice a low rumble behind me. I keep my eyes on the horizon. No, I lead them now. I don't have the luxury of missing them. There's a pause, the sound of him shifting to sit beside me. I can feel his gaze on my face even though I refuse to turn. "You're ready then?" I finally look at him. For what? His eyes are molten in the firelight. To be mine. I don't blink, don't flinch. My voice is steady when I answer. I already was. For a moment, neither of us speaks. The night air is sharp in my lungs, but his heat seeps into my side, steady and grounding. The village behind us murmurs in its sleep, and somewhere below, the mountain's heart beats slow and deep. We've built something worth keeping, something worth guarding, something worth calling ours.
Chapter 25. Agranox. The stone is cold beneath my feet, but the wind is warm. I stand atop the highest spire of my lair, the place where the mountain's bones scrape the belly of the sky, and I watch the horizon breathe itself awake. The sun rises slow, bleeding molten gold into the deep indigo of the night's retreat. It stains the clouds in fire, the kind that would make lesser men tremble, but makes me feel alive in a way I once thought impossible. Far below, the valley stirs, the smoke of cook fires curling in lazy spirals, the faint chime of hammer against anvil ringing from the newly built forges. My hoard has changed. Once it was mountains of gold, rivers of jewels, chalices dripping with ancient magic. Now, less gold, more people, her. It unsettles me how much I like it. The thought should make me uneasy. Should send me scouring the skies for some distraction. A fight, a conquest, a kingdom to bring to heel. But instead I find myself still, simply watching the fragile world we've carved out of war and ruin, and feeling something dangerously close to pride. Bare feet whisper against stone behind me. I don't turn right away. I know the sound of her step, the subtle cadence of her breath. The air shifts, softer, warmer, and I feel her before I hear her voice. "You didn't sleep," she murmurs. I turn then, and there she is, wrapped in silk the color of midnight, hair loose and wild from dreams. The dawn crowns her in gold, painting every line of her face like the gods themselves are afraid to look away. "You did enough for both of us," I say, and it comes out more like a confession than the tease I intended. Her mouth curves, slow and knowing, a grin that's unashamed and more dangerous to me than any blade ever forged. I cross the space between us in 3 long strides, stopping just close enough to feel the heat radiating from her skin. A strand of hair falls into her eyes, and without thinking, I reach to brush it back. My claws could shred silk and steel, but on her they are careful, deliberate. I have destroyed kingdoms, I tell her, my voice low enough the wind can't carry it away. Broken empires. I thought there was nothing left for me but ash. Her eyes search mine, steady and unflinching, and I realize she already knows the next words before I say them. But I want to build something with you. Her breath catches, though her lips don't part. She tilts her head, a single brow lifting in quiet challenge. What? A life, I say. One not built on fear, but choice. The silence between us swells heavy and alive. For a moment it feels like the whole mountain is holding its breath. I can hear the drum of my own pulse, the rush of wind against the stone, the distant laughter of the waking village below. And then I do something I've never done in all my centuries. I kneel, not out of weakness, not out of surrender, out of tradition, older than kingdoms, older than memory itself. Among my kind, a dragon kneels only once. Her eyes widen not with fear, but with something sharper, warmer. I have no ring, I say, my voice rough as gravel. Only fire and flight. Only the promise that my heart, such as it is yours. For a long, endless moment, she just looks at me. I feel the weight of her gaze in my bones, as binding as any oath. Then she kneels too, the silk of her nightdress pooling around her legs like water catching the first light of dawn. Then I guess you're lucky I already accepted. I don't remember leaning in. I only know that her lips meet mine, not desperate, not frantic, but sure, steady. The kind of kiss that doesn't burn out but burns in, deep and eternal until it becomes a part of you. It is a promise, not sealed with fire, but with faith. When I rise, I take her with me, my arm curling around her like I'm afraid the wind might steal her away. She doesn't resist when I lift her from the stone, her fingers trailing along my jaw in a touch that makes my chest ache in ways battle never could. I carry her back into the heart of the lair, through the carved arches and shadowed halls, past the treasures that once defined me. The gold is still here. The jewels still gleam in their piles. But they are background now, not purpose. The bedchamber waits, the air warm with the lingering scent of firelight and her skin. I set her down, but only long enough to close the door against the world. This is not to conquer. This is to celebrate. Her laugh is soft against my mouth when I kiss her again, but it fades into something slower, deeper. My hands map the lines of her back, her shoulders, the curve of her neck, memorizing her all over again as though I might be tested on it. And perhaps I will be. The world always tests what you dare to love. When we finally sink into the bed, the morning light spilling in to paint the walls gold, I realize something dangerous, something I never thought I would admit. I have destroyed kingdoms. With her, I think I could build one. Not of stone or of steel, but of choice. And that is what I am beginning to learn, the rarest treasure of them all.
Chapter 26. Heiress. The last night before the ceremony feels different the moment I open my eyes. Not in the air, though the air is warm, laced with the faint scent of ash and the sharper sweetness of mountain flowers carried in by the wind. Not in the cave, though the firelight burns lower, softer, casting long shadows that dance like ghosts across the walls. No, what's different is us. There is no edge tonight, no frantic pull, no bruising hunger born from fear of losing each other, no blood under our nails, no battle songs in our bones. Just the quiet certainty of knowing exactly who we're choosing, and choosing them anyway. We move toward each other in the kind of silence that speaks more than words ever could. His hands find my hips, slow and reverent, thumbs pressing into me like he's memorizing the shape again. My fingers brush the ridge of a scar along his ribs, one I'd stitched myself, and my mouth follows, tasting the heat of his skin until his breath hitches against my hair. Every touch is a conversation. Every kiss says, "I choose you again." And again. His mouth is warm and unhurried, tasting my laughter when it slips through, chasing it with a kiss that deepens until the world outside the lair feels like a myth. We tangle together in the fire's glow, the shadows wrapping around us like a second skin. His claws trace my spine so gently I almost forget they could cut through steel. I press my lips to the hollow of his throat, feeling the steady thunder of his heartbeat, my favourite sound. The 6th time we come together, it's not because we're starved for each other. It's because we're remembering every moment we almost didn't make it, every breath stolen from the jaws of war, every night we thought might be the last. And maybe it's for what comes next, for the life we've decided to build, not on fear, but on choice. Afterward I lie wrapped in him, heart to heart, the heat of his body seeping into my bones. His wing, half shifted, curves protectively around us, the leathery membrane filtering the firelight into deep reds and golds. My fingers trace the lines of his collarbone, feeling the strength there, the promise. "Do you regret it?" I ask quietly. His head tilts toward me, one brow arched. "Regret what?" "Falling for a fragile mortal." He snorts, a sound half amusement, half disbelief. "You're the least fragile thing I've ever met." He pulls me closer, his voice a low rumble against my ear. "And no, you are my greatest ruin." His fingers tip my chin up until I meet his eyes. "And my greatest reward." I can't help it. I smile. "Flatterer." His mouth quirks in something sharper, something certain. "Mate," he corrects softly. "My mate." The word settles in me like a brand, hot and unshakable. Not a cage, a crown. The mating ceremony begins at dusk, when the last light bleeds from the horizon and the world holds its breath. The cavern leading out to the plateau has been transformed. Fire bowls line the walls, their flames forming a tunnel of heat and gold. The villagers are gathered along the path, elders in their woven finery, warriors in armour that gleams under the firelight, children clutching their parents' hands. Some of them smile, some still watch him with awe and a little fear. But all of them are here. Agranok stands beside me, tall and terrible and beautiful in his human form, though the faint glint of scales at his temples betrays the dragon just beneath. The soul stone hangs at my neck, warm against my skin, pulsing in time with my heartbeat. The firelight catches in his eyes as he offers me his arm. I take it without hesitation, and together we step forward into the heat. We walk the tunnel of flame, the air shimmering around us, the smell of burning cedar and some older, sweeter resin clinging to the smoke. Every step feels heavier, but not with fear, with weight, with meaning. When we reach the centre of the plateau, the firelight spills out into the night, and the world beyond falls away. It is only us, the flames, and the circle of witnesses. I speak the vow in Draconic. The language is old and dangerous on my tongue, each syllable curling like smoke, each word tasting of power. My voice does not shake. Not once. When I finish, he answers me in the same tongue, his voice a rolling storm. And when the final word leaves his lips, the sky splits, literally splits, with light. From the clouds above, shadows move, massive, winged, alive. Dragons. Dozens of them, their roars echoing across the mountains like the heartbeat of the world. Hidden for generations, now showing themselves in approval. A soundless laugh escapes me. My pulse is wild, but I am steady, I am sure. Agranok steps forward, and in one fluid motion, he lifts me into his arms. The heat of him is as familiar as my own breath. He carries me through the final wall of fire, the flames parting for us like they've been waiting for this moment. The crowd roars, a sound that mingles with the low rumble in his chest. And in that moment, as the fire dies down behind us and the night opens ahead, I know one thing with bone-deep certainty. I am no longer afraid. I am fireborn now. And nothing, no army, no tyrant, no shadow, will ever break me again. The plateau is vast and empty now, the firelight left far behind, replaced by the deep hush of the high mountains. The air is cool and thin, carrying the faint tang of snow from distant peaks. Overhead the stars burn fierce and bright, so close it feels like we could reach up and touch them. The soul stone's pulse against my chest has not slowed. It beats with my own, and with his. Agranox sets me on my feet, but his hands do not leave me. They are hot against my waist, anchoring me, as though if he let go I might be carried off by the night wind. His golden eyes catch the starlight, molten and unblinking. Mine, he murmurs, not as a claim, but as an oath. Yours, I answer without hesitation. The heat between us rises like the fire we left behind. He steps closer, his body a wall of muscle and warmth, the faint rasp of fine scales against my skin, where his cheek brushes mine. His wings unfurl slowly, the membrane catching silver light, surrounding us in a cocoon of shadow and moon. His tail slides around my thigh, firm but gentle, drawing me in until my body is pressed against the hard length of his.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. You are my mate, he says, voice low and certain. And you are mine, I reply. Under the starlit sky, high above the world, we hold each other until the night itself seems to sleep.